this is Editing KJ with a quick note that this episode was recorded before the WGA strike and the SAG-AFTRA strikes were resolved, and in some cases possibly before the strikes began. We're super happy to be back, so please enjoy this episode. It is even weirder than that.
Oh no, I tried to be so weird.
Okay, so in the OG timeline, my name is KJ. My pronouns are she, they, and this is Riverdale Opinions, the podcast where I talk to my fellow Riverdale fans about Riverdale and get their thoughts and feelings on it. And this week we're covering Season 4, Episode 5, Chapter 6-2, Witness for the Prosecution. April Fools. This is still Supernatural Opinions. I wouldn't switch it up like y'all on that. Except for this week I kind of am. We are going to be talking about Riverdale this week. I've wanted to do an episode about Riverdale for a while. It's kind of been the butt of a few jokes on this podcast, and because of that, I really wanted to do an episode about it, and I thought April Fools was the perfect time to do that. So up first we have a segment with Meredith and myself where I had Meredith tell me everything that she thinks she knows about Riverdale, and then I had her watch the first episode and the last episode and come back and try and tell me what she thinks happened in the middle. And then after that, August and I had a discussion about Riverdale as two people who had seen all 7 seasons and had big thoughts and feelings about it. So it's a bit of a longer one this week, but I'm hoping that you'll like it. This is, for Editing KJ, really, this is Meredith telling us everything she knows about Riverdale. I've watched Riverdale.
I have not.
I watched all 7 seasons of Riverdale. Pretty much started airing in 2017. I wasn't always completely caught up every single week, but I pretty much did follow. I was caught up by the end of the season, every season. I listened to a Riverdale watch-along podcast, XOXO Riverdale, and so that usually encouraged me to stay somewhat caught up because I wanted to know what they thought. I wanted to know what Kate and Louie thought, so I needed to have opinions of my own about the episodes. So that kind of kept me caught up even in the seasons that sort of dragged. But Meredith just had to suffer being my friend since 2017. And Meredith is going to tell us now all the things that she knows, or at least thinks she knows, happened in Riverdale before she watches the first and final episode.
Oh goodness, it's going to be fun. So I have actually heard a lot about this show. It hasn't just been from you. It was also from some like BuzzFeed articles I was curious about and just being on the internet.
The internet is fascinated with the insanity that is Riverdale.
I know. Like, I enjoy that this show exists because good for them for being just absolutely insane and embracing it. Yeah. I probably would never watch it. I don't really think it's my kind of show. But here's everything I could remember about Riverdale in no particular order. It's probably not everything I know. I probably forgot a bunch of stuff. All right, so it's a show based on the Archie comics, which originally started in the 50s. It has a lot of things the original comics don't, like sex and violence. We start with Jason Blossom getting murdered. I know a lot of weird stuff about this show, but I still don't know who murdered this guy. Also, he comes back later because Cheryl, like, digs up his corpse or something. I don't know, and, like, props it up on a chair. Also, Cheryl's a witch later. And the Blossoms are, like, a cult. I don't know why that happened. Everybody is queer, even if they're not.
Delightful.
Oh yeah, the show ends with Archie, Betty, Veronica, and Jughead in a polycule. Good for them.
I cannot wait to tell you who murdered Jason Moore.
I bet it's wild.
I'm gonna wait until you've seen the first and the final episode so you can at least have, because I want you to come back with some theories as to who killed Jason Blossom.
It's probably going to be either like really close, or just really far off, because I'm going to just pick the funniest options.
As you should.
Also, I'm not really sure where Reggie stands on this show. I know he's there and that 2 different actors played him, but not really sure why he seems to be less important than his comic counterpart. Everybody gets superpowers. I forget what they are. I guess they took the whole superpower AU from the comics and were just like, what if we did that on the show?
The good thing about the Archie comics is they did have a lot of AU material to work with. There are a lot of Archie comic AUs that are like canon Archie comics.
Oh yeah, and like one of the reasons I am not mad about all the weird stuff that happens on this show is because there's a lot of weird stuff that happens in the comics too.
Yeah, I guess I probably should have started there. Meredith, are you a fan of the Archie comics? Like, is that a thing you read as a kid or now even?
Oh yeah, I've read a ton of them. I haven't really read them in a few years, but like I do know like quite a bit about the characters and we had like a whole collection of them growing up, my sisters and I.
Do you have a favorite like comic like type brand? I don't know what the word I'm looking for is.
Genre? Or?
More specifically like within the Archie comics universe. Like, do you have a favorite Archie comic version?
Not really. Jughead was my favorite character.
Jughead's your favorite character. That makes sense. That tracks. You have some stuff in common.
Oh yeah. I'm a little mad that he wasn't canonically Ace on this show.
Fine.
It's fine.
He's so queer, so we're halfway there.
we're getting there. He's got his foot in the door, so to speak. Let's see. Everyone gets superpowers. Midge dies horrifically. Something about being pinned to a wall. I don't know. There's statutory rape with Archie and Miss Grundy. Love that for them. Not sure if they acknowledged how gross that was on the show, but good for them if they did. Also, she's not the real Miss Grundy. She like stole her identity or something.
Very different from comics, Miss Grundy, that's for sure. Definitely,
yeah, she's not a older lady who actually has white hair. Chad Michael Murray's on this show. He played a cult leader who blasts off in a rocket.
Yes, he did.
I don't know where the rocket came from.
Neither do we, and we watched the whole show.
I think he was stealing organs or something.
Yep, that was him.
I think Kevin lost an organ to this guy. Also, apparently Kevin is like a sheep of a person, because I think he gets brainwashed more tthan once.
Kevin's unfortunately susceptible to brainwashing.
Oh no. You are not immune to propaganda. I think there's also something about Kevin getting tickled on camera and how that was like a whole thing. It sounds disturbing, actually.
It was, especially since they were high school students.
That's very weird. Okay, also there's a sex bunker. I guess we needed that. I do wonder if this bunker has other uses, though, like space heaters, maybe some blankets, because no one wants to do that in a cold bunker, just...
It seemed to be fairly well equipped.
Okay,
it had a large stock of candles, or at least people were open to bringing the candles with.
Just imagining someone in like the 50s digging out this bunker thinking they're gonna hide from like the Russians or something, and they just like, I need all these candles.
If the candles didn't come with the bunker, somebody at least along the way, there are at least a couple of scenes I can think of where the bunker was like romantic candles on every surface.
I bet Veronica brought them. She's got the funds.
Probably. It's likely.
Also, there's a gargoyle king doing stuff at one point.
Yes.
I don't really know. Also, I think it's somehow linked to Sabrina, the Teenage Witch. I think they did a crossover because she's from the Archie comics. Not sure how, but whatever. There's an apocalypse, and everyone gets zapped to the 50s, where they live out the rest of their lives. Jughead is like a really pretentious writer and like fakes his death or something. He's got like a whole speech about being weird that was severely mocked on the internet. I'm sorry, Jughead. Also, there's a parallel universe and only he knows about it for some reason. Let's see, they start at the show in high school and then they get older. Betty becomes an FBI agent, I think, starts hunting a killer with plastic bags. Also, there's a whole thing about serial killer genes, and apparently Betty has them, as does I think it's her secret half-brother, Chip, who is like gay and very shady and kills people. All of them have messed up parents who are all screwing each other. That's probably a simplification.
No, it's not. That's it. That is it.
Archie kind of sounds like a twit, I'm not gonna lie. Archie is in prison for something at one point and makes a comment about another guy not knowing the epic highs and lows of high school football. Apparently this guy was like a criminal from a very young age to feed his family or something.
I would like to say for the record that next time Jen comes on the pod, she will still be able to get me with the epic highs and lows of high school football. It gets me every fucking time. I think it's so funny.
I like that someone actually wrote that.
She speaks it in, and it just catches me off guard every time.
Yep. Oh, also prison. Yeah, Veronica shows up with the cheerleading squad at one point, and something about performing Schoolhouse Rock. Also, Archie gets mauled by a bear for no reason. Shakespeare would be proud. There's a musical episode based on Heathers, which is one of my favorite musicals, so props to them for taste. Veronica runs a speakeasy with like rum or maple rum. I don't know. Also, Hiram Lodge has shifted from cantankerous billionaire to like an outright criminal.
Oh yeah, deeply criminal.
I think he goes to jail too. A bunch of weird crap happens with Polly. Something about going missing and having like secret children and being in a mental hospital. I have no idea. Also, there's a scene the internet hated where Betty does a striptease while singing Mad World. They hated it because she was a teenager at the time, which, you know, they're right to.
It was quite bad.
Sounds uncomfortable.
It was very uncomfortable. It's one of the most, I would say, overall uncomfortable moments in the whole show, which is like pretty high bar to be the most uncomfortable. But it's definitely up there. It's in the top 10.
Good to know. Archie has this whole Troy Bolton thing about choosing between music and football.
Would you like to guess? That's like regular, like original timeline Archie. 1950s Archie has another art or sports choice. Would you like to guess the sport or the art?
Sculpting and lacrosse.
Honestly, not horrible guesses. OG timeline, it is football or music. In 1950s timeline, it's basketball or poetry.
Oh, okay. Josie and the Pussycats are there. I think Archie has a thing with Josie at one point. I guess people liked it. I have no idea. Also, Hot Dog the dog is on the show. Yay.
Hot Dog the dog is on the show. He's a very good boy.
Good boy. We have to have one. I think that's all I have on my list. There's probably a bunch of stuff I'll remember later, but that's it for now, folks.
I'm going to write you a list of characters, I think, so that you know who to make guesses for.
Okay.
As to how they end up. Obviously, like the core 4 to 6, depending on how you want to define the core. Yeah, a theory of who killed Jason, I think, is definitely something you should be considering.
Yeah. I know so much about this show, except that. No idea. I think I heard it said at one point, but I forgot. Yeah, this seems to be a very fun show that I will never watch.
Okay, and KJ will tune back in with the next part where Meredith is going to watch the first and the last episode, and then we're going to talk about it, and then we're going to do some like guessing to fill in what Meredith thinks happened. And I'm going to share with Meredith some things. I also might listen back to this and expand on some of the things that you know about. Okay, we're back. Meredith has now watched the first episode and the last episode and taken some notes.
I have.
Before we get into your actual notes, how are you feeling about what you witnessed? Is it what you expected?
Yes and no, I guess. I don't know. I think it is pretty much what I expected. You know, it just seems like a lot of teenage shenanigans, but like kind of with a weird twist.
That's great.
I will say, still not a show that I think I would watch the rest of, but I see why other people like it.
Okay. Was there anything that like really surprised you?
Mostly just how many characters I had forgotten about from the comics.
So valid.
I'd forgotten that Smithers existed.
Oh, Smithers. Smithers is not with us through the whole series, but it was a very like welcome re-addition to season 7.
Oh, there we go. That's good.
Do you want to start with your like overall like plot, or do you want to start with the characters? What do you want to start with?
Let's just go in the order of my notes.
Yes, let's go in the order of your notes.
Actually, I will say I was expecting it to be funnier. It was both the episodes I watched. Maybe it was just those episodes in particular, but they felt a lot more somber than I was expecting.
I will say Riverdale is not like Supernatural in terms of humor. It is not as funny as Supernatural.
That's fair. Yeah, I was expecting them to make more jokes, but they didn't.
Yeah, I would say overall way less joke, like way less. Occasionally something that is like kind of like light, just to like lighten the mood a little bit. Somebody will say something kind of funny, but like definitely not like the thing that they go to.
I will say like the funniest thing in the finale was just Archie roasting everybody with that poem about everything they did in their past lifetime. You probably don't want to be reminded of some of these things, but I'm glad you can laugh about it.
That was by far the best thing that happened in the finale, hands down. That is my opinion. But in my opinion, that is the best thing that honestly, that might be my favorite thing that happened in the entire fucking show.
Just Cheryl's uncomfortable face when Archie reminded her that she dug up her brother. It's like, yep, I did that. We're not talking about it.
Was there anything in that roast that you didn't know about? I feel like a lot of those things had been in your predictions, but...
The Veronica being human dialysis machine took me by surprise. I didn't know that Fangs was part of the whole organ stealing scam.
Unfortunately, a lot of people were caught up in the organ stealing.
Oh, guys.
The cult was very pervasive.
Oh, no. As many cults are. That is their goal.
Yeah, okay, let's go through your notes, and I'll add as I see fit.
All right, so KJ sent me kind of a loose structure to hold to. So all the headings are from KJ. So any plot predictions I wanted to make. I didn't actually have any serious predictions, though I would be very surprised if they didn't have anything with teenage werewolves at any point in the show.
I don't think there was werewolves. I think that would be the one thing we didn't do.
The lost potential there. It just seems like the kind of show that would have at least one werewolf or like one werewolf adjacent thing.
I think Teen Wolf was on the CW originally, so I think they might have just been trying not to. They already stole so much from the Avengers and Supernatural. I feel like they needed
Wasn't
to
expecting Avengers.
There was a lot of Marvel shit in season 6 and 7 when there was powers. Like
I could have gone a little crazier with predictions, but I only wrote like 4 because I was doing all the other stuff. Let's see. For some reason, I was really hung up on Dilton, so I guess that he built at least one computer virus and a robot.
Okay, Dilton. I don't think Dilton built a computer virus, but Dilton was definitely largely involved in a D&D inspired plot line. And I believe in the Riverdale episodes. I don't know if you know about the Riverdale episodes.
Was that the alternate universe?
The AU. It's Riverdale. So there was 5 episodes that were specifically all Riverdale's AU. So they're all Riverdale at the start of season 6. And then it came back later in season 6. And in the Riverdale universe, Dilton Doily accidentally like caused some like merging of the 2 universes, and they were gonna like implode each other.
Interesting.
He experimented too hard.
Did he ever do anything technology related? Because like that was his thing in the comics.
There was some stuff. Honestly, Dilton didn't survive very long. Dilton was, I believe, was revived in season 7, but Dilton's initial run on the show did end in season 2.
Oh, poor Dilton. I liked him.
Dilton did unfortunately die.
That's not surprising, but very disappointing. The lost potential
We
there.
will come back to what happened to Dilton when we go through like what you think happened in each season.
Well, from what I remember, he was responsible for like a lot of the weird things in the comics. So like, if you guys had kept him...
Yeah, Dilton is responsible for a lot of weird stuff in the comics, including a lot of the AU comics. Like, a lot of that is Dilton.
Yeah, Archie probably starts a band.
Surprisingly, Archie doesn't really have a band.
They don't have the Archies?
The Archies doesn't fully form. It gets pretty close, though. It is pretty close.
Oh, fair enough.
There's definitely enough points where they are all performing. I would say the 4th or 5th musical episode, I think it's the 3rd one, is like the closest that the Archies come to existing.
And then I mentioned that there's an alternate universe and shenanigans ensue, but that's already confirmed, so...
Confirmed, but accepted.
Oh, here we get to the last one where I just gave up. Ethel is a serial killer.
Ethel has some mental instability. For sure.
I mentioned serial killers a lot in my notes, so just prepare
Honestly,
for that.
there's a lot of serial killers in this show, so...
Alright, characters. As many storylines as you think you can guess for each. Archie, I feel like he dated Josie at one point.
Archie did date Josie. He also dated Val, one of the other pussycats.
Oh, no.
I don't think he dated Melody, but he definitely did date Josie.
I wonder if Melody felt left out, or if she was like, no, I'm fine.
No, they all thought Archie was a fucking idiot in season 1.
He is. Then they brought in Pure Heart the Powerful, so I feel like they had the whole Pure Heart thing before they got superpowers.
Yes, absolutely. It was like Archie, it was just Archie basically being like a dumb teenage boy.
So he's just being a cosplayer, I guess, punching people.
I should have asked you to guess what you thought all the superpowers were. Maybe we'll do that after.
Yeah, actually, because I'm curious about all the superpowers. Veronica Lodge, just a bunch of businesses and whatnot. I think she went toe-to-toe with Hiram at one point. And in the last episode, Archie mentioned that she was a human human dialysis machine, which kind of sounds like a lame superpower. I really hope she could do other stuff.
Veronica's superpower was that she was poison to other people.
Okay.
But she could also like purify poison. So the human dialysis machine thing in question is that Charles Smith, who we're going to talk about, was dying, and Veronica basically filtered his blood through her body and removed his illness/disease from him. And
that's a lot cooler than just being dialysis.
She did also use her powers. I don't know if you're aware of the "it's not queer baiting if it's saving the world" that line.
I am not aware of that line, but I feel like I should have been.
So there is an episode at the end. It's the season 6 finale, and Veronica's superpower is this like dialysis thing, but they want to give Cheryl all of the superpowers so that Cheryl can save the world.
They did that in the second Fantastic Four movie.
So they do that by basically all of them dialysing their powers into Veronica, and then she transfers them to Cheryl via kiss because the dialysing would be too far, I guess. Too much dialysing.
I see.
We had to do something different. So Veronica and Cheryl made out like the two very hot young women that they are. And
well,
it was a kiss. It happened.
Well, she did also make out with Betty in episode 1, so I guess we're expecting it.
Cheryl is a lesbian and Veronica is clearly bi, so...
Oh yeah, I figured.
But Veronica had not been totally confirmed to be bi at that point, so it really was queerbaiting, to be honest. Also, the CW used that kiss in the promo for the episode before the episode came out, so they actually did use it as a queerbait.
Yeah, it's still queerbaiting, guys. Also, I feel like episode 1, it was definitely queerbaiting.
Let's move on to Betty Cooper.
Yeah, let's move on to Betty. Apparently the word tangerine activates the serial killer gene, so I guess she has a storyline where she's a Winter Soldier. I don't know if this is after or during or before the FBI stuff, but wouldn't it be funny if she was the Winter Soldier during FBI stuff?
Betty's tangerine phase happened while she was in high school.
So you hear tangerine phase and you think of something really different.
She was hypnotized by the organ harvesting cult leaders, and so they were just using tangerine as like a trigger word to trick her into thinking that she had the serial killer gene, but really she was hypnotized.
Okay, so she doesn't have the genes.
She does, but it's not important.
Oh, okay. If you say so.
It wasn't the reason why she was going crazy. It was just that she was hypnotized. She did work for the FBI after high school. She was not the best FBI agent, but she specialized specifically in catching serial killers.
It's probably a good idea. Jughead Jones, he's a writer, so maybe he writes a book. I think he writes a book. That sounds familiar. I don't know if he publishes said book.
Yep, he writes a book. He has a published book between the time jump, between the end of graduation and the 7 years later time jump. He writes a book.
Oh, good for him. I know he fakes his death, and I think he's in first episode he seemed like an amateur sleuth.
Yeah, he's writing a book about the death of Jason Blossom. So he is writing a book about Jason's death.
That feels weirdly exploitative.
He's a teenage boy.
Yeah, true. That is something a teenage boy would do. That's all I have for him.
Yeah.
Cheryl Blossom, she discovers that she's a lesbian and a witch, which often go hand in hand.
Yes.
Nothing else.
Nothing else.
Aside from the stuff I already know, which was already covered.
Yeah.
Kevin, the aforementioned cult brainwashing, losing an organ and getting tickled on camera, which is a totally normal and not disturbing thing to do.
Kevin actually doesn't fully lose an organ. He does not actually succumb to the brainwashing of the cult, but he definitely does contribute to other people losing organ.
No. Does anyone important lose an organ?
Principal Weatherby loses some fingers, 100%.
Poor Weatherby. Oh
Kevin
no.
and I believe Fangs drag Betty to have some organs removed, but she escapes. She doesn't make it to having organs escape, but they fully drag her to do it. So I assume that they've also probably done that for other people.
Okay.
Nobody that we care about, as far as I can recall.
Okay. Well, except Weatherby. Fingers aren't organs. How did he lose fingers?
I think it's a punishment for something, or part of him coming out of the cult. There's definitely something to do with the cult, though. He was deep in the cult. He drank the Kool-Aid.
Oh, poor Weatherby. Tony Topaz I think she had a kid with Fangs at one point.
Yep, that did happen.
And that led to that whole talk about them both being bi, but they're still queer or something.
Yes, they did say. So originally, Tony, Fangs, and Kevin were having a child together, and Fangs and Kevin were engaged at that time. Fangs and Kevin broke up. Tony and Fangs got together, but because there was some confusion about their sexuality at that point, but they just felt like they really needed to remind Kevin that they were still part of the queer community, and they had a very uneasy co-parenting relationship with Kevin for a while.
Oh, that's difficult. Reggie Mantle, I have no idea, so I'll just say he went on a quest to find a magic basketball, and that could stop the apocalypse, but he failed.
Yeah,
Reggie obviously didn't work.
Had a very interesting past. No quest, no magic basketballs.
Too bad.
Also, doesn't really get to do any of the cool powers or anything, but he's a pal.
Okay.
1950s farm Reggie is way better than all the other Reggies. I feel like here's an important thing you do need to know about Reggie. In one of the episodes, I believe it's one of the AU episodes, but I might be wrong. It's definitely an episode of the show. Reggie, so they recast Reggie because Reggie's original actor was on 13 Reasons, and that got picked up. I don't know if you remember how wildly successful that show was, but
yeah, he was like Ross Butler, and then he was Charles Melton. Yeah, I remember that.
So Ross Butler got into super high demand after being on 13 Reasons Why, so they recast Reggie so that they could keep Reggie on the show more semi-regularly. Reggie's never a super main character, but he is definitely around frequently. He is a very frequent side character. He sometimes hangs out with the gang and contributes to main stuff, and sometimes he doesn't, and that's okay. But they did have an episode where both the Reggies were in the same universe, and they did have a threesome with Veronica.
Okay, I'm gonna move on from that. I could say so much, but I don't think that would be very kind.
Just a little bit of self-sass. It's fine. Let's move on to Alice.
Alice Cooper. I'm pretty sure she had serial killer genes too. Also, I just realized that she is named Alice Cooper like a singer.
Yeah, so she is named, she does have the same name of the singer, but I do think Alice Cooper existed before the singer Alice Cooper.
Yeah, because she would have been...
Yeah, the comics
from
predate...
the comics, which means no.
Alice? I can't remember if Alice is the serial killer gene. Hang on, I'm gonna Google it just to be sure.
Okay.
Serial killer gene Alice. I'm Googling.
Okay, Betty had that secret half-brother, right? So...
Betty does have a secret half-brother.
My guess was that she was his mother, but I could be wrong.
Yes, that is true.
Okay.
The complication comes with Hal Cooper, and I noticed that you don't have any guesses for Hal Cooper.
Complicate my guesses.
Hal Cooper is a serial killer.
Oh, really? Well, my exact words were, no idea, mob boss, which is different.
Hal Cooper is the villain of the Black Hood.
Oh, yeah, I can't remember. I heard about the Black Hood. Yep.
And he was also grooming Betty to be a serial killer, the way that he was groomed to be a serial killer by his parents.
I see.
But I do believe it is Alice that would have the serial killer gene.
Did she ever kill anyone?
Who?
Alice.
Alice? Probably yes, but not like serial killery. It would be like a self-defense kind of thing.
She didn't commit to it.
A lot of people on the show have killed people.
Yeah, that's fair. Let's see. Polly Cooper, mental hospital, secret children, got screwed over by Jason, apparently, as implied by episode 1. Mm-hmm. Maybe she killed him, or her and Nana Rose. And then I also wrote, or maybe she is Nana Rose from an alternate timeline, because I was giving up at that point.
So Polly has the secret children with Jason. It's not so much. Polly actually didn't really get screwed over by Jason. She got screwed over by Jason dying.
Ooh.
So Jason's the original Sarah you're given in the pilot of Jason falling into the river didn't happen. It did happen, but Cheryl and Jason were staging Jason's death so that he could run away with Polly. Only he actually died and didn't make it.
Then someone shot him in the head, apparently.
Yeah. So because somebody interrupted that plan and shot him, he didn't make it. Jason and Polly were running away because they had a Romeo and Juliet situation, only it was a little bit worse than Romeo and Juliet because Jason and Polly are third cousins.
It's not technically illegal.
Jason's father and and Polly's father have a shared grandparent.
Wait, so who's Polly's mother?
Polly's mom is Alice.
Okay, so is her dad Hal?
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
So Betty and Polly have the same
full
parents.
Siblings. Yeah, they have the same parents. They are full siblings. They've been raised together their entire lives.
All right.
Jason and Polly did not know that they were related. They were just in love with each other and did not understand why their parents audience did not want them to be together.
It happens. Okay, for FP Jones, I guessed that he was the serial killer, but apparently that was Hal.
Yeah, not a serial killer. He was the leader of a gang.
Oh, well. Which one?
The Southside Serpents.
Oh, yeah. Is that the only gang?
No.
Oh,
there are also the Ghoulies, and there was another gang earlier as well. But like the two main ones are the Ghoulies and the Serpents. Those are the main ones. There's a third one, but they, I think, become part of the Serpent or something like that. He does become the sheriff of Riverdale for an extended amount of time.
Should he be?
That's not a bad sheriff.
Okay.
Let's move on to somebody else's parents.
Hiram Lodge, jail, probably more than once. Maybe he also got superpowers.
Hiram didn't get superpowers. He actually left the show around. He is actually responsible for the superpowers, but he had left the show at that point.
Interesting.
He did come back
that.
For a guest in the 7th season, but he actually did leave. A lot of the parents left at the like graduation in season 5, mid-season 5, and he left at the end of season 5. So he stayed for another half season to keep being the villain for another season.
Hermione Lodge. No idea. Maybe she was behind Hiram's crimes all along.
I think you're gonna love Hermione's ending. So in the OG timeline, Hermione Lodge eventually did leave Hiram, and she went on to move back to New York to be on The Real Housewives of New York.
Good for her.
They actually got Andy Cohen to do a guest spot.
That's why I know that name. Andy Cohen. Is that like I feel like I know it's like a famous person.
Yeah.
What did he do?
He does all of those, like Real Housewives, all the Bravo shows. He does like the reunions for the Below Deck series. I think he also does some of the when the election happens, the US elections. I think he also does some of the coverage on election night.
He was on the list of characters you wanted me to guess, and I was like, why do I know that name? So I just wrote he was a dentist, which he's probably not.
I did throw him on there just to fuck with you.
I'm not really into that area of pop culture, I suppose. Who's next? Oh yeah, Josie, like Josie and the Pussycats.
Yeah.
So musical success with the Pussycats, and you know what? She probably killed at least one person.
Josie, I don't think killed anybody. She
bad.
broke up the Pussycat to have a career, but I believe the Pussycats got back together in one of the Riverdale episodes, or maybe it was the time traveling episode. There was definitely an episode where the Pussycats got back together, and then in the AU, she went on to be massively successful as a movie star.
Okay, good for her.
Overcoming some pretty hefty race.
Most definitely. All right, Mary Andrews. She was probably involved in something weird. I'll say she was the Gargoyle King.
Mary Andrews is pretty chill. She's actually
she's Molly Ringwald.
Yeah, she's not. She wasn't ever really intended to have as big of a part in the show as she ended up having. Unfortunately, when Luke Perry died, they need Archie to have a parent.
Yeah.
So she had guest spot. She'd done some guest spots as Archie's mom. And you can't just like recast Molly Ringwald.
That's true. She's pretty recognizable.
It's pretty noticeable casting. She is mostly just like around to be around, but she's a late in life lesbian in both timelines, and she went to an all-girls university. Cool. And overall, she's like a pretty like decent mom.
Nice.
I would say Archie has the most decent parent out of everybody.
Oh, maybe that's why he's so boring. Ethel Muggs, she probably stalked Jughead.
Weirdly not until season 7, really. Actually, no, kind of a little bit. There is a little bit where Ethel is in the Sisters of Quiet Mercy, and she is kind of trying to take Betty's identity because Betty and Jughead are dating, and Betty straight up is like, it's Buckhead, not Ethelhead. Like, it's not gonna happen. So yeah, she is like kind of in love with Jughead, but like Jughead is her pal.
It's like that was her defining trait from the comics, is that she just really loved Jughead.
Ethel does also die in the OG timeline.
Oh, don't they all? Let's see. Dilton. I wrote that I wanted something nice for Dilton, but apparently that doesn't happen.
Dilton is unfortunately a victim of the suicide portion of the Gargoyles, Griffins and Gargoyles game. So he dies by suicide.
What the hell is the Griffins and Gargoyles game?
It's like Dungeons and Dragons, but more magic and more like intense, more deadly.
I see. Apparently, that sounds like a cult.
One thing I will tell you about, so Dilton does come back in the 1950s timeline, as do a lot of characters who had previously died. And Dilton's still Dilton. He's still like a bit of a nerd, and the other kids pick on him. But canonically, big dick, like huge. So he's got one thing going for him. The girls and the boys be gossiping about his penis, but you know,
at least there's that.
That's for a good reason.
At least you got one thing. Nana Rose Blossom. I remember hearing lots of weird stuff about Nana Rose Blossom. I'm guessing she's a witch.
Yes.
Maybe a vampire too, because that sounds like fun.
She is a witch.
Probably not. I was right, huh? Also, I just realized that her name is Rose Blossom. And I want to be mad, but it's very, very Archie comics of them, so I can't.
Nana Rose is fucking iconic. It's so funny that she makes it to the end of the show. So many people on this show die, and like Nana Rose just keeps on surviving.
I thought it was kind of funny that, because I already had like some awareness of her when I watched the finale, and I thought it was funny that, you know, Jughead's ghost or whatever was just like, yeah, she gets reincarnated a bunch of times. It's like everyone just keeps her around in various forms. I also wrote a few characters I'm wondering about, like if they're on the show or...
Great.
Chuck and Nancy.
Chuck, it was on the show, but they did his character very dirty. He was on in season 1, and he was rejected by Veronica. Not so much that he was rejected, but he wanted to do things that Veronica wasn't comfortable doing when they went on their date, and then she refused, but he told everybody that they did stuff. They made a whole like cyberbullying thing out of it because it was like 2017. It was season 1, and they thought that they were going to be like preachy to the teen kids, and it was called a sticky maple. Anyway, so he was like basically like ousted for being like problematic, and he was like suspended from school for a bit. He came back eventually and like sucked less. Nancy wasn't really on the show. Jellybean was on the show for a while. They did age her up so that she was not quite as young as she is in the comic. In the comics, Jughead's a teenager and Jellybean's a toddler / baby. But she was like 11 and they were like 16, 17. So she was significantly younger. Jughead and Betty share that half sibling of Alice. The kid is the child of Alice and Jughead's dad, F.P. Jones.
That is so interesting.
So there was a season where they were all living together. FP, Alice, Jellybean, Jughead, and Betty.
I feel like I heard about that and then I forgot about it.
Yeah. Jellybean kind of started playing around with some kids, and she kind of started doing some stuff with snuff films, just some like serial killer light stuff, which is why I couldn't remember if Alice had the serial killer gene, because it's kind of implied that like FP maybe has the serial killer gene.
Jellybean did what?
She was involved in this plot line where people were making snuff films that were like with like weird like mascot masks, but they were recreating like actual murders. Like they did one that recreated the murder of Jason Blossom, and there was like also like just like there was someone leaving like videotapes of like hours and hours of surveillance footage of people's houses on their doorsteps, and like that part was Jellybean, unfortunately. And so she went back to go live with her mom, who's also problematic in Toledo, and that's also why FP ended up leaving Alice to go be with Jellybean and her mom in another state.
Wow, Jellybean! Oh no.
Yeah. Also, FP was the contract was up, and he was not getting roped into another 2 seasons of this show.
Was the actor like Skeeter
Ulrich? Yeah.
Yeah. Wasn't he from Scream?
Yeah, he was a pretty like famous. They had a lot of the parents were pretty famous cast of teen stuff, like Molly Ringwald and Luke Perry, and
yeah, I've heard of all 3 of them.
Machinamic. Like all of them were in pretty big stuff. They were all kind of like star cast. I mean, fucking what's his name? Hal Cooper is in fucking everything I feel like I've ever watched.
Yeah, I recognized his face. He was like in 2 seconds of episode 1. I recognized his face.
Yeah, I swear he's been in like everything I've ever watched.
Yeah, sounds like it. Also, I'm wondering about Flute Snoot, the science teacher.
Flute Snoot was not in the show in any like meaningful way. He might have been mentioned as being the science teacher, but I don't think he ever really had any plot.
And Mr. Svensson, the janitor.
Mr. Svensson went down as a red herring for the Black Hood, who ended up being Betty's dad. He was suspected of being a serial killer and I believe was killed in an altercation where he was accused.
He deserved better. He was always such a sweet character.
He was a really nice guy, and they didn't want to accuse him, but the creepy janitor trope got him in the end.
Damn it. All right, so plots. Who killed Jason Blossom? I really don't have any real guesses. A second ago, I joked about it being Polly, so I'll go with that. She teamed up with Nana Rose. Polly did it out of revenge, and Nana Rose did it because she wanted excitement. And, like, now I know that Polly probably wouldn't have wanted to kill Jason, but I'm sticking with this.
Jason was killed by his father, Cliff Blossom.
Why do I feel like that's a stupid name? I don't know why. Anyway.
I mean, I just feel like the last name Blossom's pretty hard to live with.
It's hard to pair something with that.
Jason was killed by Cliff Blossom after uncovering the fact that the family's maple syrup business was actually a front for drugs.
Wasn't expecting that.
He was not thrilled about that, and he wanted to run away with Polly and get away from the family, and his dad flipped out and executed him.
Shooting him in the head.
Yeah.
Okay. So best guess on the mysteries of the seasons. I had actual guesses for like maybe a few of these, but I gave up on some of them, like season 2 and season 3. Instead of a murder, maybe there's a serial arsonist in season 2. A serial arsonist who stages demonic tea parties with mannequins on people's lawns.
It's a good guess. Season 2 is the Griffins and Gargoyles season.
Okay, so the scary cult D&D game.
Yeah, so it's the Gargoyle King, and then kind of on the side combined, it's there's also some shenanigans with Hiram Lodge and drugs and
all right, fair enough. Season 3, I don't know, maybe the whole season revolves around the sex bunker. It hasn't been brought up yet, so
I don't want the seasons ranked. I want to know what happened in the season. You know what, fine, we'll use the rank to tell me what happened in. Wow, okay, except for not this one. I had a thing, and then my computer restarted and I lost all of my stuff.
Well, that's unfortunate.
It closed my browser and I lost all the shit I had open. Season 2. Season 2 also dealt with Jughead and Betty joining the Southside Serpents, so there's a lot of gang stuff also happening.
Okay. I knew there was gang stuff at one point, but I didn't really put it in my guesses.
That really does center on the season 2. Season 3 is season 3, Archie is accused of murder.
Oh, is that where we get jail and Schoolhouse Rock?
Yeah, that's where the jail portion comes from. And also when the organ harvesting cult stuff happens.
Well, my guess for that was season 5. Now I don't know what my guess for season 5 is.
Did you have a guess for season 4?
Gargoyle King and quote-unquote some associated serial killer, which I know is the Black Hood.
Season 4, the big mystery is who killed Jughead Jones up until we find out that Jughead isn't dead at the end. And then on top of that, we also have the voyeur stuff that I talked about with Jellybean that's happening. And then there's also a serial killer like kind of thing happening. It also was the season that Archie's dad character died. So that was also like a big part of the season. After Luke Perry died, like they had to really pivot.
Yeah, you would have to.
Season 4 is also the season where Cheryl was keeping Jason's corpse in her basement.
Oh, earlier than I thought. Season 5 was what my guess is Chad Michael Murray's organ stealing cult. Mm-hmm. So I don't have a guess. When did they graduate high school? Are they out of high school in season 5?
They graduate high school during season 5. Basically at the end of season 4, really. And then so season 5 is kind of the future. So we have a lot of flashbacks to find out what the fuck's been going on with everybody. And basically I would say the main plots are that Hiram Lodge is trying to unincorporate the town of Riverdale. So so that he can reincorporate a new town called Sodale that's like down the road and will help make money off of his jail and his other various enterprises. And also Betty is tracking a serial killer called the Trash Bag Killer. And also like Riverdale has become pretty skeezy. There's no fire department, so buildings just burn to fucking ground. And there's a lot of like people who are out of jobs. There's a lot of people who don't have good income. So there's a lot of young women going missing on the lonely highway, the highway that goes past / through Riverdale.
So in addition to the 2 cults and the serial killers from the earlier seasons, now we have all of this to put up with.
Yeah, there's also like a Mothman storyline that ends up kind of just being like basically at the end of the day like the Benders, except for with the like Blossoms. Cheryl's grandfather had a bunch of illegitimate children that he like sent out to the woods, and they kind of just became like the Benders from Supernatural.
Right, fair enough. I suppose I should have expected that. When did we get the Gargoyle King?
The Gargoyle King was pretty much dealt with in the season 2, and yeah, was kind of season 2, kind of season 3 if I remember correctly. Basically kind of like a manipulation by Cheryl's mom, who is also a serial killer.
Oh, I see. They should start a club.
I might be mixing up some seasons, to be really honest. I should have gone through I should have taken my own notes on what these seasons were.
Yeah, fair enough.
Season 6.
Season 6. I think this was all the Apocalypse superpower stuff.
Yes, you got it. Absolutely. That was kind of the main plot of season 6.
All right. Season 7. How to survive as a queer person in the 50s. Also the mystery of why the hell we're in the 50s.
To be honest, since the only Jughead was self-aware and he lost his self-awareness, a lot of the characters weren't that concerned about why.
I feel like the mystery is more for the audience.
Yeah, the audience kind of knew. So basically, the audience actually, we had it explained to us pretty early I would say in the first episode of the season, we had to explain how we got to the 50s and why. Basically, at the end of season 6, a comet hits Riverdale and Cheryl stops it from destroying the whole world, but everybody kind of just gets blasted into the only stable timeline, which is the 1950s timeline. And Tabitha has to restabilize the other timeline. She's not able to do that. We learn at the end of the season. So they're going to be stuck in this, but she does like give them back their awareness of the previous timeline that they lived in.
Okay.
Which is also part of the reason why we have the infamous polycule at the end of the season, because they have regained their memories of the previous life that they lived in the first 6 seasons, and therefore have now remembered dating each other in the past, even though they're all in new relationships. So they just kind of like blur those lines.
So they're just like, hey, what if we just
kept doing this?
All of that.
Do we have musical episodes next?
Yeah. Okay, so I think I was supposed to guess what I think, like the musicals I think they were using. Is that what it was? Okay. Season 2. And the plot of the
and
episode.
why?
Okay, so I know they did Heathers at one point, so I guessed that for season 2. And I guessed that the plot of the episode would be the same as Heathers, so like high school politics and stage suicides.
Pretty not bad. It is not the season 2. It is actually season 3.
Okay, then I can switch that with my season 3 guess, because that was just a random guess anyway.
The episode is called Big Fun, and it is happening during the organ harvesting cult plotline. And at the end of so basically, they've picked it so that they can use the song Big Fun, basically. And also so that Cheryl can say a bleeped out version of one of the lines, and then they can cut to the title card.
Which line?
What did she fucking say? It's so funny. Now I can't remember, but it's like specifically before that.
Was it the chainsaw one?
I think it is the chainsaw.
That was a pretty funny line.
But at the end of the musical, they also, there's a whole plot line happening at that point with Jughead and his mom and a bunch of other stuff happening, obviously. But at the end of the musical, everybody who's in the cult, which ends up being a huge portion of the audience, is wearing white, and they stand up and they clap in a very unnatural clapping rhythm.
That's pleasant.
And Evelyn, who is like big in the cult, is like has like kind of commandeered the musical throughout the episode.
Oh, Evelyn.
So a lot of people joined the cult because of this musical episode.
Because of Heather's. That's funny.
Also,
actually.
Tony and Cheryl are going through a breakup at that point, so there's a lot of that.
Yeah, I think you showed me the dead girl walking clip.
Yeah.
Certainly seemed like they weren't on good terms.
Tony's playing Veronica Sawyer, and Cheryl is playing Heather. Which Heather is the main Heather?
Heather Chandler.
Heather Chandler, yeah.
My guess for season 3, which I guess is now my guess for season 2, is I don't know. So I decided to just guess a random one, which was Phantom of the Opera, because that's my favorite musical, and it means we can have a side plot about someone haunting the school auditorium.
Not a bad guess. The season 2 musical, which is the first musical episode and is widely regarded as the worst one, they did Carrie, the musical, a musical which historically failed, so it's not surprising.
I forgot that was a musical.
And the plot is basically Carrie.
Someone has telekinesis?
No, but Cheryl's mother thinks that she's wicked and evil and living in sin and...
right. Cheryl has, like, homophobic parents, doesn't she?
Yeah, Cheryl's parents are wildly homophobic in both timelines. They do send her to conversion therapy in the OG timeline. Not in the 1950s timeline, in the regular timeline.
Yeah, that is awful. That is absolutely awful.
And Cheryl is playing Carrie.
Fair enough.
And at the end of the episode, Midge is the curtain goes up on stage in front of the audience. The curtain rises, and Midge Clump is dead on
Midge
stage.
Clump is in a clump. She
is pinned to the wall with many, many knives, and she is very dead. And this is a high school girl who attends this high school. Also, very uncomfortable. Alice plays a mom in the musical.
Why would they get someone's mom to be in the musical?
It's very uncomfortable.
That's weird. I did know that Midge died horrifically. I actually remember like reading a BuzzFeed article.
Yeah,
about...
it's unfortunate that her character is killed off in the actual finale of the series, but it is a better killing off than.
No, I feel like didn't they?
I guess they didn't kill off Midge, but like they killed off
Fangs who died in the bus, and Midge survives with their daughter.
So yeah, they're fine. It is a better ending. It is a much better ending either way
than being pinned to the wall with knives. Was this Hal who killed her?
Yeah, it is.
What the hell, Hal?
Next.
All right, season 4. There in brackets it says in protest of no longer being able to do a musical variety show. I didn't really know what that meant, so I guessed it was the Schoolhouse Rock episode.
It's a good guess. Honestly, Schoolhouse Rock would have been incredible. So after Midge died in the first musical, and then the second musical, the cult thing happened. So in the next season, when the musical came around, they were not allowed to do a musical. Obviously, schools had no more fucking musicals and they also wanted to do a variety show. Also, there was an issue with Kevin wanted to perform a song from Hedwig and the Angry Inch. So that was the musical that they chose.
Fair enough.
The school said no.
We'll do it in secret.
They went on to do a bunch of songs. Everybody in the school basically dressed up as Hedwig in protest, and then they did a massive Hedwig musical number at the Pops / the club. What's it called? The Beat. What is Veronica's club called? It's not the White Worm. That's what it turns into when the White Worm is.
I'm not the one to ask.
The Bunwee. Veronica's speakeasy under Pops.
The Bunwee?
Bunwee. Yep, the good night.
Bunwee. Oh, French. Okay. I didn't know what you were saying. It sounded weird. Season 5, I gave up again, and I said, The Sound of Music. The plot is that they're fighting Nazis.
The season 5 musical was Next to Normal.
Oh, okay. I've heard of that one. I know Aaron Tveit was in it back when I had a huge crush on him.
The main part was like the main focus is on Alice, who hallucinates Holly and Charles, her 2 children, who've recently been killed / taken from her.
Yikes.
And also there's some other stuff happening, but yeah, that is that. It is basically about like the Cooper's fucking broken family.
That sounds accurate to the plot of that musical. I've never seen it, but I do know the plot. Season 5 bonus musical, Return of the Pussycats. If the Pussycats are returning, I guess the episode is about them, and I also guess that Archie and Josie have some unfinished business, and I think it would be hilarious if all the songs were from Cats. Yeah,
Return of the Pussycat isn't technically a musical, but it is on all of the musical lists of like all the musical episodes of Riverdale, even though a lot of episodes of Riverdale have music, not just these musical ones. Like, music is very frequent in Riverdale. Like, there are a lot of, like, it's just like one step down from Glee. Like, half a step.
I don't think they have a lot of murder on Glee. I could be wrong. I've never watched it.
Less murder. But basically, it is Josie trying to, like, re-find her own identity. She's been a little lost, so she returns to Riverdale and, like, kind of gives the Pussycats, like, a chance because she had, like, broken up the band to go pursue a solo career.
So what's the musical for this episode?
It doesn't have its own specific musical. It kind of takes a little bit from everything. It's kind of just like a bonus.
Any highlights?
Nothing that I can, like, specifically recall. It did feel like a backdoor pilot for something else that just didn't happen. Riverdale has 2 spin-off shows, and the Pussycats isn't fucking one of them.
Yeah, I know that they tried to do Katie Keene, the supermodel. Is Sabrina considered a spin-off?
Yeah.
Okay. Season 6. I gave up again. A witch has cursed everyone, and they can only express themselves through song. It's a jukebox musical.
Season 6, the musical is An American Psycho.
Is it based on the book/movie with, like, what's his face?
Yep.
I didn't know that one had a musical.
Maybe I got the title wrong, but Psycho musical. But it is American Psycho is the musical. It's a musical written by Roberto Aguirre Sacasa, who is the creator of Riverdale.
Yeah, I could see why he would choose that one.
And they are hosting a serial killer convention to lure Betty's target, the trash bag killer, to Riverdale.
Because of course there's a serial killer convention.
The trash bag killer, or TBK, which is a fun play on BTK.
That's very cute, guys.
And I would say definitely my least favorite, but the actual opening song is by far the best. They let Kevin just really fucking go for it. Casey Cott is a fucking Broadway singer.
Any relation to Corey Cott?
Probably.
I know he's like a Broadway singer.
I'm Googling. Are they related? They look related. They must be related.
Yeah, maybe they're like brothers or cousins. Or
they
something.
are siblings.
Oh, nice. Good for them.
Like, they look alike.
Because I've heard of Corey Cott, and I know that he was in Newsies.
Yes.
And Bandstand.
Yeah. Casey is his brother.
Oh yeah, I'm looking at pictures of Mr. Corey.
They look alike.
Yeah, they do look very similar.
And honestly, I do think that Kevin is pretty integral to all of the musical episodes, but he is the director of the first 2 musicals, so he actually doesn't sing as much as he could.
Wait, in the Heathers episode, who played JD?
I believe Archie.
I don't know why that's funny to me, but it is.
My first instinct was Archie, but then I wanted to say Reggie, so.
I can't really picture either of them burning down a school.
No, it was Archie's the only guy who could sing, so he gets the lead male role.
That's fair. That is how high school works.
Yeah, there are never enough boys.
Oh my gosh, we had to like draft boys in our high school.
Yeah.
Like they were trying to get a guy to play one of the lead roles when we did musical based on Emma. And at one point the drama teacher was talking to me and she was like, if we can't get this one guy, do you mind playing the pop star Frankie Churchill? It didn't happen, but I think that would have been kind of fun.
Yeah, I think that would have been a fun role.
It would have been. It means all the girls would have been drooling over me.
And then the last musical episode is the season 7 musical, which is Archie the Musical. It has an original score. I don't remember how much of this we discussed at the time.
I don't remember discussing this.
I feel like by the time that season 7 came around, I had found enough people in the pod squad who were at least semi caught up on Riverdale that I could not subject you to so much.
That's fair. How was it?
It was actually pretty good. It's actually, I think, my favorite. I thought if we can make the audio work, sometimes we have a hard time with the Zoom audio, I would play you a bit of a few of the songs. So we're going to try and do that and see if that works.
Yeah, like maybe 1 or 2.
The 2 main ones are Archie's All American, which is not actually what the song is called. And then Betty and Veronica have a very queer Broadway style duet that I think you need to witness.
Okay.
So Kevin and Clay, his boyfriend, are writing. Oh, Clay is in season 7. He's only in season 7, so I didn't put him on the list. But I don't know if you're familiar with Clay.
Not really, but I saw him in the finale.
Clay is a newer addition to the Archie universe. He is in the comics, but I would say he's one of the newer characters. And in the he's another gay teenager. So Kevin and Clay are a couple in some of the newer Archie properties, including my personal favorite Archie property, which is the Archie the Married Life series.
Okay. I will say, I do like the comics, but I'm not up to date on them. And most of the comics I've read were bought,
the old ones,
like by my mom by like the grocery store checkout.
I used to do a lot of like garage sale.
Yeah, so I'm not like a collector, and there's a lot of Archie lore that I'm unaware of.
Where would you like this YouTube link sent to? Would you like it on your Discord, on your Facebook Messenger, on the Zoom chat? Where is going to be the easiest for you to find it?
The Zoom chat.
That's...
All right, so were you watching this at the same time?
More or less.
Okay, great. So we're on the same page.
Yeah.
It sounds like a pretty catchy song, and I totally didn't understand that Julian was supposed to be his understudy, and I thought they were supposed to be like twins or something.
Okay, do you have any idea who Julian is? Like, what is your understanding?
No, I have a funny guess for him later.
Guess
I know
right
that
now.
I know that he's a blossom. Let me just find my notes again. Okay, where are they?
We can do things out of order because we're fun.
Yeah, we're fun and loose. Okay. Oh yes, Julian Blossom. He's a blossom, so it's something weird. And then I bet he was in charge of selecting human sacrifices for Nana Rose, but all he wanted to do was pursue his dream of being a professional cave diver.
It is even weirder than that.
Oh no! I tried to be so weird.
Okay, so in the OG timeline, around the season that Jason's corpse was dug up, like, right, I would say before that, around that, it was season 4 for sure, Cheryl found out that Jason and her were actually triplets, but they absorbed a twin in the womb. And
so how does he...
His spirit exists in a haunted doll that terrorizes Cheryl. But then it turns out that actually the doll isn't haunted, it's just that Penelope Blossom is fucking frogging in her own home, and she lives in the walls. And she's moving the doll around to torment her child.
So he doesn't exist in the actual timeline.
And then when they go back to the 1950s, Jason doesn't exist.
And it's Julian instead.
And Julian exists, which is the name of the haunted doll / the triplet that never was. So that's who Jason is. He's a character he was never supposed to exist. He keeps the thing that Jason doesn't talk going. Jason only talks once in the whole series. That guy who plays Jason just keeps showing up for work, and he just like never has to speak. It's a pretty sweet game.
Just stand there and look like a supermodel.
Unfortunately dead.
Yes, look like a corpse. You're doing great, sweetie. Yeah. All right, so I guess Julian is just there and a ginger.
After Archie's I Want song tells everyone nothing about what he wants, he runs to Pop's Diner, where he can't decide if he wants a soup or a salad on the side of his grilled cheese.
Oh, Archie.
Which is an insane analogy for his indecision between Betty and Veronica, which is one of very few episodes that actually has Archie stuck picking between Betty and Veronica. That is not a focus of the show at all. They both have dated Archie at various points, but it is very rarely a fight over them situation, except for in this one episode where Archie does have the girls do have a whole song together. Betty, Veronica, Cheryl, and Tony, even though Tony and Archie have never had a thing.
You had a thing with Cheryl?
Cheryl and Archie have bit each other's beard a couple of times, especially in this 1950s universe. Cheryl and Archie almost had to get married because Cheryl led people to believe that Archie had taken her virtue.
Oh no.
So her parents wanted them to get married.
Okay.
Cheryl was, of course, a 1950s lesbian, so she was kind of amenable to that because Archie's a good dude.
Yeah.
But he was scared for his life.
I would be. They're the Blossoms.
But he also really wanted to help her because he thought that the Blossoms were horrible to Cheryl and he wanted to take her away from them. But they both realized that was not the solution to the problem.
Fair enough.
But anyway, Archie then realizes that he doesn't want soup or a salad, and he gives Jughead all of his food. And he goes and tells Betty and Veronica that he doesn't want to date either of them immediately after the next song that we're going to listen to, which is Betty and Veronica doing a very gay duet.
And then they all begin dating.
Yeah. But it's very funny funny that they're like, what did that mean? What did this duet mean? And Archie runs in and is like, I'm not going to date either one of you.
We're doing fine with each other.
They're like, we have moved so far beyond that. That is not the problem at hand.
We're having other issues over here. Or maybe it's not an issue.
1950s Archie is also the best Archie. But let's watch this gay duet because it is fucking gay.
It must be understood.
I just feel like you need it in your life.
All right.
I'm so glad I gave you the soup context before that.
Oh, Archie. This isn't about you anymore.
Not about you at all, babe.
Oh, goodness. Yeah, that was pretty gay. The songs seem to be well written.
It was very well written. So all the songs in the musical, except for that one, are written by Kevin and Clay. Except for Kevin and Clay wrote this whole number where all the girls were fighting over Archie. And all the girls were like, that's really weird. Especially Cheryl and Tony, who are lesbians. Well, Tony is bi, obviously, but not at all ever interested in Archie.
It's not hard.
Kevin and Clay were like, y'all just told us that if you guys get outed, then that's a big problem. So we wrote you into this song.
Thanks, guys.
But they did not appreciate it. They were mad about it. And Veronica's like, I have a friend who writes fucking Broadway musicals. This is what we're doing.
All right. Well, it seems like it was a fun episode.
Yeah. What's next in the notes, Meredith?
I think it was, hold on. It was the very last segment. It was guessing who these characters are.
Yeah. Some characters that like maybe weren't weren't in the intro or like weren't, around very much that I think you maybe don't know much about.
It also says silly guesses welcome, and I definitely took advantage of that. All right, so Tabitha Tate, I feel like I actually do know who this one is. I think she's like Pop's niece from another universe, and she's like a witch or something, and she's the one who awakens all their memories in the 50s.
A pretty close guess, honestly. So Tabitha Tate is Pop's granddaughter.
Ah, from the future.
In the timeline. She is also the guardian angel of Riverdale,
nice.
as appointed by Raphael the Archangel.
Because why not?
Her superpower is chrono something or other. And so she chronokinesis, something like that. So she can manipulate time. So there are two versions of Tabitha. There is regular Tabitha that exists in the 1950s timeline, and then there is Angel Tabitha who existed in the OG Riverdale timeline, and she basically smushed all of the timelines into the one stable timeline to prevent the apocalypse from happening. And she does bring back their memories in the 50s. She's also the one that took their memories originally.
Probably kinder.
Well, she wanted to put them into the universe and bend the universe towards good, which felt like a very philosophical thing for Riverdale to do.
It's like, this kind of sucks, guys. Let's do some work.
Yeah.
All right. Next was Dr. Curdle Jr. No idea, but with a name like that, I really want them to be creepy. So I'll guess that this doctor is a woman and she kidnaps people and then taxidermies them, like the woman in the landlady.
Honestly, not a bad guess. Dr. Curdle Jr. is a man. He is the son of Dr. Curdle. Dr. Curdle was already great. Dr. Curdle was the mortician of coroner of Riverdale, but that he retired and Dr. Curdle Jr. took over after a couple episodes. And Dr. Curdle Jr. is creepy. He can be bribed for information, and he is a pal. He and Betty are pals.
He's a creepy pal.
He's a creepy pal. He is always willing to help some teens pull off a scheme or investigate a murder.
Nice. I'll be your creepy pal. Let's see. Evelyn and Edgar Evernever. I feel like Edgar was Chad McElmurray.
Yes, he was.
So I guess that would make Evelyn his like wife or sister, daughter, cherished llama or something. They're related.
Two of those answers are correct.
Wife and sister?
Wife and daughter. She's actually his wife, but she poses as his daughter to infiltrate their high school and recruit teens to the cult.
Okay.
He is the head of the cult.
Yeah, he's the one that shoots off in a rocket.
Yeah.
We already went over my guess for Julian. Hermosa Lodge.
Yes.
Hiram Lodge's prize-winning poodle and the only person he truly loves.
Last part, possibly true. Hermosa is the Spanish word for sister.
Okay,
and
so that's
she is
his
Veronica's
sister.
secret halfster.
Ah, I see.
She is Hiram Lodge's secret daughter from Miami. She's actually kind of incredible. She's a private eye.
That's fun. Gotta have a career.
Yeah.
Juniper and Dagwood. According to the last episode, they are Polly's twins.
Yeah, so they are the son and daughter of Jason, Blossom, and Polly Cooper, and they are very creepy children.
They're the secret children I kept referencing.
They were written out of the final season, obviously, but in season 6, they were about 7-ish years old because obviously, or 8 years old because that's how much time had passed since their birth, and they had acquired the serial killer gene. I believe Juniper had the serial killer gene, and Juniper and Dagwood had pushed a child down the stairs for pointing out the very true fact that their mother was dead.
All right, then.
Yeah, they were pretty creepy children.
Percival Pickens, Riverdale's most prominent furry and an expert in computer science.
I do love this guest. Percival Pickens is the principal villain of season 6.
Okay.
He is originally from the Riverdale universe. He made a deal with the devil to live forever until some obscure impossible term was met, and he then accidentally discovered Riverdale during the Riverdale schism that happened. He bled over into Riverdale, realized what it was, and proceeded to attempt to bring about the apocalypse.
And then, superpowers or whatever.
He also had a vaguely evil accent.
Was he British?
He was vaguely kind of British, but not super British.
Evil people are always British or Eastern European.
Yeah, he was vaguely British.
Okay, so New England. Papa Poutine. Pop Tate's evil Canadian counterpart.
Not a bad guess. Papa Poutine is a mob boss from, I believe, Montreal.
Because that's the only thing that a French-Canadian mob boss could be named on an American TV show.
He is an associate of Hiram Lodge, who is also a mob boss.
Papa Poutine. Just guys, there are other things in Canada. You know that, right?
We love Papa Poutine.
Chick. This was Betty's creepy half-brother, wasn't it? I called him Chip last time, but I think he was actually Chick, wasn't he?
Yes and no.
Okay.
He stole the identity of Betty's creepy half-brother and pretended to be her half-brother.
He's just some guy.
Chick, sort of. Chick is the romantic partner of Betty's actual half-brother. And they are creepy little serial killer murder husbands.
Good for them. I'm glad they have a strong relationship.
But he did pose for a long time as Betty and Jughead's mutual half-sibling.
Why didn't their actual sibling do it?
He was busy doing other shit.
Okay, fair enough. Charles Smith, you said earlier that he was one of Alice's kids or something.
Yes, Charles Smith is the actual half-sibling partner to Chick.
My guess was he is the one person in Riverdale with a boring name.
That is true.
And by day, he's a humble office worker, and by night, he's a monster hunter.
He is an FBI agent who is actually a serial killer.
Oh, that's actually more boring than mine.
Yeah.
It's just, that's what happens when your name is Charles Smith. Baby Anthony. Is that Fangs and Tony's kid?
He is Fangs and Tony's kid.
Yes!
And he is referred to almost exclusively as Baby Anthony up until the point that he is magically aged up to an adult and then promptly written off of the show.
I'm not even gonna ask. Twyla Twist. I feel like I seem to remember someone with a similar name from the comics. I think she messing with people and Jughead hated her. Or maybe their name was Trilla Twist or something.
Honestly, not if I guess. She is the head of the Ghoulies, which is the rival gang to the Serpents. She's also played by the same actress who plays Abaddon in Supernatural.
Love it.
And she's a very fun character.
Oh, good. We like fun characters. Lou Cipher. If he is not a spy or a cryptographer, then what is the point of having that name?
Oh, it's even better. It's an even better pun than that.
Oh, yeah?
He is the devil, Lou Cipher.
They stole that from Gravity Falls.
Yes, they did.
That is not fair.
He's only the devil. He's the devil in the Riverdale universe. He is the one who made the deal with Percival Pickens.
Okay.
And he also makes deals with other people in the Riverdale universe.
Oh, okay. So he's the devil, basically.
Yeah, he's the devil. He goes around making deals with people and
the
then
devil's name
their
is
souls.
Lou. Oh, Lucifer. Okay, I get it now. Lucifer. I'm gonna kill them. That's not. I hate it.
I think next on the list was Andy Cohen.
It was, yeah. I guessed he was a dentist because I forgot he was a real person. Small Fry Boucher, is that how that's pronounced?
Yeah.
6-year-old gang member.
He's a mobster. And he is associated with Papa Pigeon.
Is he 6 years old?
No, he's not.
Is he short?
I feel like he was a pretty large dude, if I remember correctly.
Oh, so it's an ironic name, like Little John.
Yeah.
Peaches and Cream. With a name like that, you're either another gang member or a burlesque dancer.
I didn't know that was her actual... They only call her Peaches. She is a gang member.
Is she also a burlesque dancer? That would be a really good stripper name.
For most of the time that she's on screen, she is a high school student, so I would say no.
Maybe when she grows up.
In the 1950s universe, Polly is a burlesque dancer.
Yes, named Polly Amorous,
Yes.
which is absolutely hilarious.
Peaches is a gang member. I believe she was originally part of the Serpents or the Ghoulies or maybe the gang that disbanded, but she goes on to start a gang with Tony, a side gang called the Pretty Poisons. That is like a pretty short-lived thing.
So that would be a great band name.
Yeah, I believe they reintegrate with the Serpents after like a little bit.
Okay. Last one on the list is Nick St. Clair, and for some reason this name sounds really familiar, but I just gave up and guessed that he was the Gargoyle King.
Not the Gargoyle King, but like not a bad guess. Chick Cooper was actually, I believe, the Gargoyle King for at least a large portion. Maybe not all of the Gargoyle King stuff, but I believe was the Gargoyle King. Like, but he was being paid. It's not like he wanted to be the Gargoyle King. He was like,
was it actually like Chick, the guy pretending to be the half brother, or like the actual half brother?
Chick the imposter, not Charles.
Chick the imposter, the Chick Foster.
But he doesn't have his own last name because they just know him as Chick Cooper. So.
Yep. Okay. He's
but then
a dark horse.
And Charles Smith get married, so I guess he could be a Cooper technically.
It's a win for the gay community.
Nick St. Clair is a family friend of Veronica, and he is a sexual predator, and Archie beats the shit out of him.
Good job, Archie.
Okay, I thought I would just take us through. I have a list of the 23 most ridiculous things that happened on Riverdale, an insane show.
Okay.
This is a Vulture article that came out on August 24th, 2023. So I believe there was a couple of episodes left, and I remember being really mad when this article came out because I'm like, this show has 2 episodes to go. The most insane things might not have happened yet.
And then the last episode came out.
Yeah. So it came out like just before the show ended. So season 1, episode 3, is called Meet Dark Betty, and Veronica goes on a date with football player Chuck Clayton, who spreads that rumor that he gave her a sticky maple, which they don't really get into what a sticky maple is, but it's pretty heavily implied that a sticky maple. Actually, I don't know how I describe this to you. It's comfortable. We don't need to do it.
That sounds disgusting. I don't really care.
Let's not do it. Let's not get into it. I feel like I have a pretty good idea of what exactly a sticky maple is supposed to be based on the context clues, but we find out that he and the football team have been doing this like slut shaming thing to a bunch of women, including Betty's older sister Polly, who is currently like away having a secret child, and Betty's pretty sensitive about. And so they lure Chuck to have a threesome and then make him confess the truth on camera. But Betty is wearing this black bob wig and calls herself Polly, and like kind of like has this like weird like trance like behavior, and she like drugs him with like fake truth serum and like handcuffs him and like almost drowns him in a jacuzzi, and she's like dissociating really hard. It's pretty bad.
I feel like I saw part of this over someone's shoulder once.
Probably.
I think it was Moira.
Next up is The Red Circle, which is season 2, episode 3.
That sounds healthy.
After Archie's father was shot by the Black Hood, which is the very first Black Hood murder in Riverdale in modern times. Archie gathers all of his football player friends and they form a like vigilante group called the Red Circle, which I think is out of the comic. Not those details, but I think the Red Circle is part of the comics. And it's pretty bad.
This is where we get Pure Heart?
Something. I think that's later on.
Okay, because I was going to be like, oh, are they vigilantes with like little costumes? Like,
Archie does a lot of vigilanteism.
Archie, my dear.
He's a big fan of vigilanteism.
I'm really glad you just stick with construction and poetry, man.
Next up is a very, very Mad World Season 2, Episode 8, and that is Betty singing Mad World in the Serpent Bar, The White Worm.
Yeah, that one was infamous.
Yeah, Tony doesn't want to sing at The White Worm in this like very sexist like serpent tradition, but Betty is trying to prove that she's all in because Jughead is joining this gang, and she gives a very, very cringy striptease. Jughead's dad, it's Jughead's dad's retirement from the gang party.
So to celebrate, we're going to watch a teenager who happens to be friends with your son do a striptease on stage.
Yeah.
That's really gross, guys.
Sacrificial Babe, Season 3, Episode 1. Jughead catches wind of like the Griffins and Gargoyles plot, and Betty's mom and sister are like getting into the cult, which is called the Farm. I don't know if I've ever told you that the cult is just called the Farm.
That does sound familiar.
And at the end of the episode, Betty has a seizure and she sees them holding Polly's children, who are babies, over a fire and then floating in midair above the flames.
The babies are floating?
Yes.
Are they actually floating or
no?
Okay.
Betty's having a medical emergency.
It's fair.
Next up, the epic highs and lows of high school football, Season 3, Episode 2. So Archie pled guilty to manslaughter and was sent to Leopold and Loeb Juvenile Detention Center, which is, named after real life murder teens. Because why not? I feel like we could have chosen a different name for the detention center. Anyway, Veronica and Cheryl and the cheerleading squad at the Vixens show up to the football game that Archie has conjured, and they perform Jailhouse Rock.
Yeah, this is when he's showing that other guy the epic highs and lows of high school football.
The triumphs and defeats, the epic highs and lows of high school football.
That's not a good line. It's Jailhouse Rock. I don't know these songs. Schoolhouse Rock was like a TV show, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Cool.
And also like a movie with Jack Black.
Oh, right. Wait, what? No. Was it?
Yeah.
I remember the movie. I just didn't realize that was the name. Huh.
I think it's called School of Rock.
School of Rock. That sounds right. Jailhouse Rock is the song. School of Rock is the movie. Schoolhouse Rock is an educational show.
Yes. I know that from Dean Winchester.
I swear I do know pop culture things sometimes.
Next up, Archie Fights a Bear, Season 3, Episode 9. After Archie escaped from prison, I guess juvie, technically, where he was being forced to fight other inmates for entertainment.
Because why not?
He escaped to the Canadian wilderness, where he was staying at a ranger station, and he is attacked by a grizzly bear, which he survives somehow. Unclear really how. And he hallucinates a whole vision quest, where he hits himself he beats another version of himself with a baseball bat, and then after that he had faced his demons and he returned to Riverdale High, and they had to make up in grizzly bear claws onto him every single time he took his shirt off for the rest of the show.
That's really convenient. So that's the risk you run when you attack your leads, especially when the lead has abs and you're the type of show that wants to show those.
Next on the list is Edgar Everett being Evel Knievel, Season 4, Episode 3.
Like actually Evel Knievel?
He is dressed like Evel Knievel.
Oh, okay. It's like, I could do that.
Edgar Everett, who is tried Michael Murray, and the leader of the farm, they are hiding out in an abandoned hotel with the rest of the cult members and his grand doomsday plan. They have the full quote in here because it's insane. Evelyn is going to drive the bus of farmies off of a cliff as a distraction while he takes off in his rocket. He built a rocket while running this organ harvesting scheme, and he is dressed like Evel Knievel while he gets into it to fly to outer space.
Okay, why not? Why wouldn't you go into space to escape the law? Like...
Yeah, they're also planning to tie Betty and her mom to the front of the bus as human shields.
To shield the bus from destruction?
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't think that would work.
Next up is Cheryl Bloss Weekend at Bernie's, season 4, episode 4. Cheryl, which is when Cheryl digs up her brother's corpse and hangs out with it.
She needs therapy.
Tony stumbles upon Cheryl repairing Jason's remains in the family crypt, and instead of running away screaming, she continues to date Cheryl and live in the house, and then eventually convinces her to rebury Jason, and then the Julian doll starts popping up.
Yeah, they both need therapy.
I love honestly, a shout out to the author of this Vulture article, because the titles for all of these episodes are very funny. For like the way that they have titled all these moments. Academia Self-Defenestration, season 4, episode 6.
Okay, that's kind of funny.
So Jughead is attending a boarding school called Stonewall Prep, and he was competing against his classmates in a mystery writing contest to ghostwrite the next Baxter Brothers novel, which is the Riverdale equivalent of the Hardy Boys. Yeah. There's also a Tracy True series.
Oh, like Nancy Drew.
Yeah. Although Nancy Drew also exists in Riverdale. It's a whole thing. It exists in one episode, but then the rest of the time, it's Tracy True.
Oh, okay.
Nancy Drew is referenced.
Yeah, they seem like they're out of the same era.
Yeah, once, and then I guess maybe they didn't have the right to keep mentioning her, so as a series, so they introduced Tracy True and the Baxter Brothers. Jughead discovers that his grandfather wrote the original Baxter Brothers novel and was never compensated for it. The idea was stolen from him, and he presents that to his teacher, the only adult who seems to be around this school who cares about Jughead at all. And then the next day in class, Mr. Chipping offers Jughead a very vague apology and then jumps out of a window in front of the students and dies.
Why?
There was some scandal happening. It didn't seem worth killing himself, but that is what happened.
Okay, well, interesting, Mr. Chipping.
Tickle Time, season 4, episode 18. This is completely a subplot. Kevin Keller is seduced by a guy named Terry who directs tickle porn. And Kevin recruits Reggie and a few of the other teens to participate. But then they decide to start their own tickle porn industry, and Terry gets fucking pissed about it and sends some goons after Kevin. But Principal Honey calls Kevin and everyone out on a copyright violation, according to this article, because they wore their school uniforms in their softcore pornos. There's no actual porn happening in these videos.
Smart.
Like, they are just tickling each other, but like, it is definitely fetish content.
Yeah, every time I learn about like a new fetish or type of porn, I just get really confused about what the Allos are doing.
I knew about this because there is a documentary about it, so I had watched the documentary about it before this episode even came out, so I was aware that this was a thing, and it is like pretty much like right out of the documentary.
Okay,
Maple Syrup Mothman, season 5, episode 7.
Maple Syrup Mothman. That's not a sentence I ever expected to hear.
This is during the season 5 jump, so they have jumped ahead 7 years. While he's researching his next book, Jughead learns about Mothmen in Riverdale, rumored aliens who are responsible for a bunch of abductions that are happening in Riverdale. But Cheryl Blossom's Nana Rose preserved one of these Mothmen in maple syrup like a bunch of years ago. But it turns out they're just creepy dudes living in the woods.
Yeah, weren't they like, what's his face, Blossom's secret kids or something?
Yeah, Nana Rose's husband had a bunch of kids that they threw out in the woods.
Grampy was a tomcat.
Archie's A-Team.
How long
Veronica,
is this list?
It's 23 moments. They aren't numbered, so I don't know how close we are to the end, but I think we're getting there.
Okay. This is a very interesting show.
Veronica is trying to do some Uncut Gems bullshit where she's like tracking down some opal that was stolen by her because there was a prison break. That Archie is like a bounty hunter, and Jughead is like wandering around in a drug-induced state trying to cure his writer's block. And then Cheryl and her mom, who also escaped from the prison, start a church called Our Lady of Perpetual Maple, and they worship Jason, Cheryl's dead brother, as Christ.
What is the fixation on maple syrup here?
The Blossoms have a maple empire, and so the whole town is basically founded on their maple empire. They're the founders of the town.
Okay, fair enough.
Except for the fact that they stole it from the indigenous people, aka Tony's ancestors.
Well, Tony was I thought Tony was black.
She's mixed race, so she's black and indigenous.
Oh, fair enough.
But they have Jason's corpse as part of this thing.
Naturally.
Bingo the dog, season 5, episode 13. During the time jump, Archie joins the military, and I flagged a Tumblr post for us to talk about Archie in the military, but I don't think we're going to go over it because it's not that interesting. Archie either fought in World War I or World War II, or a war that doesn't happen. His uniform is very World War I, and he's like in the trenches, which is very World War I, but like it's 2023. So actually it's 2020, like I guess it's 2020 technically, but
this isn't a flashback. This is actually something that modern Archie did.
Modern Archie went to war in some trench warfare in this like World War I-esque uniform.
I don't think trench warfare really happens that often.
No, it doesn't.
Nowadays.
That's why we're confused. Also, he was in, where was he in? Some place that like didn't exist until World War II, basically. Till after World War II. Like some Eastern European country that like was part of the Soviet Union.
Yeah. Do you remember which country?
No, I don't.
Okay.
And it's not that important to me explaining this plot point about Bingo the dog.
Okay, I forgot where this is about a dog.
Archie rescues a soldier named Eric, and then they are living together with Archie's uncle Frank, who brings home a dog that they name Bingo. Bingo is a 3-legged dog. And they name him Bingo after one of Archie's army buddies. Yeah, that's basically the plot, is that they like basically transpose Bingo the guy's personality onto Bingo the dog. Cheryl, the first ever living saint, season 5, episode 16. So Penelope gets pissed that Cheryl and Kevin introduced musical theater into their Our Lady of Perpetual Maple ministry.
How dare she? She has no flair.
Because, you know, Cheryl's reaction to starting a new religion is to go recruit Kevin, the guy who was in the organ harvesting cult like 10 minutes ago.
She's just like, he's low-hanging fruit.
Susceptible to religion.
Level 10 susceptible.
Cheryl wants to prove her authority and get rid of her mother, so she organizes 3 miracles to help qualify her for sainthood. So she changes water into maple syrup. Then she manifests the congregation's collective pain into stigmatas. And then she sticks her hands into a tank of angry bees and doesn't get stung. And then Penelope's like, this is bullshit. And Cheryl,
probably right.
Cheryl calls herself the queen of the bees and threatens to smite her mother.
So if this is a new religion, why are we doing Catholic stuff?
Because why not? It's fun.
Fair enough. I may not be Catholic, but like they're really good with the imagery and the stained glass.
Yeah, it's very fun. And then this is kind of like the start of Cheryl's like witchiness. Okay. And she kind of believes that she's a saint for a little bit. The gang gets superpowers. Season 6, episode 5. Every episode in the 5-part Riverdale episode arc is insane, but this is like the last one before we go back into the Riverdale universe. So we get some explanation. So at the end of season 5, Hiram Lodge planted a bomb under Archie's bed, which explodes while Archie and Betty are making out, and it sends the gang into Riverdale.
That's a mood killer.
Archie, when they get like back, Archie, Betty, Jughead, and Bingo all get superpowers from the blast, as does Veronica.
Wait, the dog is still there?
Yeah. The dog has super healing.
Oh, good for him.
Yeah, so he heals himself, obviously. And then he also has healing saliva. So if he licks you,
when
you get healed.
Licks people, they get healed.
It keeps them alive.
All right, I'll take it.
And then in order to prevent the 2 conjoined parallel universes from imploding after Riverdale, Jughead discovers Riverdale by finding a comic book about Riverdale. Riverdale Jughead has to sit in a bunker and write comics for the rest of eternity to keep the Riverdale universe going.
Is it the sex bunker?
It is the sex bunker. Anytime that there's a bunker, it is the sex bunker.
We only have one bunker and it has one purpose.
Tabitha Tate finds the Holy Grail, season 6, episode 11.
The actual Holy Grail?
Yeah.
Okay.
Also, I feel like when I was telling you all the things, I forgot to tell you that Tabitha Tate is Jughead's girlfriend for a large portion of her run on this show.
All right, that's actually the least weird thing about her.
Yeah, I feel like I forgot that because it was like the most ordinary thing. So Tabitha is trying to figure out how to save Pop's Diner from evil real estate developer Percival Pickens. And she gets shot and she time travels back to 1944 and jumps through a bunch of timelines, helping Riverdale weather the evils of racism and like improving the outcome for Black people in Riverdale. You know, she blackmails J. Edgar Hoover. It's fine.
I would too. Good for her.
And she finds the Holy Holy Grail in Percival Pickens's pawn shop, along with the Spear of Longinus.
Why?
I don't know. And then she returns to present day by drinking a chocolate milkshake out of the actual Holy Grail.
Is there an Indiana Jones reference? Please tell me there's at least one.
Not that I can remember, but probably.
Gotta burn this show to the
There was
ground.
a lot of references because she traveled back to some very key moments in Black history, like the day that Martin Luther King was killed. And I think she also was there for the day of the LA riots or something like that. Like, she helped Riverdale not to become a sundown town.
Yep.
Or like undid the sundown town of it. Next up, Cheryl and Sabrina reanimate the dead, season 6, episode 19.
Right, there was at least one crossover with Sabrina, wasn't there?
Yeah, this is the crossover. Percival Pickens unleashes a bunch of plagues onto Riverdale, including one that kills every firstborn child in Riverdale, which is a lot of dead people.
So, like, most of the main characters.
Yeah, Archie, Jughead, Tony, Fangs, a bunch of fucking people. Sabrina shows up to help reanimate all of these dead people. They're in the Sweet Hereafter, which is what the afterlife in the Riverdale universe is called, which basically looks like a Pop Tate's comic book shop situation. Very comics-esque. Everyone wears like 1950s comics-accurate clothing.
Oh yeah, was that the same one in the finale?
Yeah.
Okay.
And we'd seen
Makes
that
sense.
a couple of times, actually. Like, that was not the first time we saw it here either. Like, we had seen it before. I think we saw it in some of the Riverdale episodes as well. In the end, Cheryl has the power of the Phoenix and is a pyrokinetic. That's Cheryl's superpower. And she uses her powers to reanimate all of the dead people, including Jason and Polly.
Oh, so he comes back. Does Jason talk when he comes back?
No.
He's not supposed to.
That is the one episode he does speak in, I think. He speaks in one of the Riverdale, like season 6 episodes, and all he says is, "Hey, Jughead."
That's it? Okay.
That's it. Cheryl's superpowers stop a comic, season 6, episode 22. So after they defeated Percival Pickens by doing some multiverse trickery. So Percival was supposed to cause this whole apocalypse thing on the day that Bailey's comet went over Riverdale, but when they defeated him, he readjusted the comet so that it would hit Riverdale, which is surrounded by, like, separated so they can't leave, kind of like Storybrooke in Once Upon a Time. Like, there's a boundary around the town that nobody can leave.
Okay.
And the comet is going to hit Riverdale. So Veronica uses her powers, and we discussed this, and she gives all of the powers to Cheryl to augment her Phoenix power so that she can melt the comet.
Because it's a ball of ice. Do comets hit things?
Yeah, if they're big enough.
Okay. Yeah, I'm really
They have
not
to be
into
very large in order
astronomy.
to not break up in the atmosphere, you know?
Yeah, true.
And that's how they got slammed back into 1955, and only Jughead remembers what the deal is.
Because Jughead is special and different.
Yeah, he's always self-aware.
Ah, that helps.
Bend Towards Justice, season 7, episode 1. So that is the first episode that they're back in the 1950s. Jughead is trying to convince everybody that they are from the future and that they need to figure out what's going on and get back, but nobody believes him, and everyone thinks he's a little bit crazy. There's a large side plot about the murder of Emmett Till.
Who?
Emmett Till.
Oh, I thought it was a character for a second. I'm so sorry.
No, no, the real life murder
Yes,
of Emmett Till.
I remember this guy now. I am so sorry.
Betty and Tony are trying to find a platform for Tony to cover the murder. And then at the end of the episode, Tabitha tells Jughead that he needs to help bend the universe towards justice, and then they kiss. And then as they kiss, Jughead loses his self-awareness and he forgets their old life. And when he gets home, the only words he can remember are bent towards justice.
There's a lot of ways to interpret that.
Horny as Heck, season 7, episode 16, which is one of my favorite moments, and it actually makes me so mad that Reggie's not part of the polycule. Archie is reading Allen Ginsberg's Howl at Poetry Group and is very intrigued by the concept of heteronormativity. Reggie and Archie live together, and they want to watch a stag film, but it turns out to be this like wrestling movie that like gay dudes like Kevin and Clay watch, and then they end up watching another film, and like they're like fighting over girl, and the two of them are like, our sexuality is questionable, and the like tape like burns or something like that. It's not a tape, it's a reel. It's 1955. It's a
They
film
don't have
reel.
VHS.
The film reel like burns out, so they're both like unable to, I don't know what their plan was, if they were gonna masturbate together or what, but they're both like, oh, what do we do now? So they go visit Twyla Twist, who in 1955 is a sex worker who lives at a motel, and they have a shared sexual experience with Twyla Twist. And then in the morning, they're sitting on the front steps of the high school together, and they both say that they love each other.
Right, good for them.
It's very, very weirdly not straight, but then they don't include Reggie in the in the polycule.
He seemed like he wanted to be in it too.
Oh my god, I love that they called this next one Oppendale, season 7, episode 18. So Clifford Blossom wants to show his kids a gift from the US military, which is a little statue of Moloch, an ancient deity of child sacrifice. And he tells them that like they should both keep Moloch in mind if you give any more grief. And I was instantly like, my brain was up because Moloch is in Supernatural.
Yeah, I've heard of Moloch before. He's in a lot of things.
Yeah. So I was like, huh. And then it turns out that Project Moloch is the code name for palladium bombs, which are even more devastating than atom bombs that the Blossom adults are secretly building for the Russians. There's a lot of Red Scare stuff in the
Makes sense.
1955 plotline.
That was kind of a big thing.
Yeah. Eternal Sunshine of Archie's Mind, season 7, episode 19. So this is our Riverdale's guardian angel Tabitha Tate returns from time traveling to tell Jughead that she can't return them to present day, but she's going to restore their memories. So everybody gathers around and they binge watch their future lives. So they basically, it starts with the opening from the pilot that we see them all watching, and then we see like clips of them reacting to different events, and some of them are quite horrifying.
Like, I did that. Did I really put my brother in the basement?
And then at the end, Tabitha agrees to let them watch again, but only with the good parts, so that they only remember the good things about their past lives and they don't remember all of the really shitty things that happened to them. But clearly that's not true based on the Archie monologue at the end.
Yeah, apparently they all remembered enough for Archie to roast them.
Yeah. And then the final moment is the end game, season 7, episode 20.
Well, turns out it wasn't
the polycule.
I mean, they all kind of moved on to other things after that.
I feel like that was a lot. We've been recording for fucking ever.
Oh gosh, it's been like
we've been recording for like 2.5 hours.
2 hours, yeah.
Yeah. How do you feel?
I feel like this show definitely deserves its reputation. But
yeah,
also
it's a wacky little show.
Yeah, and I appreciate at least that they embraced how crazy they are.
Yeah, I would say the worst seasons are the seasons where they tried to be too serious, except for season 1. Season 1's allowed to be serious. But like seasons 4 and 5, I think suffered from like them doing crazy things without leaning into the fact that they were crazy. And then season 6
got there and they're like, well, let's just give everyone superpowers.
Yeah, in season 6, they're like, yeah, let's do fucking witchy shit. Let's do AU shit. Like, let's just be crazy and like, let's say magic's real. Like, let's do a bunch of shit. Like, in the episode where they have to resurrect all the firstborns, Jughead doesn't want to be resurrected. So Sabrina, because I don't know how much you know about Sabrina. I never watched Sabrina, but apparently Sabrina's boyfriend dies and like there's no resolution. And then the show got canceled. So Sabrina's like, well, if Betty's and Tabitha's boyfriend doesn't want to be resurrected, then I need a fresh body and I'll just resurrect my boyfriend. So she resurrects her boyfriend, Nick, into Jughead's body for a while.
Okay.
So they can have closure. I'm sure it was nice for the Sabrina fans because apparently they didn't get closure for that relationship.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I've never watched that show either, actually.
Yeah. Anyway, any final thoughts you want to have to say?
I'm glad the fans of the show had fun with it.
Yeah. Was this fun for you? Did you enjoy doing this?
It actually was kind of fun to discuss the show. I will say I did struggle a little bit with watching the episodes because I found them hard to get through.
Which one do you think you had like more of a hard time? Like, did you find the pilot interesting? Like, would you have considered watching the show from that pilot? Not knowing anything that happens? Like,
I probably would have watched like 1 or 2 episodes.
Yeah, like the murder of Jason Blossom. Like, would you watch like just the Jason season?
Maybe. I don't know.
I would say it's like the most grounded in reality out of all the.
Well, I just have trouble getting interested in like the just teenagers on TV being, teenagers.
That's fair.
Yeah, I'm not really interested in like convoluted love stories or
it's not your bag at all.
Not really. I just if everyone is kissing and having crushes on each other, I just get a little bored.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, but I will say the murder mystery seemed interesting. Like if I didn't know anything else about the show, I might want to see how the murder mystery turned out.
Fair. And I guess, what did you think about the ending? Like, did you think that, like, obviously you don't know what happened in the middle, but like, did you think that like that was a fairly okay ending? Like, are you just assuming that the plot points were like wrapped up in the previous episode?
Yeah, I will say I think it was considerate of the writers to give everybody an epilogue, I think.
Yeah.
Just to see where everyone ended up. And
I was pretty nervous about the ending of Riverdale because the show is so insane, but I actually think they did a good job. So there was in the 1950s, they're like, how are we getting out of the 1950s? That was kind of hanging over us. And then also like the main murderer for season 6 was the milkman. And they wrapped that up in episode 18. As well as
season 6 or season 7? Okay.
They had a murderer, the milkman, a serial murderer. And they wrapped that up with that whole Clifford Blossom palladium bombs working for the Russians deal. Like that was all wrapped up in episode 18. Then in episode 19, they wrapped up the like memories thing with Tabitha and everyone getting their memories and deciding what to do with them and all of that. And then the final episode was really just like an epilogue for everybody of how everyone turned out.
Yeah, well, yeah, I think that was very kind of the writers to provide that for the fans.
Yeah, the show can't always write, but
I don't think that works for every show, but I think it probably worked for this show.
It's a better approach than Supernatural, which wrote a very lovely ending, and I mean, not perfect because like they fucked over a few characters like Cass, but like a reasonable-ish ending that felt like a series finale, and then they're like, an epilogue. No, let's fuck everything for everybody. Let's kill off everyone else.
Oh dear.
But yeah,
it seems like they took care of most of the characters, so that was good of them.
What are we doing here? We're talking about Riverdale, because we've shit on Riverdale a lot over the course of our podcasting careers. I feel like, honestly, I've always shit on Riverdale as part of my podcasting career. I think my second episode of my first podcast, Series of Opinions.
Oh, wow.
We talked about musical episodes. So we talked about the 3 Riverdale musical episodes that existed at that point.
Oh, boy. And now there are
5 or 6, I think.
There were 5 or 6. I don't know that there was one in season 1, so I think
there wasn't one in season 1. I mean, there is music in every season.
Let me find out. I just watched a video essay ranking the musical episodes, but it came out before the last season, so there were 7. Mm-hmm. Yes, there were 7.
I mean, technically, I don't know. I think on all the official lists, they count the Pussycats reunion as a musical episode, and I would disagree with that.
I would not really say.
I would say, I mean, it has slightly more music than an average episode, but not an obscene amount more.
Well, and it has episodes from a bunch of different things, whereas all the other musical episodes are like,
a musical.
This musical, and we've reframed it, for better or for worse, better or worse effect.
Yeah, and I think with the exception of season 6, all kind of framed around a school musical production of some sort.
Yeah, which, I mean, makes sense that season 6 can't be because of, the season 7 one as well, the Next to Normal one is also not framed around a school musical.
That's the season 6 one. Season 7. Season 7's Archie.
The other one that isn't is the American Psycho one.
That's American Psycho. Yeah. Okay, yeah. So Next Normal season 5 then.
Yeah, because Next to Normal is, because American Psycho was during the skip the time jump.
Yeah, we're there. We got it.
We got it.
Anyway, and then also on Series of Opinions, we did an episode of like crazy shit that happened in TV shows, and I ended up pulling all of the Riverdale content out and making it its own episode because so many of the things were Riverdale. I think Riverdale was on season 4, maybe season 5 at that point. So like we hadn't leaned into the like magic-y stuff yet. So it was just like the season like 1 to 5, like shit's off the rails and there's no explanation as to why era. But honestly, since the show has ended, I mean, honestly, I loved the last 2 seasons, season 6 and season 7, where we got magic stuff, where we did the flashback to the 70s, after they had magic powers for a bit. Like, I loved that shit. And then, like, since the show has ended, I've gotten a real fondness for it, honestly. I think, I don't know, we exist in a fandom space quite a lot of our time is spent in fandom space. And, like, Supernatural fandom in particular is quite large and also quite
renowned on the internet.
Yeah. In fan spaces, Supernatural fandom
has a special place.
Yeah. And even if you're not in the Supernatural fandom, you know someone who is,
yeah, if you're involved in any kind of fandom in any way, or
the lore is pretty loud and long living, like, just by virtue of like how long the show ran for.
And like if you like listen to like Eric Kripke talk about like the early days of Supernatural, like they were like the dorky back of the class kids at the CW, like causing trouble. And like honestly, that feels like what Riverdale is. Like that is the spirit of Riverdale. And I feel like, we need to stop shitting on Riverdale and like admit that like actually, even when it's bad, it's kind of good. I've rewatched the first 5 seasons, and I would say seasons 3 to 5 are the most shit on. And I would definitely agree that they are the worst, but I would say even season 3 is much better if you watch it. And I actually think that Riverdale is a great argument for condensed seasons.
Interesting.
I think if Riverdale had been not like 8 to 10 episodes a season, but there are quite a few seasons of Riverdale that are 20 or more episodes, and also a few that are less than 20 episodes. And I think that less than 20 episodes is good. I do think Riverdale doesn't have the kind of filler content that Supernatural does.
Yeah, and like I am a big proponent of longer seasons. Like I think I really miss TV that has like 18 to 22 episodes, but I do agree with you that like I think Riverdale is one of those shows that has a lot of extra, not all of which is memorable.
Yeah, I think that Riverdale is really good in the 15 to 20 episode range. I think like it's good as like a longer season, but not too long. I think when it's too long, they just are like, let's do something absolutely batshit crazy. And sometimes that works out really well for them, but a lot of times it doesn't, especially in that middle season era.
Yeah, well, and when they add like Riverdale batshit crazy choices are like my favorite thing about the show, but at the same time, when they have too much time, they sometimes throw something out that then they don't resolve at all. And like my favorite batshit choices are the ones that then they have to live with the consequences of, and then some of those like secondary ones they just end up kind of like hand waving away. And I'm like, if you're gonna hand wave it away, like it's not worth having in your show.
Exactly. I think that if you're gonna introduce a bunch of plot lines, they all do need to be wrapped up by the end of the season or early in the next season.
Or if you're not wrapping them up, there's got to be a good reason why you're not wrapping them up.
Yeah.
You've got like if you've gotten deep enough into a certain plot line, it either is a full show plot line, in which case you're not intending on resolving it until the show ends, or it's like something that you are using to draw people into the next season, but you're going to quickly resolve because you're going to set up whatever you're doing next.
Yeah. Like I think a great example of like kind of like mispacing is season 4. They had 2 kind of main plot lines. They had the voyeur plot line and they had the Jughead murder mystery plot line.
Oh yeah.
And they wrapped up the Jughead murder mystery plot line in season 4, and it was kind of a driving force. Honestly, it did keep me watching through season 4 because I did want to know what happened to Jughead.
Yeah, and season 4, other than that, is like my least favorite season.
I agree. Like I just rewatched the first 5 seasons, and I would say I'm not a big fan of season 5, particularly post time jump. Like I would say like post time jump is probably my least favorite, but after that, season 4 for sure, there was a noticeable difference between season 3 and season 4.
Well, season 3, everything, and like there's a video essay that I'll maybe you can link in the show notes that has like talks about this more eloquently, but just like the writing choices in season 3 are absurd, but they're so bad they're good.
Yeah,
like they're so bad they're entertaining, whereas the ones in season 4 are just like convoluted and there's too many of them and they don't make sense even within, like the season 3 ones don't make sense in the real world, but they make sense in the demented context of Riverdale, whereas season 4 it's like they don't even make sense in the context of Riverdale sometimes.
And they actually ran out of room to resolve their major plot line because the voyeur plot line is not resolved until 3 episodes into season 5 because they didn't have time to resolve it. I don't know what happened there. I don't know if they thought, oh, like this will just carry over to the next season, but it's wrapped up like episode 2 or 3 of season 5.
Yeah.
And like to me, when I'm watching it back to back, like the way I just did where I was binging it after the fact, I'm like, oh, like I must be done season 4. I'm like, oh no, I'm into season 5 now. Like, and I don't really remember what that experience was like the first time I watched it, but it was disorienting. Like it was really weird. And then also that causes, because that storyline wasn't wrapped up, they had to do a few more like high school episodes in season 5 after that before the time jump because they hadn't resolved all of the things in the time jump.
Yeah.
I also they did time jump to help keep the actor ages on par with characters.
Which like yes, but also, I don't know. I liked elements of the time jump seasons, some of the things that it explored, and then some of the things that it explored, it was harder to hold my interest. And I do think, like, seasons 5 and 6, is when I kind of dropped off. Like, I dropped off a bit, and then I came back and caught myself up when they announced the final season because of the premise of the final season. So then I caught up and watched the final season as it was airing because I fucking love the premise of season 7. I think it was ridiculous, but it was the kind of ridiculous that I wanted. And I don't think I would have watched the final season, or at least like not watched it as it was airing, if they had just been kind of continuing on the plot line from season 6.
Yeah.
If they hadn't ended season 6 with that
time travel-y thing.
I think I was losing interest in season 6.
Yeah, I agree 100%. I think that the show got so much better in season 6, and then I'm really glad that they were like, okay, this is working, but like we're gonna do something really different with season 7 to wrap it up. Also, season 7 is a solid 20 episodes, and I think that the pacing, maybe let's just talk about the ending of the show, because I honestly feel like after Supernatural, I'm so cautious anytime anything I'm watching gets to the end. I'm like, is this gonna ruin everything? Should I stop before I get to the end? And I think Riverdale did really good. So they wrapped up one plot line 3 before the end, 1, 2 before the end, and then in the last episode, they had like an overall series kind of wrap up episode. I thought that was really good. We wrapped up our mysteries. We played out the rest of the series. We got some closure on some characters. I thought they did a really good job with the ending.
I also think they did a really good job with the ending. Like, I think that the ending matched the spirit of what the show had become, which was ridiculous, but like deeply satisfying as a result. Like, I think that... No, gone. Thoughts gone.
With the ending, I guess we should talk about the polycule. Like, let's just get the polycule off the table.
Let's just talk about it. Let's just talk about the...
Because I feel like that's what most people who like maybe, you know, they watched season 1, maybe season 2, dropped off around 3, 4, 5, anywhere in that range. Like, who like, you know, we're like, oh yeah, Riverdale, that was a show. Because everybody watched season 1. I feel like I was in high school. I was in grade 12 when season 1 aired, and everybody in my school was watching Riverdale, which was a very odd experience for my generation. Like,
yeah,
we had kind of branched off from there's only 3 channels, so everyone watches the same 6 shows. Like, there aren't that many shows. I would say The Walking Dead was a big one when that was on, which I think it might still be on, but everybody was watching it the first few years it was on.
Yeah.
Riverdale season 1, 13 Reasons, when that came out, like those, like, you know, like that was just everybody watched,
which is so interesting because like I'm slightly out of the demographic of that. So like Walking Dead, yes, but
yes.
Riverdale came out like 4 years after I wasn't in high school anymore, and so I didn't actually watch it then. I actually watched it during the pandemic.
Yeah,
because my partner and I were stuck at home, and
why not?
And why not? And it just sort of like showed up on our Netflix, and I was like, you know, this show looks like ridiculous. Like, and I think at that point, because it was 2020, it had a reputation, and at that point, it was like, I think it was airing season 3 at the time when I started watching it. So I watched 4 onwards live, but it was already like, it was known to be just like trash, terrible, hilarious, ridiculous television, and we just binged through it. And yeah, I think season 1 is like fine. Like, season 1 is fine.
It's a different show and that's fine. I see the vision of what they wanted it to be, but I feel like, yeah, all those people that dropped off over the years don't know anything about the end, but they do know about the polycule.
Yes, because it's the one thing that especially if you only watch the first season, or you only have kind of a cursory understanding of Riverdale as this like
crazy,
batshit insane show that's about the Archie characters, and then you find out that in the finale they stuck all 4 of them together, and we're
polycule.
like,
A polyamorous relationship is still something you don't see on TV a lot. It's still, I would say, a rarity. I can't think of too many polyamorous relationships that are on TV that are portrayed positively, if at all.
And I mean, I do want to like critique a little bit what they did with the polycule, because I think they didn't have the guts
Archie
to like Archie and Jughead it, which is what I really want. Yeah. Like, which was like going into it what I really wanted. I was like, if you're gonna polycule this shit, if you're gonna like and like as we're watching season 7 and like before the finale aired, season 7's going on, and we're going, okay, they're throwing everything at the wall. They're literally anything that they haven't tried yet, they're trying now.
It felt very like, oh, like let's do a bunch of homages to the like source material of like the actual Archie comics, which is like not something they've always done, aside from like a character name here and there. So like it was a very fun season overall where they just, like we're ending, we have 20 episodes, like let's just do this thing.
And they just pretty much tried every pairing that they hadn't already tried, which like they had tried a lot of pairings. And so I was really kind of disappointed that at the end they were like, yes, we have a polycule, but we are not going to like explicitly make the Jughead Archie connection like explicit in like other than in the context of like, so I think that like that was my one, like, wow, they just didn't have the guts to do that.
I had a few mixed feelings about the polycule as well. The polycule does come from them all kind of regaining their previous season memories in the previous episode, which was a big deal because I felt like some of those relationships had been so degraded over the course of the show. Like around season 4 or 5, they had degraded both Archie and Bughead so severely that I didn't want them to get back together. So to have them do the polycule, I actually think like they kind of made it work in like a very fun kind of way.
Yes, I agree. Like I think that it was a fun way of like bringing those characters together, those relationships together without it just feeling like they were rehashing
it honestly,
what they had done in previous seasons.
It felt like there was a Betty Archie connection that was like pretty strong in the last 2 seasons for sure. Even the last 3 seasons. There was a Betty and Veronica connection that I felt like they really played up in the last season, especially. And then also in the last season, they kind of created out of thin air this Veronica Jughead connection. So I didn't feel like it was Archie and Bughead and they've all come together. I really felt like, honestly, like Betty was kind of like the anchor of that relationship.
Yeah, I do think Betty is the crux of even the show in a lot of ways. Like well, actually, no, maybe that's not true. I think that all 4 of these characters, what's really interesting is that they all play really specific linchpin roles into carrying the story together. Like Jughead is the meta piece of the story, and like that they made really a big thing. Like Jughead is the sort of like meta narrator figure that ties them together by virtue of tying the whole story together and the universe together. And yeah, but I think in terms of the actual relationships, Betty is the one they can't walk away from.
Yeah, and you can tell that they realized that on the show, if not right away, then pretty early on. Like Betty's the focus of the Black Hood mystery. The Jughead mystery is also very much about Betty.
Oh yeah, and the constant like tensions between the core relationships in the show are usually centered around Betty. They're centered around Jughead and Betty. They're centered around Archie and Betty. They're centered around Veronica and Betty. Like everyone's relationship with Betty kind of determines their relationship with everyone else, which is like, yeah.
I think that's why they locked the finale into Betty specifically. The finale is very much about Betty and like wrapping up everyone else's story through Betty.
Yeah, which I think like worked really well because we didn't need to see anyone else's perspective on that finale. We needed to see Betty's.
Yeah, we can get a little information about like what everyone else is doing, but we don't need to see like extended montages of everyone else.
No, we really didn't. But we needed to see Betty. Yeah. We needed to see her emotional arc wrapped up.
And I also feel like even the characters who we didn't see a lot of their like wrap up story. So like honestly, we barely saw any of the core 4 in the like finale. Like we don't see adult Archie, we don't see adult Veronica, we don't see adult Jughead except for like very brief flashbacks. I don't think we see Archie at all, to be honest.
No.
Like outside of the teenage like high school Archie, we don't see adult Archie at all in the finale. And like, but I feel like no one cares more about those 3 collective characters in the show as much as Betty. Like, and so like she just kind of like tied that whole thing together. I think that was a really smart move for them and like a really good device to not have to fill all of these 8 million little scenes that we honestly didn't need. I had a thing. Okay, I want to ask, when you think of like a really bad episode of Riverdale, like what is your go-to? This episode was ridiculous, and I think about it like when I think bad Riverdale.
When I think bad Riverdale, I think about the scene with the spaceship. Like I know that's a cliche, but it's the end of the like cult organ harvesting.
Edgar Evernever's little spaceship and
like,
his little
outfit and his little spaceship, and he's like, we're just gonna fly off to space to solve our problems. And you're like, ooh. And you know, Betty's wearing a little beret, and it's just like, what is like that moment is seared into my brain. That moment.
You just say Chad Michael Murray, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, just kills it. The other moment that like I use whenever I talk about Riverdale with someone to kind of explain how Riverdale doesn't take itself seriously, but the characters within the story take itself seriously, is the scene in, I think it's in season 5, after the time jump, where Veronica and Reggie have sex on a literal bed of money. And I just like the choice of, and they are dead serious about it. They're like, we want to have sex on this bed of money, and it's,
yes, they do, 100%.
And they take it so seriously, but the show knows not to. So the show is the filming, and the way it's told to you as an audience member is that like this is so silly, but they do not think it's silly. They think like, oh, this is so hot, sexy, and you know, we are so rich, and you're like, you're having sex on a bunch of paper. It's really weird, gross, and silly, and like, why? And that those two moments are like stick out to me.
Mine is the one that I think the last few of my friends that were still watching dropped off at this point, like specifically have never watched another episode since, and that is the Julian doll storyline.
Oh yes, oh yeah, that's fair.
It's been slightly redeemed to me by the addition of actual Julian in season 7. Where Julian is no longer a doll, Jason no longer exists, and Julian is Cheryl's twin, and he's just kind of like a jerk / like background Archie, like worse Archie.
And it has that one really homoerotic song with Archie.
Yeah.
That's like the only thing I remember about Julian in season 7 is that run scene.
But the Julian doll in season 4 is, I would say, a bad plot line. It does end up being like Cheryl's mom is gaslighting her plot line, and I actually think that Cheryl's mom is kind of an annoying character overall. I think that some of the villains I think the problem with some of the like middle seasons is that the villains are too like cartoon villainy. Like the villains are like Penelope Blossom living in Cheryl's walls and gaslighting her, and like Hiram Lodge like just mobsterifying Riverdale for like no real reason. We don't get
other than that he can.
Yeah, we don't get a reason for any of Hiram's motivations until season 5. In season 5, we explain that Hiram's had motivations this whole time, and like the things that he does doesn't make sense. I think this also ties back to the thing we're talking about where there's too many plots, and one of them for me that I just remembered, speaking of Hiram, is when he had the whole town quarantined at the mid-season finale, and then when this show came back from the mid-season finale, it was just like, oh, that was
they
like
just hand wave it away. They're just like
hand wave that away.
He
was like buying time for something. It wasn't a big deal at all. Like there wasn't some virus or some like contamination there wasn't something.
Find out later on that there was, but they solve it without having to solve it, and it's sort of like
and the quarantine's just done when the mid-season comes back, so like there's no like plot where we have to get this town out of quarantine or anything. Like it's like
there's no stakes, there's no actual like stake to the quarantine, it turns out.
And that like mid-season finale is on such a like edge. Like there's sirens, the town is shutting down,
and like, I don't know, I watched this like
it's like the apocalypse
during and again that when did that episode come out? That episode came out
2018.
Yeah, so that episode like came out pre-pandemic, and I watched that episode during the pandemic, and that episode like hits totally like that whole plotline. You're like, oh my god, we're going into a quarantine because of this unknown like thing that's happening, like where people are having like mass seizures, and then it's just like gone, and like very jarring to watch when we were literally in the middle of lockdown. And you're like, oh, and okay, we did not understand how to write a pandemic storyline in 2018.
I would also say they doubled down, because not only do we not have to resolve this when the season comes back, we have the Archie Bear storyline, which I feel like is one of the more famous Riverdale plot lines for people who haven't watched the show.
Yes, Archie getting mauled by a bear. Also Fight Club. Archie, prison Fight Club.
The prison Fight Club. Yeah, like that's the kind of thing that's happening. I do think season 3 is a better, even all of that stuff is a better plot line. Watching it all together, like not watching it week to week. I watched all of Riverdale week to week. I was caught up pretty much throughout.
Insane.
There might have been a few times where I had like 3 or 4 episodes I hadn't gotten to, but like overall, I was listening to XOXO Riverdale while I was watching, and so like I would watch Riverdale and then I would listen to their episode about it when that came out every week. So like even when I was like, like Riverdale's getting so dumb, I wanted to know what they thought. I wanted to know what these 2 adults thought about this dumb teen show. That kept me going even when it was sometimes a struggle. But okay, now inverse of that, when you think about like a good
when I think of something good,
like a good Riverdale episode, like an episode where you're like, people should be watching this show.
Okay, I'm actually going to bring up one of the musical episodes here. I think that the next to normal musical episode in I believe it's season 5
yeah
is now like context. That musical, I really really love love that musical. And I have for like...
Were you already familiar with it before you...
I was very familiar with it before I saw the Riverdale episode. Like, very familiar with it. It was one that I had, like, listened to and knew quite well. So when I went into that episode, and it starts with that, like, I think that musical is all about, like, grief and family and how families cope with, like, grief in different ways. And also, it's also about, like, mental health and psychosis and how, like, it's like a really, really thoughtful, beautiful musical. And then when they brought it into Riverdale, I think they did it really well. Like, I think they managed to use the musical to, like, tease out, like, some depth to Alice's character, like Betty's mom's character that we hadn't really seen, to tease out, like, the Betty and Alice relationship.
Yes.
And how they're coping with Polly's death. And, like, I think that it's really beautiful. And, like, the performances of some of these songs that are really haunting in the original musical also are really haunting in the Riverdale version. And that one, like, stands out to me as, like, I was just really impressed, especially considering not all the musical episodes. Sometimes the musical episodes, it feels a little bit like they just threw songs in and they're like, yeah, this works. That one, I was like, wow, it actually really works.
I don't know what order I'm going to put these in, but, like, Meredith and I talked about all the musical episodes because Meredith watched the first episode and the last episode, didn't watch any of the middle. So, like, most of her knowledge came from either the internet or me. Yeah. But we did talk about what the different musicals were that they pulled from. And you had said you had been reading an article where they ranked them. Like, how would you rank them?
How would I rank them?
What episodes are good after?
Okay, so how I'm gonna rank them. I can put the link. I can give you the link, and you can put the link to the video essay because
that would be great.
I'm not necessarily gonna rank it the same. And also, I personally, I'm gonna put the Return of the Pussycats because I don't really consider it a true musical episode. I'm gonna put that at the bottom.
Me either. Put it at the bottom. Yeah, I agree.
I'll put it at the bottom / not on the list. I don't think it belongs.
Yeah, let's do it out of 6 and just not count them.
Yeah, do that out of 6. I think. Wow, this list is not helpful. Where is the?
And maybe we can talk about why some work better than others, because I think that there is very clear points where some work better than others.
Yeah. Yes, this is also the thing. I'm like, some of my favorite songs are like not necessarily the best
places.
Like sometimes, sometimes I can really love a song in one of the musical episodes that I'd actually otherwise rank really low. Wow, why is this?
I really do feel like I need to stress this for anybody who's listening who has not like watched Riverdale or like not watched all of Riverdale past like season 1. There's a lot of singing in Riverdale on a normal week. It is not abnormal for Riverdale to have 1 or 2 musical numbers in an episode because they can.
Well, and they set it up for that by having like
a speakeasy.
That they basically just use as an excuse to be like, we want a musical number. Great, they can do it in the speakeasy.
Yeah, like, we want to have a big needle drop for this moment. Okay, well, we're gonna flash between someone performing it at the speakeasy and this big like montagey thing. Like we're gonna have Veronica singing some song, and meanwhile Archie's gonna get the shit beat out of him at the boxing.
Yeah. So Josie and the Pussycats one is the lowest one. I think American Psycho is probably my next lowest. A couple fun numbers, but it doesn't impact the storyline enough.
Yeah, I really like the one musical number from the American Psycho episode. It's the opening one, like the actual like one.
It's fun. It's done really well.
Fucking Casey Cott fucking slays it.
Yes, and I think that like I love that number, and then the rest of the episode is kind of a letdown.
Yeah,
in terms of actual musical, and also like and I'm not the one that figured this out. The video essayer that I was watching figured this out. That this actually also is the one that has the least musical numbers.
Yeah, it's lacking. The musical numbers don't fit in the same way. It's also the only one that's like not based out of like the school. Like even Next to Normal is somewhat based in the school, even though it's at its post time jump.
Yeah,
it's the only one that's not, and I think it suffers as a result.
Yeah, I think as much as again it suffers from some of the same problems. I think I'd put Wicked Little Town next. I love, which is the Hedwig and the Angry Inch one, which kills me to say because I love a Kevin-centric episode, and I wanted this one to be more what I wanted. His numbers are phenomenal, particularly like the number that he does with the girls is really, really touching. I want that episode to be better, but then it kind of resolves kind of meh.
Yeah.
It's just,
I'm gonna put Carrie as my next lowest.
That's fair. Carrie's gonna be my next one. So
yeah, I think I would put Carrie below that one, just because I think Carrie was a bad choice.
Fair.
Carrie did not do well on Broadway.
Well, no, but I think that's part of the comedy. I think that's the comedy of putting it on Riverdale.
Carrie is like a very well-known story. The musical is much less well-known because it did not do well commercially in its initial Broadway run at all.
Yep.
And I think they did just do it so they can do a big Cheryl Carrie moment. I think, which is fine, but I just think that they were let's be really heavy-handed with this Cheryl and Carrie thing. And then also I find Alice being in the School Musical really cringy.
Oh yeah, same. It's very, very cringy.
But it does set the precedent for all of the later musical episodes, and I do applaud them for not giving up, because I know that the reception to this one is generally poor.
Yeah.
Overall, I do applaud them for not giving up on this concept, because I actually think that they did pull this off a couple of times.
I agree. Yeah, I think that's why I would put Carrie next, and I think Carrie and Wicked Little Town. It's funny because I think Wicked Little Town is a little bit weaker, but I like the musical numbers in it better than I do the ones in Carrie.
Yeah, I think that as well.
I think ultimately Wicked Little Town's more memorable.
I
even
also
if
forgot
a little worse.
Until my recent rewatch that both Carrie and Heathers, which is the next their back-to-back season, so the first two that they ever did, both of the preceding episodes start with or end with Cheryl being like, Kevin, we're doing this musical. I know that the musical is your thing, but I've already decided that this is the musical we're doing, and I'm gonna play the lead.
Oh,
twice in a row.
And just keeps getting away with it. Getting away with it. Okay, so the three that we have left are Archie the Musical, Next to Normal, and Heathers.
Yeah.
And we already know Next to Normal is my top.
Yeah.
Now, the thing is, I think Heathers is better, but
Archie the Musical really gave us some shit. It's the only original one that is original score.
And I almost want to give it the edge because of that, because I think it's having to work so much harder to be good, because it's working on its own man.
I think we can go ahead and put Heathers in the number 2 spot, because Heathers would go in my number 1 spot.
Okay.
It is my favorite overall.
Yep.
I would probably go Next to Normal, then Archie's, then Heathers. But it's fine. We don't have to agree. This is not a Frankenlist situation.
That's a pretty close, I feel like we're on a similar page.
No Frankenlist. Jamie's not here to moderate for.
Yeah. There's no winner here. Yeah, I think that Archie the Musical.
Some really good things came out of Archie the Musical. Its original score, it really heavily draws inspiration or the vibe of High School Musical.
It does, and it's sort of perfectly placed in the show too. I think if you have Archie the Musical in any other season than the finale season, it doesn't hit the same. I think the fact that it's in the final season means that it just brings together everything that the camp of Riverdale in a kind of a perfect way.
It's really campy. We do have that homoerotic Jason or Julian and Archie musical
Archie's
number.
Bisexuality in that episode is so strong.
And that's the whole episode where Archie's like, oh my god, I'm not gonna date Betty or Veronica because I've got to figure myself out. And wow.
The layers happening.
The layers. If comic books Archie could have seen that conversation play out.
And knowing that, and Archie the Musical also, when you know anything about Roberto Aguirre Sacasa, and when you know that he pitched a gay Archie screenplay years before he became the showrunner for Riverdale, you know more about Roberto Aguirre Sacasa, him as a person. Archie the Musical is kind of perfectly indicative of the kind of show that he wanted to make, and I love that he got to do it. And
then also Betty and Veronica have a very, very gay musical number.
So gay. Again, they just the subtext, and I think that just
And then I fully believe that Kevin and Clay's duet is fully inspired by the Willow and Tara duet from the Buffy musical episode.
Ooh, I had not thought of that, but that actually makes a lot of sense. If you watch those 2 scenes
back to back,
I will be doing that later.
It's giving good vibes.
I will be doing that later. I also as we're talking about this, I've been jotting down a couple of episodes that I think I might do a rewatch of tonight, and Archie the Musical is on that list.
So then I guess, yeah, we've kind of already talked about Next Normal. So like, let's talk about Heathers, which is the top of my list. Because I think the Heathers musical is one they're like, okay, Carrie didn't really land, but like, let's learn from our mistakes. And I think they really did it. It's by far the most fun musical.
So fun. The choreography is fun.
Heathers is so iconic. Heathers is a much more iconic property than Carrie was.
Yeah,
even.
and I think, and Heathers has like a cult sort of classic feel that really works to pair with Riverdale. Like I think that is maybe the one note for Heathers as opposed, like I think Next to Normal as a like independent piece of creation is maybe stronger, but like Heathers is better for Riverdale. Just
in case there are people here who aren't like big into like musical theater or like maybe are under the age of 25, which does include myself. Just saying, I am one of you. But like maybe Heathers is outside of your pop culture knowledge. Heathers is like the predecessor to Mean Girls. Mean Girls is like a teen version of Heathers, basically. Like Heathers is like pretty dark, but basically in that like whole kind of Mean Girls vibe of like there is a group of girls all named Heather and like they run the fucking school and they make everyone else's lives miserable, and then they kind of like adopt Veronica. It was a little bit confusing to have Veronica not playing Veronica Sawyer. Josie plays Veronica Sawyer, which makes sense because obviously Josie should be playing the lead in the school musicals. It's insane that Cheryl's ever getting fucking lost.
Josie gets the worst end of the stick so many times in the show, and I was actually so glad when they not glad that they wrote her character off, but that they gave her character like success outside of Riverdale, because they were like, you know what, Riverdale keeps screwing you the fuck over.
We just said that we weren't going to talk about the Pussycats reunion episode as like a musical, but like I just watched the Pussycats reunion episode and like Josie comes back in and she's like, actually all of you were shit to me.
Yeah, because they were
3 years, and like aside from like Kevin, who is Josie's actual stepbrother, and sort of Veronica, but not really, no one else has bothered to stay in touch with Josie.
No, nobody cared. Everyone forgot she existed the second that she crossed the town borders.
Even though it's implied that she's become like a mega star in the intervening years.
They're all just like, They're all just
she's
like, no,
super famous, and like they literally don't even care about her enough to try and like be like Moochie, like you're famous now, friends. like they don't even care enough to do that. Like they've just completely forgotten about her. So like, yeah, it's nice to see Josie play the lead. The other thing about the Heathers musical episode is it does have that very iconic cult ending moment where everyone in the cult stands up in the white outfits, which is incredible.
Yes. Like,
the first time that they got Cole Sprouse to sing, and he ended up being incredible at singing.
And you were like, oh,
he flat out refused to sing during the Carrie episode, and I think it's kind of good that he waited and he saved himself.
And it just ends up hitting so much harder because we all were like, maybe he won't sing again, and then he did.
Yeah, he goes on to sing in all of the other musical episodes.
Yeah,
they usually not a ton, but
he has some of the most like iconic numbers, like the 17 number. 17. I think is like really, really good. Like it's a really haunting sort of number.
Yeah, he's very good in the Hedwig Wicked Little Town episode. He has some really good musical numbers in that. I will say points off. I think part of the reason I don't like the Hedwig episode is that is the episode where they all have that fight during a musical number. So Archie and Veronica are having a fight, and Betty and Jughead are having a fight, but they're all doing it in a musical number where they're just singing at each other, and it's a lot. And Jughead displays some Dean Winchester levels of like rage on objects that are clearly implied to be like a threat of violence against his girlfriend, where he is literally like throwing shit and flipping tables and screaming at her. He just happens to be singing instead of screaming words, and it's a very disturbing display of rage, and I think that's part of why I don't like that episode.
Totally fair.
But Cole Sprouse fucking nails it.
Cole Sprouse like is such an interesting like actor in this show.
He's the only a lot of the parents are famous actors, but Cole Sprouse is the only like teen actor who I would say was really famous to the general public. Casey Cott obviously is famous on like Broadway and shit, but like general audience, Cole Sprouse is far and above the most famous person on this show.
Yeah, well, was when the show like started for sure, and probably still is. But
a lot of these other actors, this was their first big thing. Like they'd never been in anything else of note, which is great. It's good to see a lot of them have gone on to have big success. Like they had to recast Reggie because his original season 1 actor was in 13 Reasons Why, which became a huge hit. And they had to recast him because he was not able to do both at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
Camila Mendes and Lily Reinhart and Madeline Petch have all gone on to do big things. KJ App has gone on to do big things. Vanessa Morgan's still working on another CW project.
They all have like earned that success too by and Riverdale is so campy and cringy. But one thing I will give like the majority of the actors is that they commit really hard, and I think that's what works. Is that you have scenes like Reggie and Veronica having sex on a pile of money, but because the actors are committed to the ridiculousness of it works in the sense of an audience.
Yeah, I think that like the supernatural actors are incredibly talented, but I don't think Jensen and Jared could have done Riverdale. They never would have gotten anything done. They could barely take Supernatural seriously, and I would say Supernatural plays off a lot more seriously than Riverdale ever has.
Yeah, like Supernatural thinks it's serious but isn't, and Riverdale knows it's not serious.
Yeah,
and that's the like difference.
Especially after season 1, I would say season 1 Riverdale does take itself pretty seriously.
Yes. And is the weakest. I think the weakest like overall in terms of like rewatchability, like in terms of pure chaotic enjoyment.
Season 1 is not a great rewatch once you know who the murderer is.
No, it's a murder mystery that doesn't really.
Yeah, it's not.
Like,
it's not fun to rewatch. Whereas, even though season 4, I would say is the worst season, even once you know about like who killed Jughead and like how that storyline plays out, it's still an interesting rewatch. It's not as good as it could be, but like it's also like I would argue the worst season of the whole show. So like if it's more rewatchable than season 1, which is arguably better storytelling,
is better like it's like technically better. But I think the thing with Riverdale, and like I don't know, I think about this in terms of like a lot of the media I consume of like the difference between like quality and enjoyability, and going like
sometimes those aren't the same.
Sometimes those aren't the same, and Riverdale's like the perfect example of that. Of like, is this quality? Like, not really. Is it enjoyable? Like, wildly.
Yeah.
And there have been lots of shows that I've started and not finished because though they were technically good, I wasn't compelled by them. Riverdale like was very compelling.
Yeah.
Because you just never knew what they were gonna like pull out of their hat next.
I've really been working on myself. Like I feel like this is a personal journey I've had to go on to be like, yeah, Riverdale is campy and cringy, but like that's what I like about it. Like actually,
right, exactly.
I thought that I was like, oh, like this show is dumb. I don't know why I'm still watching it. But like, no, I know why I'm still watching it. I'm still watching it because you can enjoy that campy, cringy like genre, and like it can be a fun watch, and you can just like lean into it. Like,
yeah, exactly.
You have to be in the right mood for it. Like, for example, the Cinderella movie with Nicholas Gallatin. Is it good? No, not at all. But like, is it a very fun watch? Absolutely. And if like the first time I tried to watch it, I don't think I made it 5 minutes in, but then I went back to it with like the idea of like, this is campy, and like it was very enjoyable.
Yeah. Well, and that like, I think I've also done some work on that as well in my own like viewing habits. Mm-hmm. And what was I gonna say? Like I think things are popular for a reason, and like I will push against the idea that like just because something is like wildly popular that like that means it's like lowbrow, or it's like not, it's not high, can't possibly be high quality because like most people like it. And I'm like, sure, like entertainment that is like really, really widely enjoyed by like a really wide range of people, is going to be more broad, is going to have to rely on things like shock value and surprise and silliness a bit more to like garner that audience. But like that's what's on the tin. That's by design.
Yeah.
Like for Riverdale, like they like I think past season 1, and like especially once you get past season 2, like the showrunners, the marketing team, they know what Riverdale is.
Yeah.
And so they lean into that. And I think that that's like, it's actually, I don't know, calling that unintelligent or like, bad television is missing sort of the point of like, this thing is successful for a reason. And like people enjoy it for a reason. And people who are hate watching Riverdale are still watching it. They're still watching and talking about and enjoying.
Yeah. I was sometimes watching it being like, why am I watching? Why am I doing this? But like, I still kept going. So like, I was still putting my money in the Netflix CW box, and they kept making episodes for me. Like it was a good deal.
Yeah, and like a show, I don't know, I usually will be like a show that can keep my interest and keeps me coming back and talking about it. Like, I have talked about Riverdale a lot more than I've talked about
a lot of other shows.
A lot of other shows that were maybe more critically acclaimed, but they weren't as fun.
Yeah, honestly, I do think like that is something that shows are missing these days, because like I don't know,
Yes.
I used to think that the way that I watch shows like Supernatural, like Riverdale, you know, every show that I watched from like 14 to now, like the last couple of years, I thought I was just incapable of viewing media like a normal person. But like there's been a lot of shows in the last couple of years that I've watched, like, you know, like the 6 or 8 or 12 episodes and then like moved on with my life, no problem. And like I thought I was outgrowing fandom, but no, like there are still shows that are being made that do give me those that I do think about long term.
Yeah, but they're not.
It's just not every show anymore.
No, and also like it's not. Yeah, like often like a show that's really technically perfect, I'll really enjoy one. But if that was really fun, I enjoyed watching. I'm trying to think of a good like recent example of a show that I've like enjoyed, but would never like. I won't have the brainworms. I won't catch the brainworms.
You're not calling me up to be like, hey, we should put this on the list of podcasts we're going to do later.
Right. Like there's a very specific set like group of shows that I could talk about for endless hours on the internet, and Riverdale's on that list, Supernatural's on that list, and I think the like connecting factor between like Riverdale, Supernatural, Community, what other shows would I put on that list?
For me, it's Bones.
Yeah, Bones, Gilmore Girls, Our Flag Means Death. Like there's these shows that have like these layers, whether or not like the show itself is like really technically good. There's something about like a show that you can dig below the surface and like take the like Riverdale, I feel like we take the skeleton apart and we go like, what's happening under here? You can fit so much in this thing. Like there's so many things going on that make Riverdale interesting, and like interesting is so much more memorable than like just good.
Yeah, something I do want to definitely make sure we talk about it. So maybe I'm just gonna bring it up now so we can like get it off our plate. But first, I want to go back and talk about my thing that I thought was good. We got distracted by musicals.
Oh yes, sorry, we did.
Plotline I thought was good. I had an answer before we diverged, and now I don't know if I have one. For me, I think it is when Fred Andrews died. Like when the actor that played Fred Andrews died, and they had to pivot really quickly because we had lost Luke Perry. So they had to basically Luke Perry died end of season 3 or between season 3 and 4. So when they came back in season 4, they had to deal with that kind of off the bat because these characters are still in high school and Archie was being raised by a single father. So they suddenly had to bring Molly Ringwald in full time, and Molly Ringwald was I would say like celebrity cast, as are many of the parents, Skeet Ulrich and Machen Amick. Like these are all people who are famous for like being teen.
They're recognizable.
Recognizable names. They were cast to be recognizable names, and like a lot of those characters all left in season 4 or 5. But Luke Perry was unexpectedly beginning of season 4 when he passed away, and the episode where they deal with that is so beautiful, and I think they weave it in throughout the whole season, and honestly throughout the whole show. They weave it in, but I thought they did a really good job. Honestly, they had accidentally done themselves this really great favor in season 2 when Fred Andrews was shot by the Black Hood in the season 2 premiere. They had this whole like, is he gonna die, is he not gonna die thing, where they had filmed all of these scenes of Archie's big like future milestone moments, and then like Fred having some sort of like moment about it, and then realizing that he's like in mortal danger or being shot again as like part of his like, is he gonna actually die or not? And they reused a lot of that in the graduation episode where Archie actually graduates high school, because they had already had this scene where Fred was like, I didn't think I would live to see you graduate, and then like dies, and then like and then he doesn't actually. So they reused a lot of that footage for that episode, and I think that was really nice. I think they did such a good job at like not letting that derail the show too much.
I think they did. Yeah, I agree. Like I think, and again, we've been talking so much about how Riverdale is like so silly and campy, and I think the fact that they were able to do an episode and that really honored both the character and the actor in a really respectful way without it feeling like a total tonal shift.
Yeah.
Like it does feel like a shift, but it doesn't feel like it isn't. It still feels like an episode of Riverdale.
Yeah.
But it feels also respectful to the grieving process of these actors, of these characters. And I think that like takes some skill to do. Like I think I feel really similar.
That episode hits me really hard. And I think it's like a lot of other episodes that hit me hard in TV where I know that it's real.
Yeah. Well, I think about like the Glee episode that deals
exactly
with
what I was
Finn, that deals with like
where you know that
stuff.
they are like, these actors have actually lost someone so important to them and that they are grieving for real, like really just tugs at my heart.
Yeah, and like it's a really interesting thing where like I don't think actors should be required to do that grieving publicly in a TV show if they don't want to, but I also appreciate when actors and showrunners choose to do that in a visible way on a show. I think especially as like viewers, like obviously our experience as viewers is so minuscule compared to like the actual people who knew those actors and worked with them closely, but it is really cathartic as a viewer watch an homage to a character and an actor.
And they really did. It was just like such a beautiful episode. Like it was like an episode of Riverdale, but like Hiram Lodge would come in and like at the last minute and like try and fuck up the funeral procession or something like he would typically do in an episode. Like even the characters that like Fred and Archie have had like been beefing with for like 3 seasons, like those characters all came together and be like, hey, like we didn't see eye to eye with this man, but like he's dead and we're sad about it. Like we feel a loss and like we respected him even if we didn't agree with him, kind of thing, which is like
absolutely.
Yeah, it really did provide some closure for the character, and I really respect the way that they worked with that around the same, I guess not even really around the same time, but like after that happened, a character left Heartland, which I've been watching for 14 years, and they decided to kill off the character when the actor wanted to leave, so like not a real death, but they skipped ahead a year in the episode, so like that character died, and then a year passed without any time actually passing for the viewer, and it was really hard to keep going with the show after that. It got better when I like kind of set the show aside for a bit and then went back and like rewatched the season later when I had more time to like prepare myself for like that situation. But I think letting the characters grieve on screen and like not just being like this character's dead and moving on, like really like tying it into the season as a whole was like it gave us time to actually grieve the character as well as the actor behind them.
I agree. I think that's like
While we're on kind of a serious topic, let's talk about queerness in this show.
Oh boy.
I would say we talked about the polycule. Obviously, they did not fully commit to Jughead and Archie, but they did have Betty and Veronica in the polycule. There's a lot of queer characters in the show, and the show it's a mixed bag on how it handles queerness.
And it's a mixed bag over the seasons too, and over which characters. Like I think like I give Riverdale prop for like having a large quantity of queer characters.
Yeah, a quantity that grew over time. Like
and characters that started out like and explored their identities and that had their identities explored and changed over the course of the show. Like I think that's really cool. Like I think you get a character like Betty who at the beginning, you know, you would assume like is sort of presented as your sort of typical like straight girl.
Yeah, she's in love with Archie, the boy next door.
Yeah, she's very like typical in a storytelling sense, and she evolves a ton over the course of the show. And I think that's really cool. I do have some big qualms about a couple of characters' art.
Let's talk about that. Let's start with Kevin, because Kevin
that's the one I want to start with.
Kevin is I would say as far as queer characters go, one of the worst treated over time, and he's the original. In season 1, I would say Kevin is the queer character of
Kevin
the show.
Kevin is the queer character, and he is very explicitly like coded. He's coded, and his entire personality is the gay one. Yeah, like his entire personality is like the gay one, and and Kevin's like all the stereotypes too. He's like a musical theater kid. He's like not misunderstood by his parents. He's flamboyant. He's all these things that like, again, you know, not that a queer character can't be that, but he is all those things, and it's sort of in a comedy way where you're like, oh yes, you're supposed to like look at him and be like, yes, the gay one, but he's not meaningfully gay. He's just sort of gay as like set dressing.
Yeah, Kevin is a relatively recent addition to the Archie universe. universe. Like Kevin was introduced to the comics in 2010, so only 7 years before the show came out, and he was introduced as a queer character, which I think makes him the first queer character in the Archie comics universe as well.
Ridiculous for how long the comic has going on. Which again, we're going to talk about a couple of things there too.
He was introduced explicitly to be a queer character, like to open up the world of queerness to the world of the Archie comics. So he is like a landmark queer character who appeared in an episode or an edition of Veronica.
Yeah.
He in my favorite Archie comics line is the Archie the Married Life, where he's kind of like into it's like follows kind of two alternate universes, one where Archie and Veronica are married and one where Archie and Betty are married. And Kevin is married to Clay in the Married Life universe, and he's a doctor. He's a very fun character. But yeah, this show, props for having Kevin. It was 2017, so kind of no excuse as to not include Kevin. But yeah, definitely made up of stereotypes in the first season, and then treated pretty poorly throughout the seasons, even as more queer characters were introduced.
Yes, I think that one of the reasons that when I did kind of stop for a period of time watching the show, one of the reasons was the absolutely abysmal treatment of Kevin. I think that they make Kevin like a victim of his queerness a lot in the early seasons, and then they just make him a victim in general. He's really gullible. He gets drawn into cults like multiple times. He is constantly like, all of his relationships are either predatory or tragic, like right up until Archie the Musical. Really, everything goes badly for Kevin, and a lot of it goes badly because he's queer. And it's not like they're not like drawing a direct line, but they're like implying that it's because of his queerness that he ends up getting like victimized, and or that that's the reason that he's like drawn into these like bad situations. It's really, Kevin's storylines are really, really disappointing.
Yeah, the cult storyline's really disappointing. He has a pretty rough go with his father, and then in season 7, I would say they kind of rub a little bit of salt in that wound by having Kevin's father also be gay and closeted. Yeah,
which is just a terrible trope that has no business in 2022. Like terrible, unnecessary trope. Like we have to be beyond, like this. Like, I mean, that was bad on Glee. And that was like teenage characters like a number of years earlier. The fact that we're still doing
and they depict Kevin doing some frankly dangerous stuff. Like Kevin going out and cruising in the woods. It's addressed within the show as being dangerous, but he continues to do it.
Well, and the show doesn't really, like, it's considered dangerous, but they no one seems to care enough for his safety to actually significantly try and stop him, or like try and help him, or try and address why he's doing this.
Yeah, I think the girls also go out and wander in the woods, which just means more teenagers are out in the woods, which is the opposite of what we want.
They don't really treat it as, they're like, oh, Kevin.
And Kevin is consistently in weird or bad relationships.
Well, and in relationships with people who like eventually sort of like treat him badly. Like I think about when him and Tony and Fangs like try and figure out being a triad. I was like, okay, this is really interesting.
Yeah, we're doing a thing. We
want to
so
be
good.
Parents all together, all three of us, and we actually are like committed to like figuring out how to be parents, the three of us. This is really kind of cool, and I was like really, really hopeful. And then they absolutely
had Kevin kind of just blow up the whole thing for no reason.
For no reason other than like the only reason that I could feel in that moment as a viewer and as a queer viewer was like that they were just shunting Kevin off so that they could have their simple straight couple with their baby.
Yeah, which led to some really, really poor dialogue around bisexuality.
Absolutely terrible.
Kevin is brought in to sit down with Tony and Fangs, who say, hey, since you've left our triad parental relationship, which is full of tension as they argue over the custody of their child.
Well, and they also don't treat Kevin like a parent, like he's got any right to be a parent.
Yeah, because he's left the relationship with Fangs.
Which is awful and atrocious considering the care that he puts in before that point.
Yeah, up to that point. And like is actively caring as like a primary parent.
And then they're like, actually, you can just be kind of an uncle that we treat badly.
You can be a babysitter.
What the actual fuck?
But yeah, they bring Kevin in to be like, hey, we are dating now. And that does not make us any less queer, which yes, it's true, but it's so awkwardly done. it's not doing what they think it's doing.
It's not doing what they think it's doing, and it's sort of shoved, because it's Kevin, because of the way they're doing it, they shoving it in Kevin's face. And then, like, I feel like also one of the problems is the show treats Kevin badly, and then Kevin responds poorly because the show and the narrative is treating him badly, and then he is the one that ends up getting painted in a bad light. Like, he's the one that's like gets blamed for joining a cult, even though you're like, but the reason he did was because of like the terrible way that other characters were treating him and ignoring him. And
Betty sent him into that situation when he was vulnerable. She did the exact same thing to Cheryl and therefore Tony.
Yeah,
like,
and then
you
all
ended up in the cult because of Betty.
And Betty takes zero responsibility for those actions, and the narrative doesn't. And the narrative paints it as if these characters, who are all queer, explicitly at that point in the show, at this point in the show, all three of those characters are queer. We know they are. And they, like, and that's the Riverdale problem, I think, in general, like, beyond just Kevin, but also Cheryl and Tony, is that, like, the queerness is either performative or, like, victim-y much of the time, or, like, it's either, like, oh, two girls are kissing, but in a like, way that's definitely for straight audiences.
Yes.
That happens a lot.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, all of these characters are teenagers, so they're all overly sexualized by the CW.
And they're teenagers played by, mid-20s people, so even more of an issue because of that. It's they just take all the license.
So, like, already, like, a problem across the board, regardless of the couple in question. I would say, like, particularly, though, I would say Cheryl and Tony are very overly sexualized, to the point where I forget, it's in, I want to say, season 3 or 4. There's this scene where they are having sex in the speakeasy, the two of them, and, like, I just remember, like, watching that and being like, that was a lot. That was a lot to show on a network television.
Yeah.
And, like, what purpose did this serve? What was the purpose of the scene? It didn't serve the narrative in any way. It was just like, let's just have, like, a hot scene of them.
Yeah, and that happens a lot. It also happens in the final season when they do the whole, like, Thomasina, which I just found on our Discord message. I just found the conversation that you and I had when I watched that episode about Abigail, and they're like, Abigail and Thomasina are going to inhabit Cheryl and Tony for the sole and only purpose of them having sex.
Yeah.
And I was like, okay, first off, okay, why?
The show?
In the middle of, like, a comment's about to hit. Like, what? Like, the only purpose for that scene was to have, like, this funny, hot scene and force Cheryl and Tony to have sex. And you're like,
I would like to know what was happening in the network/writers' rooms, because they broke Cheryl and Tony up over basically nothing.
Yeah, basically nothing. And then make them look enemies. Like, they have so much animosity after breaking up for kind of no reason.
Yeah, and then, like, so they break up kind of abruptly. Then the time jump happens, and they haven't really had a lot of communication. But it's still very heavily implied that even though Tony is in this sort of parental, if not romantic, agreement with Fangs and Kevin, that, like, she and Tony still have feelings for each other, but, like, they're not going to resolve this. And then, I don't know, the writers push Tony and Fangs together, but, like, clearly they also still want Cheryl and Tony to be endgame. And I'm like, why are we doing this dance?
Like, why are we doing? Well, and also, like, especially since you recognize that, like, multiple characters get really fucked over by this. Primarily Cheryl and Kevin. Yeah. Because Kevin, like, I was like,
what's the reason?
What's the reason? Like, again, what's the reason if your ultimate endgame is Cheryl and Tony?
Yeah, why are we doing this whole thing?
And why are you destroying Kevin and Fang's relationship?
Yeah. And Tony and Cheryl carried their relationship pretty smoothly for, like, 2 full seasons where they were together and just supporting what else was going on.
And it was, like, probably one of my favorite, like, queer representations on this show was their relationship.
They kind of tempered each other out a little bit, like.
Yeah, and I think they allowed both of those characters to, like, grow in their relationship with each other. You know, there are moments where it felt performative for the audience, but a lot of moments where it didn't, where it just felt like some, like, good relationship storytelling. And then they just, like, blow it up for kind of no reason.
I was like, so obviously we didn't know when we were watching season 7 that they weren't going to get back to the present. They don't get back to the present by the end of the series, but we didn't know that. And I was like, okay, so Tony and Cheryl have been dating in the 50s for this whole thing, which is A, wildly dangerous, but B, Tony is married to Fangs by the end of season 6. They have a child and are fully married, and then they do the Thomasine and Abigail thing. Like Tony like just is married, I think, at that point, or is about to be married. Like it's like right around the time of the wedding.
Yeah.
And like it feels very disrespectful of her relationship with Fangs, that they just kind of seem to forget that she's with Fangs. And I'm like, why is she with Fangs then?
I don't think they ever took her and Fang's relationship very seriously.
They're the only characters that are married by the end.
I think they used Tony and Fangs as a plot device to like disrupt other relationships, to disrupt Kevin
really bad.
And disrupt Cheryl, to basically like make it hard for Kevin and Cheryl in plot reasons.
Yeah, it really regresses. It regresses Cheryl a lot. Cheryl regresses to like her like mean girl, like high schooly ways, like very poorly.
And Kevin as well. Kevin also reverts more back to his,
because
like,
he goes
early...
back to his like really dangerous, like he is cruising. He's the victim of a hate crime.
Yeah, they put both of those characters, which were two of the first openly out characters in the show, and it puts both of them in dangerous situations, reverts their character growth, which is like my least favorite thing to do with a queer character in a piece of media, especially a queer character that you've like developed over many years, is to then like have something bad happen to them and then basically have them be like, well, actually, they haven't grown at all. Actually, now that they lost this real stable relationship, actually, they don't retain any of that growth. And I'm like, bad writing, it's bad storytelling, and it's super disrespectful to those characters. And like, I think,
yeah, obviously Cheryl is not queer in the source comic materials. She's a love interest for Archie, and I think that they handled that transition super well. I think that because like Cheryl, before they introduced Cheryl and Tony, we didn't really know what Cheryl's deal was. It was kind of, I mean, very heavily implied that Cheryl and Jason were into some weird incesty weird stuff. And like that was unhealthy, even though Jason was clearly in love with Polly, which also turned out to be weird incesty stuff. It's fine. It's the CW. Rack them up.
Yeah, it's just so many.
And then like Cheryl has this very unhealthy, weird Josie thing for like 2 episodes, and then she's in this conversion camp, which is a plot line I don't think they handled super well. Thank God they went back in season 3 at least, and they were like, yeah, we saved the other kids from the conversion camp. I mean, they immediately went to the cult anyways, but like Betty did make a point of being like, we have to save those kids as well, when she was saving the people from the sisters. She's like, also, the sisters have a conversion camp in a separate area, and we have to make sure that those kids also get out. But like overall, yeah, they rescue Cheryl, and there's no consequences for at any point for any of the sisters of Quiet Mercy. Like they're physically abusive. They're emotionally and mentally abusive. They're testing drugs on people. They're running a conversion therapy camp. No one ever holding them accountable for any.
And Riverdale does that a lot with really sensitive topics, and I think it does the same thing. It has the same problem that Glee sometimes had, which is sort of why I want to compare them, because they're very different shows. They're not like equal to each other, but like in terms of generations, like Glee is very much.
I would say Riverdale is like Pretty Little Liars Glee, and you get Riverdale.
Yeah, and like Glee, well, and I'm thinking about like cultural impact of like show that everyone of a certain age was watching.
Yeah.
Like that was Glee was when I was young, like when I was
Glee
in high
was
school.
on in what, 2009?
Yeah, Glee was on like when I was in high school. So Glee was like the show everyone was watching when I was in high school. Riverdale was the show everyone was watching when you were in high school. And I think that like they both run into the issue of like they want to talk about meaningful, important issues for teenagers, but they also don't, or they also like don't always want to do that.
They don't have the ability to do it in a full way,
or the willingness to do it in a really actually helpful way.
I think they did a better job of the queerness in season 7.
Yes,
when we took it out of a modern context and we put it into a 1950s context. They also did a really good job at, maybe not really good. Really good might be overselling.
I don't think it's Riverdale after all.
They also did a decent job with handling racism in the season 6, 7, even a little like the back half of season 5. But I will say for that specifically, Vanessa Morgan, who played Tony, spoke out very publicly against Riverdale and the network about the treatment her character was receiving, and there was a noticeable increase after that in how they handled it.
Yeah, which is, I think, really, really interesting. But I think that and I think that they, both Glee and Riverdale, like improve as time goes on in their handling of some of these things, but they both fall into this trap of like, we're going to talk about, rape culture, but also like we need to tell our silly little plot line. And so like, it's also going to feel a little disingenuous and a little bit like we're not taking it as seriously as we should. So you have things like, we're like, oh my God, there's a conversion camp. And then they're like, but we don't really have time
to deal with
like
that right
actually
now.
deal with those in meaningful ways. So we're just going to kind of like hand wave it away and be like, we done with it.
We're going to bust Cheryl out. And then next time we're there, we'll kind of off screen deal with it.
Yeah. And I think that like, I don't know. I always have really mixed feelings about that because I'm like, great, you're representing something, but you're representing it poorly and you're not handling it super well. And I'd almost rather you like don't.
Yeah.
Like don't. Like maybe don't like in the like I'm thinking about in the first season even, like you have you know, that like situation of like slut shaming where the football player is like slut shaming
they have the
Veronica.
book and the photos
Yeah,
and everything.
and it turns out they never even like slept together. And so it's like not, you're like, okay, you were trying to say something about slut shaming, but like you also did it.
They came out so hot out of the gate. That's like episode like 3 or 4 of the whole show. They came out so hot out of the gate to be like, this is a show for teens. We're gonna like
talk about teen
things.
We're
gonna talk about cyberbullying and like slut shaming online. And like, no, and it's so preachy. It's so preachy.
It's so preachy, but not even like a good like not even like you're not even preaching the right, like an actually helpful thing. You're preaching and it's bad.
It's bad.
Like,
it's bad. And like it's bad. And I'm glad that they brought Chuck back later and like kind of had him go through like a, I would say mostly off-screen character redemption arc, but like enough on screen where he was like, hey, I am trying to be a better person because that was a shitty thing to do. Because that honestly felt better than anything that happened in the episode. Like that felt better than like the alleged like justice of having him kicked out of school.
Yeah.
Because, you know, kicked out of school just means going to a different school to do the same thing. But like to have Chuck come back and be like, hey, yeah, that was really shitty and I am trying to be a better person and you don't have to forgive me for the bad things that I did.
And that's good. And I think they like, again, Riverdale and it like kind of, it's always like 2 steps forward, 2 steps back. Like they handle certain things really well and then they handle certain other things just like really badly. And I mean, I think that's sort of the thing with Riverdale, with such a like long running show with so many episodes, that purpose was ultimately to be this weird, campy network show.
Yeah, because who are some other queer characters? Obviously Frank is in the same boat as Sheriff Keller, where he is like with Sheriff Keller at the end.
And he's so, and also I just really dislike his story.
Yeah.
I don't like his storytelling.
Frank at all. I don't think Frank is a character we ever needed, except for in season 5 when he's not the worst character.
Yeah, and he's sort of an interesting
mentor figure.
Him and Archie have really interesting
with
dynamics.
this PTSD storyline, but
which, like when it's cool, and then write him out, have him leave. Why is he still here? It doesn't make any sense. He's still here, and he's sort of
the villain of season 6 and 7.
And you're like, and he's a villain, and he's such a like cartoonish, annoying villain. It's not even like a villain.
Yeah,
like Hiram Lodge as a villain is a really good and compelling villain for the most part in the show.
Yeah, it's a little bit too much. Like we could have did this in like 2 seasons.
Yeah, we could have gone through his storyline faster, but at least he actually feels like intimidating in not an annoying way, in the same way that like,
he feels genuinely scary. Like he will just like have you murdered,
rather than just like
Uncle Frank is allegedly straight up a murderer, but I never once feel worried that he's gonna murder someone.
And he also just has very little power.
For domestic violence, yes.
He also just has very little actual power. You're like, why are we scared of you? You're just like this dude that showed up and is like trying to intimidate people. Like what?
But then it's obviously very problematic that he is so homophobic in season 7 and then turns out to be queer at the end of the season.
Well, yeah, horribly.
Super,
like don't retcon that. We don't need that. There was again nothing that we didn't benefit at all. I think the showrunners are just like, great, now we get to check off we have another 2 queer characters, and you're like, yes, but the way you got there is so harmful. The way you got there is so harmful and perpetuating these stereotypes that are deeply harmful to the queer community. And like it didn't.
And from there, I guess obviously they're killed by Chick while cruising. Chick obviously is Chick and Charles. The feels a little sussy because Chick pretends to be Charles for like most of a season.
Yeah.
And then like they turn out to be in love and both turn out to be murderers. Like it's just not great. It's not great. And like anybody can be a murderer, but like now that we've increased our volume of queer characters, we're doing a lot. We have a lot of queer characters who are doing some very ethically bad things, and like it's not even proportional at that point. Like
our queer characters are really, really extreme.
Yeah.
And so like not
Chick
great.
is genuinely scary. Like
yeah, and it's not bad to have a queer character that also is like scary or the villain. Like that's not the issue here. The issue here is like like Riverdale's like perpetual.
Also, they are low-key preying on children. Like, they are influencing Jellybean and her friends to do all these like voyeur stuff.
And it's things like that where you're like,
that's obviously very harmful.
Like, read The Room, read Society, read like the state of queer people.
Chick also tries to pick up Betty also asked Kevin to like flirt with Chick and like do video chats with him, and Kevin is in high school and Chick is obviously older than Betty by quite a few years, so like,
and that also goes back to like Betty's like absolute lack of care for Kevin and Kevin's vulnerabilities, like her Betty's willingness to use Kevin's sexuality for her own benefit, like without thinking about his safety. Like, she does this many times
into the farm, and once he's out of the farm, he's been left behind. She also uses his relationship with Fangs to get information about the farm.
Yeah, she doesn't. Betty's relationship with Kevin,
she does get called out for it at that point. Like, Kevin does call her out for that, but like, it's one of the only times she's ever called out for it.
And she does not learn. Like, she uses, like, her and Kevin's relationship is so one-sided. She consistently uses him, and it's a very, very unlikable trait that she has in that friendship. Other queer characters, so we have Moose.
Moose also done fairly dirty.
Oh, yeah.
He's queer. He gets publicly outed. He is pressured a lot to come out before he's outed. He's kind of portrayed as a bad guy because he won't come out.
Yeah.
Which is problematic as shit.
Well, and the show presents it too. It's not just like a character within the show has that feeling. It's the whole show that has that feeling of like, you would be better if you came out, which is so bad. So bad in a situation where queer characters have been routinely victimized within the show and experience more violence when they're queer.
Yeah, the episode where he is publicly outed, Cheryl faces some consequences for that, but like not really.
But really, well, and which is also even more egregious because Cheryl's also a queer character.
Yeah.
Like, it just makes it worse because you have queer characters exacting violence on other queer characters, and there's like very little consequences for anyone for their actions.
Yeah, she is called out for it, but it does not feel like she gets why she's in trouble. It does not feel like she really feels all that bad about it, and things just kind of work out fine, so it's fine. Like, she does give a pretty genuine apology about it. For a character who went to a conversion therapy situation, you would think she would be a little bit more sensitive to that, and it's just not presented that way at all.
You would think. There's a lot of smaller queer characters.
Dr. Colonel Jr. is implied to be queer, I think, at least in the Josie reunion episode. Yeah. I'm pretty sure he's at that concert with a partner, and they're both like big Josie fans.
There's a lot of smaller characters as well. And I don't think we want necessarily going to talk about each one because
no, we don't want to talk about all of them.
They kind of, are more or less important. We've kind of talked about all the ones that are really have a really big impact on the story and that like whose treatment really kind of matters.
One thing I do want to talk about Archie the Married Life one more time, and like spoilers if you are into Archie the Married Life, because I'm going to talk about a big thing that happens, or a series of big things. So in Life with Archie the Married Life, so Kevin is married to Clay Walker, who is shot in a robbery attempt, and then Kevin runs for election to the United States Senate and becomes a senator on gun control legislation, and then Archie sacrifices his life to save Kevin from being assassinated for being like a queer progressive senator in the U.S. Senate. And like, I just feel like that's really important information. Not that like I don't love Kevin's ending. I think Kevin's ending in the show is really nice. He and Clay move to New York and have a very rich, very cultured life with music, which is exactly what Kevin in Riverdale loves to do. But I just wanted to say, like, there's an AU out there where Kevin is a doctor who becomes a United States senator on gun control. Like, solely running on gun control legislation after his husband is a victim of an armed robbery.
Yeah.
And that just feels like, I don't know, maybe cruising in Fox Forest falls a little short of that vision.
Maybe a little. Other things that fall short of what they could have been, I think that it's important to talk about when we talk about queerness in Riverdale, is we do need to talk about Jughead.
Yes.
And Jughead in the comics.
A lot of people were very upset that Jughead in the comics doesn't really have a sexuality for like 40 years, and then like sometimes is straight, and then like in more recent years has been explicitly asexual.
Explicitly. That's like the important part here, is that he is explicitly asexual in the comics pre-Riverdale.
Which I think is exactly, even back in the day, like Jughead was never interested in girls. In fact, was actively repulsed by girls. Really just cared about food, which is iconic as fuck. But yeah, so a lot of people were expecting that since this was a show being made in 2017 and Jughead's character had been explicitly asexual for a few years at that point, that would be...
I think it was only about a year. It was only about a year.
Yeah.
It was actually very, very recently.
It was pretty recent, but it was very big deal.
But even more so means you have this opportunity, and the showrunner even talked about, like, you know,
having a more progressive...
We're not going to start... Well, and he talked about, like, in really early, during the first one, like, he acknowledged that. So I'm going to just, like, read a quote.
Yeah, if you have a quote handy, that's great.
Yeah, I have a quote handy because, this is an area of interest to me. And so he says, and this is during season 1, he said, the way we're treating Riverdale, especially season 1, it's an origin story. I think all the kids are discovering themselves, and a big part of that is discovering their sexuality. Rather than have everything fully formed, for instance, we're not going to start with Archie's band or Jughead's asexuality or any of the things that have become canon. Those are all stops on the way to the journey until the show catches up to 75 years of Archie history. So he said that in season 1. The show then fully just never got there. Never got there in the journey.
I do believe that probably was something they did intend in season 1 to do.
Oh, yeah.
And then obviously Cole and Lily had some very explosive on-screen chemistry and ended up dating in real life for a while.
But also Cole also said in an interview that he had hoped that the CW recognized why that representation would have been important.
I just think that was such a popular ship, maybe more than they were ever even anticipating, because Archie's always been about Betty and Archie and Veronica, that I don't think they were really expecting that to resonate with people as much as it did.
No, but that's the problem with them being like, we'll wait
do it later.
See.
Yeah, is that they opened that door.
They opened that door, and like it, I don't know. As a person like on the ace spectrum, it's really frustrating, and I think it's like a really big missed opportunity for them to do. And I think just like really like for Roberto Sacasa, like a kind of a cowardly move.
It also would have been nice to replace that representation. Like, okay, you realize that Jughead's not it. They could have made another character ace.
Give us someone else and be meaningful about it, as opposed to just being like, we are now going to hypersexualize.
I kind of thought, not gonna lie, that might be where we were going pre-polycule. I thought kind of like that's where Archie Andrews was maybe heading after all of that.
Which would have been so interesting
after all of that sex we watched and had over the last 6 years.
Yeah, we could have flipped that and kind of gone, well, in the same way that like Cheryl's sexuality in the show is different than in the comics, like that's not really like the issue. The issue is that instead of like with Cheryl, they took a character that was kind of presumed straight and made that character like a more diverse representation. And then when in Jughead's case, they took a character that had a diversity that is rarely ever seen meaningfully and just erased it and just didn't and actually went the opposite direction of like over sexualizing all of its teenage characters.
I mean, we shouldn't be counting on the CW for anything that's not, let's show a bunch of shirtless teens, but it would be nice if we could.
But it would be super nice if we could.
Because yeah, I would have loved to see that. Having just rewatched the first few seasons, I was very soured on the Betty and Jughead relationship by the end. I think that when they blew it up with such finality.
They really did.
That like I was kind of soured on the whole thing, but like having just rewatched the early seasons again, and like seeing that relationship,
they were really compelling in the early seasons.
It was a very compelling relationship that was surprising at the time. Like I remember being actively surprised,
and like I really liked it. And like I'm not someone who grew up with the Archie like comics particularly like deeply, and so yeah, I also found that relationship really, really compelling. And I think that like I wish that we could have had both, you know, like I wish we could have like they could have gone, okay, we have this, but let's also like not totally erase this.
Yeah, I also think that Jughead and Tabitha's relationship is fairly well done throughout, and I was kind of sad to see us lose that in the last season because it's just kind of like a late season 5, early like into season 6 kind of deal. But yeah, like just like why couldn't there then be some if we weren't gonna like play this like if we weren't gonna have this Jughead thing happen, which you know plans change as things evolve, as you see what resonates with fans. I think that they should have just introduced that storyline to someone else, and I honestly feel like that could have been a really interesting end to Archie's story that would have been really unexpected. And then like honestly I thought that's where that whole like I need to just be on my own for a bit thing was gonna go maybe for a minute there, and then it didn't. But yeah, I would have really liked to see that, and in the absence of that I definitely would have liked to have seen Archie and Jughead do a little kissing. It's not like Archie's never kissed a guy on screen before. Archie and Kevin have a very very public kiss. It's very fun. It's literally not even played off as anything. Like, it just happens, and then everyone keeps going. It's just everyone's vibing.
It's actually one of the less performative, like queer moments on the show.
Yeah, it's very fun. It's very clear that they are having fun with it,
and you just move on.
Oh! Speaking of queerness, I cannot believe I almost let us not talk about this. Archie and Reggie in season 7.
Oh yeah, that too.
Archie and Reggie.
See, they baked it in.
Yeah.
It in.
Archie and Reggie are living together in season 7. Like, just to like lay out what actually happens. They almost watch a porno and like have like a mutual masturbation scene.
Yeah. Which is like a wild scene for them to be doing.
That's so wild. Riverdale has done a lot of weird stuff, but they've never really like all sex is like in a partnership.
Yeah.
Like there's no like that's just not really a thing. Maybe with the exception of Archie and Betty standing in opposite windows and undressing for each other.
Yeah, which is like still, yeah, it's not the same.
But like Archie and Reggie were explicitly gonna jerk off together.
Yeah, which was, and you know, there's like season 7, I think, is just there's so many moments.
Then after that plan doesn't go to plan, they go to a sex worker together, and they have a shared sexual experience with a sex worker, and then we cut from them entering that experience to them sitting outside watching the sun come up, where they say the words "I love you" to each other.
Yeah,
and then in the next episode, I think it is, Archie is reciting Jack Kerouac to Reggie,
and then they didn't have the like guts to like let Archie and Jughead kiss at the end, which just felt like they had done so much work with Archie specifically sexuality that whole season. The Archie the musical episode also has a ton of moments where they're just developing his like, oh, maybe I can have both, and you're like, okay, the metaphor can't get any more clear. And then they were like, actually, we can't make it explicit in the end. We can be like he dabbles in sexuality, but we can't be like he's explicitly with another man.
Reggie's response to finding out about the polycule is, why wasn't I involved? Why wasn't I in the polycule?
Yeah.
And like he said that when only Betty is present, but like this whole season has been Reggie and Archie having insane amounts of weird sexual tension. I would argue much more sexual tension than Archie and Jughead have ever explicitly had on screen by quite a lot.
Yeah, I think Archie and Jughead have had more romantic tension,
yes,
but not as much sexual tension. I don't know. And maybe the best way to like sum up the like struggles that Riverdale has with queer representation is in this like the quote from Veronica that explicitly like addresses the queer baiting.
Oh yeah,
question.
Yeah,
when they're and the context is that it's in the context is season 6, and the context is that
season 6 finale.
Context is that Veronica needs to kiss who is it?
Cheryl.
He needs to kiss Cheryl to transfer powers.
Which she clearly doesn't, because she doesn't have to kiss anyone to get the powers to go to Cheryl. They can just hold hands for that.
Yeah, but she's like, we gotta kiss. And then Veronica says, it's not queer baiting, it's saving the world. Which is sort of like, seems to be the way the Riverdale writers think about queer baiting and about like all of their actions about queer characters.
And it seems like if they think they seem to think that if they call it out, it doesn't count, because they also queer baited in the pilot.
Yeah.
In the pilot episode, they have Betty and Veronica kiss, which was, of course, in all of the promos. And then as soon as they do it, Cheryl calls them out. She says faux lesbian kissing hasn't been cool since the 90s, and basically tells them to get lost.
Well, and yet they still continue to do it over and over. And Cheryl's the one that calls it out as queer baiting in this episode.
Yeah, and then in the promo ahead of that episode, the Veronica and Cheryl kiss was in the promo, so they had been using that as queer baiting.
And it's like and because of like what, like when you're looking at it from this like meta level, and Veronica saying it's not queer baiting, it's saving the world, I think that Riverdale seems to think that it can do whatever it wants.
As long as they say it's bad, then it's fine.
Well, and not just that, but like it basically that like anything that it chooses to do with its queer characters is forgivable if the plot
demands
it. And that's just really gross, because that seems to like be their excuse for a lot of the terrible things they put queer characters through. That like, well, you know, it's fine that we put Kevin through joining a cult and then kind of blamed him for it because like we needed someone on the inside. It's fine that like, well, it's fine that like, you know, we did this and that because it's ultimately the plot was progressed. And you're like, that's not, just because you acknowledge that that's happening in your show does not make it better.
Yeah. Can we talk about some of the straight romantic relationships that were fucked up? Because there were some bad straight relationships too. Like let's not act like the straights got away with a clean bill of health or whatever you want. Let's start with Cheryl and Jason.
Ooh. boy. Ooh, boy.
Cheryl and Jason have some weird sexual attention. Obviously, Jason's never actually on screen because Jason's dead before the show starts, but there's quite a few flashbacks or recountings or the way that Cheryl talks about Jason that heavily implies that they did not have a normal brother and sister relationship. With seeing who their parents are, makes sense that they had some weird codependency issues. But it's weird that the CW was like, let's be weirdly sexual about it.
Yeah, from literally day one. From literally day one, they're weirdly sexual about their relationship, and then they don't ever backpedal it. They are like, no, multiple seasons that they're still doing.
I think there's one scene in the entire show, I'm pretty sure it's at Jughead's birthday party, which is obviously vastly overshadowed by the I'm weird, I'm a weirdo speech. The golden age of Riverdale season 1.
I don't fit in, and I don't want to fit in. You've seen me with this stupid beanie. That's weird.
But I think in that episode they do, like, Veronica gets very mean with Cheryl and does kind of call her out as for like having feelings about Jason, which is very mean overall to do, like that, like to do in public in front of a lot of people. Like, that is still her dead brother, even if it was never weird.
Yeah.
But yeah, they never really kind of get out of that. Cheryl definitely refers to Jason as her soulmate on multiple occasions, even after she comes out, less so, luckily. But like, I think that is also part of the reason why they made the decision to, I don't know if this was always in the plan to make Cheryl a lesbian, but I think that's maybe why they made Cheryl a lesbian, because the way that she talked about Jason was so exclusionary to the idea of her having a romantic relationship with another man.
Yeah.
Like, no other man could ever hold up to the idea of poor dead Jason. That, like, I just think that they had to just be like, no, Cheryl only likes women because...
Yeah. Because otherwise we have to deal with the fact that almost no relationship will have the same intensity
as that. I think that they did some really good things. I think that the episodes where in the time jump, but also the episodes in the present time where Archie and Cheryl are kind of like pushed to be together because they're both redheads, was some really good content. I think that some really good Archie content where Archie's like, hey, Cheryl is not safe at home. This is an unsafe situation, and if I can help, I'm going to, but like,
which
not at the expense of,
like.
But in present timeline, it was not at the expense of my family or my well-being. And then in the 50s timeline would have been at the expense of Archie's life and well-being. Like, he would have fully married Cheryl to get her out of that house if she had wanted that.
It would have fully been that beard for her. Which, I do. I think, going back to what you said earlier, I think that there are some elements of the queer storylines that were handled better when they were in the 50s because they recognized they had to handle it differently.
The other relationship that's very obviously wrong, I would say most people would agree that this is not an acceptable relationship, is Archie and Mrs. Grundy from season 1. It's pretty universally hated, and also I would say maybe not always handled well, but typically called out by the characters. Like, the characters and the show do make a point to condemn this relationship.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I still don't understand fully why, like, I mean, again, it's one of those ones where I'm like, it doesn't feel entirely, like, necessary, and that's unfortunate.
Yeah, it feels like they did it for shock value, to, like, draw you into the show from the pilot.
And that's just, like, unfortunate and unnecessary.
It's icky. I felt like they didn't maybe handle it super great in season 1 when it all went down, or even in season 2 when she died when she was a victim of the Black Hood. But I think it was season 6 even, maybe, where is like late season 5, early season 6, where Archie has a very visceral reaction to Betty's sunglasses. It's early season 6 because it's after it's when the superpowers are kicking in. Betty buys a pair of those heart-shaped sunglasses, and Archie has a very visceral reaction, and she is like, hey, you have PTSD from this very this relationship where you were preyed on.
I think that it was really good that they acknowledged, because up till that point they had sort of planted it as both of them made a bad decision, and you're like, okay, but one of them was a child and one of them was adult.
Also, a lot of characters condemn that relationship in season 1. Archie never does.
Yeah.
And I think going back in season 6 and having Archie go, oh yeah, I was groomed and that was wrong. I was a victim and she was a predator.
And now that Archie's actually an adult and he's able to do that, he's a similar age at that point to he's probably actually a very similar age to what with Grundy was.
And he's teaching at the high school.
And he's a teacher. So he's suddenly got this perspective that he didn't have as a 17-year-old or as a 15-year-old.
Which is so valid. I don't want to compare this show to Pretty Little Liars too much, but obviously it's a very similar vibe. And like, I watched Pretty Little Liars when I was in high school. Arya and Ezra are one of the main couples, and Ezra is the English teacher. He's 22 years old, and he fully knows, but he doesn't tell Arya that he knows. Arya assumes that she's 18 when they first meet, and then she finds out that he's her English teacher and she's 16. But it turns out he knew from the moment that they met, like he engineered their meeting and he knew that she was 16 the whole time. And they get married at the end of the series. Like they're together. They're one of the main couples through 7 seasons, and they stay together on and off. But I remember being so upset when her parents didn't want her to keep seeing him, and they tried to keep her apart. Like they were trying to like keep tabs on their child for the first time because they were very permissive parents overall. But yeah, rewatching that as an adult, I went, oh boy, this is bad.
Yeah, and I think at least Riverdale has at least Riverdale condemns it in a way that Pretty Little Liars does not.
Yeah, Riverdale condemns it immediately,
rather than marrying off those characters to each other and being like, it's fine because now they're adults.
Go back and like having Archie have that relationship was really good. The other main relationship that I really, really do not enjoy is Alice and FP. This is a trope that happens in a lot of dramas, and I don't like it.
I never understood Alice and FP. I just think that like the thing I didn't like about it is I never got that they had chemistry. I never thought they had chemistry. I didn't think they made any sense together. And like Alice's behavior Alice's behavior is so erratic throughout. Alice is a lot like Kevin in terms of like she is whatever they need her to be. So sometimes she is treated like a friend and sometimes she is a villain, and like there's really no predicting what it's going to be from week to week. And whether or not she's going to feel like she has agency in her own life, or if she feels like a tool, or she's going to be a victim of the narrative. Yeah. The thing, obviously, I don't like this trope in any media. Gossip Girl's another one that does this exact same thing where both the parents and the children are dating, which is just like why? Like it's very weird for everyone. Show me where this happens in real life. Show me why you're doing this. Like it's not. Okay, so this happens in Riverdale, Grey's Anatomy, and Gossip Girl. But here are the key differences on why Riverdale is the worst. In Grey's Anatomy, all of the characters know each other and are all fully adults. So the children involved are adults. They all live separate lives. The children are doctors. So they are fully adults. One of them has a kid already of their own, but their parents get married. One of the kids was not raised by her father. Like she did not meet her father until she was fully an adult. But their biological parents are married, and then they start dating. Okay, so not great, but like everybody was in their late 20s to early 30s when they met. Which even the kids. So very different. When everyone is like so much past adolescence and childhood that like when they met. Gossip Girl is more similar to Riverdale in that the mom and dad had a relationship in high school, grew apart, had separate families. Now their kids are dating, which brings them back together. In Gossip Girl, the kids break up because their parents start having feelings for each other, and they found out that their parents used to date. Their parents get married and they live as step siblings for a while, and then they kind of like sort of get back together, and then their parents break up and they get back together for real, on and off. In Riverdale, for people who haven't actually watched Riverdale and are just here for the vibes, which I don't blame you, this is going to be... Which hopefully we've given you enough context to enjoy the vibes here. Alice and FP dated in high school, had a kid that FP did not know about, and that Alice gave up for adoption. They had separate families. Then Betty and Jughead, their children, started dating each other. Then Betty and Jughead found out that they had a shared sibling. Then Alice sold their house, and FP's wife bought it for them. Then FP's wife moved out. And then Alice came back from the cult, moved back into her house that she did not own anymore, where her teenage daughter was living with her boyfriend and his family, and now Alice and FP are back together, and they are dating. So FP, Alice, Betty, and Jughead's sister Jellybean are all living in the same house, and Alice and FP are together, and Betty and Jughead are together. And then also, there's a shared sibling between Betty and Jughead. It's just not, it's so bad. It's so bad and so cringy, and it's just like everything about it. To add on to this, Jughead does not appear to have his own room in the house. Betty is staying in her room. That's always been her room, even when FP bought her house. Jughead just moved into Betty's room. Jellybean has her own room. She's living in Polly's former bedroom. Mm-hmm. So Jughead and Betty live in the same room, and Alice has an absolute mental breakdown when she finds out that Betty is on birth control because she does not want Betty to be having sex. Meanwhile, she knowingly, is sleeping with Jughead's dad in the bedroom next door, knowing that Betty and Jughead sleep in the same room. They have the same room. Yeah, there's nowhere else. Where else is he supposed to be? It's also not like Betty has bunk beds. Like, she has a bed. It's like, wait, like, what, you created this situation. You designed, this is by design. Why is this surprising to you?
You sold your house and you actually didn't buy it back from FP. So really, you shouldn't be living there. And you should have taken Betty and moved out when you came back from the cult. And otherwise, you kind of abandoned your child and sold your house. So you probably shouldn't have any say about where she's sleeping anyways. But it drives me so crazy. I hate it so much. I don't think it's good at all. I also, like, I really did like Buckhead, but I do think that if I found out someone I was dating and I had the same half sibling, that would be it. We'd be done.
I think that's the thing. Yes, you're like, you're like, we might not be technically,
when you start saying
related, but like,
our brother,
when you start, when you have to be like our brother, just maybe you're just like, you know what? Actually, I think
we should stop dating.
I think there's got to be other options for us that don't give me the cringe.
Yeah, because the Cooper family is already fucked up enough. Like, it doesn't need
so fucked up enough.
Doesn't need that
already. Yeah, KJ, I've also sent you a bunch of links to a few things we've talked about in this episode, and then a few other things, fan vids, essays, and stuff. So if people are interested in some of like the stuff, interested in hearing other people talk about them, or just interested in more Riverdale stuff, that'll all be there for you.
Yeah. Okay, let's talk about something we like about the show again, because like I feel like, you know, we came here with the golden dots across the show, and now we complained a lot. Which is valid. It's all been valid. They've all been valid complaints, but
yeah. Also, I think that I have no idea how long we've been recording. This is going to be such a fucking long episode. We've said so many things.
It's fine. Meredith and I already recorded forever on the other half of this episode, so it's fine.
Oh, right. The other half of the episode. I forgot that's the taste.
It's going to be long. It's like a bonus episode. The people have earned it by supporting the show.
It's true. It's true. If you're here and you're still here, you want to be. So you want to hear us talk about Riverdale for 3 hours.
Let's do an actual supernatural opinions segment, and let's talk about the death count on Riverdale. Because
hoping you have notes for this, because I don't.
I do have notes for this.
Of course you do.
Because there is, it's not totally up to date from what I remember, but on the Riverdale fandom wiki, thank you fandom wiki for continuing to keep this podcast running.
What would we do without you?
They had a running list of every character that died or that was mentioned to have died in the show, up through maybe the whole thing. I think they finally updated it. They had every character that was like named or unnamed or even mentioned that died all the way through the show, with like totals from the episode, and like they had calculated everybody. So I guess my question is, would you like to ballpark guess how many characters have died over the course of the show?
Yeah. Are we talking, is this like it's all like on screen? Like, is
on and off screen?
On and off screen. Okay. On and off screen.
Yeah. I also have kill counts for I have a total death count, and I also have like kill counts of like who's killed the most people.
Oh, that I'm also almost more interested in. I feel like my guess total for total count is going to be off, because I'm going to forget some major event that killed a whole shit ton of people. The whole show.
I will say, up to where we've covered in Supernatural opinions, I think we've passed this number. I'm just checking, but I'm pretty sure we have passed this number already in season 4.
Of on screen or off screen?
Like on and off screen.
Okay.
By the end of season 4, we'll have definitely passed this number.
I am gonna say like 425. Feels low. Feels
quadrupled.
No! Oh my god, that's not surprising. I'm sure I missed some event that killed like 500 people, and that's what I'm...
Yeah, General Pickens and Colonel Barnabas B. Blossom have 400 kills each.
I forgot about that. I forgot about both of those incidents, which that means I was relatively close. I was relatively close if you take out those 2 incidents.
So obviously they top the kill counts as well. Okay,
let's go through the
deaths by season. Deaths by season. Season 1 had 11 deaths.
Yeah, that's roughly where I would have put it. I would have been like, it's under 20.
Season 2 had more. The Riverdale comic had 20. Season 2 had 423. I don't know if I'm assuming that counts the 400 that General Pickens and Barnabas B. Blossom did. Yeah. Season 3 had 40.
Yep, that makes sense. The serial killer season.
Season 4 had 38. Season 5 had 58. There was a Southside Serpents one-shot, apparently, that had 6 additional deaths. Season 6 had 1,493 kills, which I think is the entire population of Riverdale.
See, that's
wait, Riverdale season 6 had a mass extinction event where every firstborn child died in the whole town. So
I forgot about that.
Yeah. We just got
Which
back
was
the ones
also
that we liked.
stupid plot line.
Yeah, we just
by the
got
way.
back the ones that we cared about. Everyone else was fucked.
Everyone else was still dead.
And then season 7, 39 characters died, which is crazy because that's only like in the 50s. So like that means like a lot of characters died. So
Yeah.
obviously General Pickens and Barnes V. Blossom. Percival Pickens had 36 kills. La Llorona, aka the woman in white, had 14 kills, which again, we should probably talk about the parallels between Riverdale and Supernatural. There are a few. Hal Cooper, aka the Black Hood, had 14, so tied with La Llorona. Penelope Blossom as the Gargoyle King had 10. And is the first person on that list to be alive so far. Sister Woodhouse, who's from the Sisters of Quiet Mercy, the, teenager drugging conversion camp running Sister Woodhouse, had 9 kills. Again, how are they still running? Chick had 7 kills. Hiram Lodge had 7 kills. Martin Trucker, who was the highway killer, had 7 kills. The trash bag killer had 6 kills. Fen Fogarty had 6 kills. I don't remember who Fen is. I'm assuming he's related to Fangs, but I don't really remember.
I don't really remember either.
Clifford Blossom had 5 kills.
Yeah.
Lewis Cooper, aka the Riverdale Reaper, aka Hal Cooper's father, had 4 kills. So Hal surpassed Dad by 10 kills. That's prolific.
Yeah, that is prolific.
Michael Matthews, aka the Family Man, had 4 kills. That was the serial killer that showed up on Halloween at the diner and tried to kill Veronica.
Right.
Veronica had 4 kills. Archie had 3 kills. Hermosa had 3.
Veronica's winning in the polycule for most kills.
Where okay, so those 3, Archie, Veronica, and Hermosa, 0 jail time for any of their kills. Charles Smith has 3 kills. He's in jail for being a serial killer.
Oh, the narrative.
I'm not saying that Charles, is a good guy, because he's definitely evil as fuck, but he's in jail for killing 3 people.
Power of the narrative, right?
Yeah, he is labeled as a serial killer. Lewis Cypher, aka the Devil, had 3 kills. Abigail Blossom had 3 kills, as did Cheryl. The Milkman had 3. Francis DuPont had 3. Nicholas Scratch had 3. Sheriff Minetta had 3. Jeffrey Dahmer, not the Jeffrey Dahmer, just a different Jeffrey Dahmer, had 2 kills.
Right, because they did that the whole thing for why? Because
Lucifer had 2 kills. Rivervale Cheryl had 2 kills. Betty from Rivervale had 2 kills. Hermione Lodge had 2 kills. Betty has 2 kills, which I think is low. But okay. Edgar Evernever also 2. Sheriff Keller 2. And then one-off murderers. Trevor Collins, Ethel Muggs, another Fen Fogarty. Maybe that is supposed to be Fangs. Maybe Fen is Fangs' actual name.
maybe.
Jeffrey Augustine, who is the guy that is, just for references to who Jeffrey Augustine is, because for a second I was like, who the fuck is that? That's the guy that killed Fred Andrews in show.
Oh, okay.
That's the 14-year-old kid that hit Fred Andrews with a car he wasn't supposed to be driving.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Ian Brady, Ryan Allen, Ted Bishop, Dreyfus Starkweather, Rivervale, Tom Keller, Reggie, Jughead, Rose, Tony, Bitsy Smith, Ethel Muggs, Tall Boy, Fangs Fogarty, Alice, Tony, Abigail, Rivervale Abigail, not Riverdale Abigail,
Right.
Mr. Chipping, Archibald Andrews, Geraldo, Beatrice Cooper, Jedediah Jones, Dilson Doily, Vittorio Alto, Small Fry, Anatole, Andre, Thomasina, Diane, and Reggie Prime. Also, okay, speaking of things that we didn't talk about and weird sexual relationships that we missed, there's an episode, I think it's one of the Riverdale episodes, but I honestly don't remember. But I'm just assuming it is because it's weird and wacky as shit, even by Riverdale standards. Reggie Prime, aka season 1 Reggie, and Reggie, regular Reggie that we've had for the other 6 seasons, and Veronica have a threesome. A full-on.
Which does seem like one of those things they were just like, ha, this is funny. And I don't really care all that much because I'm like, it's silly.
I just feel like,
It's
silly. I was a little remiss not to mention it in my weird straight relations.
Yes, that is a weird one.
I will say, it's as far as that kind of trope goes, I hate that less than I hate twincest or
So much less. That's just stupid. It's not like
parent, child dating situation.
Yeah.
Because
absolutely.
they do this in the new, not in the original, in the new Time Traveler's Wife adaptation, the HBO show, not the movie, the HBO show, where Henry sometimes time travels to places that there are another version of himself already there, and when he experiments with himself, he's a 16-year-old boy, he's weirdly horny, and he's got time travel. Why not? Okay.
Why not? Why not? Oh my god.
That was so interesting. The total kill count is 2,132. So, that's fun.
Yeah.
Who's your favorite, like, recurring, but not, like, the main kids? And, like, who's your least favorite character? Like, your, like, favorite, like, side characters?
Oh, I hated, so I'm gonna least favorite first. I hated, what's his name from, like, the later seasons? Oh, what was his name? He came in and he tried to take over the town and he had magic.
Personal Pickens.
Yes, I hated him so much. So much.
My least favorite, while we're on least favorite, is Uncle Frank. I hate Uncle Frank.
I think Uncle Frank I, like, hate more, but I found Percival more annoying.
Personal Pickens is, like, he's annoying, but, like, he's a villain. So, like, I'm like, okay, he's fine. Uncle Frank just sucks.
Uncle Frank just, I do agree with you there, and I think he's a worse character.
Favorite recurring character?
I really loved Moose.
Moose is good.
And honestly, it's been a while since you watched the show really recently, so like I'm not my memory for like the secondary characters is not going to be as good.
Mine is Dr. Curl Jr. Of course. I think really character. He wants to be paying in small bills to do illegal shit, and he's also a big fan of Josie and the Pussycats, and I feel like that's a great character. I feel like, he's a creepy coroner guy, and he likes Josie and the Pussycats, and that's all we need to know about him.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I also really love Nana Rose. Like Nana Rose
is really fun, and I kind of wish that Nana Rose had become more of a character. She does become like a pretty significant character, but I do kind of wish she had ended up being like a main villain or like a main character. I kind of felt like that's where she was heading in like season 6 and 7, and just kind of like didn't really get there. But like, Nana Rose is fun. Nana Rose should have I would love a Nana Rose spinoff here, like show of Nana Rose's childhood.
That would be really cool.
I do have to condemn Nana Rose a little bit for like grooming Penelope Blossom and like
she's
groomed.
not a good person,
not a good person, but
interesting character.
Definitely a really fun character.
Mm-hmm.
My last thing that I really want to talk about, that I feel like you are gonna have things to talk about with, specifically, is like Riverdale being a town of art. Riverdale is like a weirdly artsy town, where the arts get a lot of attention.
So much attention. And theater and music specifically get a lot of attention. Theater, film, music, like performance art.
And like there are a lot of creatives who do very well from Riverdale. Jughead and one of the Pussycats, I think it's Melody, are both published authors from their class. Like that's just their graduating class, are both published authors. Obviously everybody's kind of into the performing arts in some way, and not just the kids. Like the whole town is really into it. Like the whole town is really into like, oh, there's a football game and the Vixens are gonna sing something at us while we're like, they're not just gonna do cheerleading, they're gonna put on a full-on concert.
Well, and like we're gonna put people like on top of pop to do this elaborate performance, and we're gonna do it more than once, like for not even that big of a thing, like just kind of because we can.
It's not like a town event, it's just like let's do like a benefit concert or something.
High school, it was gonna be like high schoolers that are gonna be the ones performing, like,
and like the musical is a big deal. Riverdale has fucking theater money. Their theater program has money.
Yeah, theater program's doing real well.
We did not have dressing rooms in our theater program.
And like brings in just as big crowds as it seems that sports games do.
Yeah,
very
sports games and musical events. Even like the town, like when Josie and the Pussycats always had a fucking venue in the town, because like Sierra McCoy was always putting on like fucking Riverdale like talent nights and stuff like that. And like, but also like Cheryl's a very accomplished artist and continues to be a very accomplished artist in her like season 7 ending as well. Yeah. Kevin goes on to be a teacher and like work with off-Broadway productions, and like it just feels like a town that really celebrates the arts as a whole, which is a weird quality for a town that's pretty often remarked to be in its decline, and like in its like decline of morality, that we still have time to care about that.
Well, and pretty often like economically portrayed to be economically a little unstable.
Oh,
the fact that they have that much money to throw at arts is really, really interesting.
It's really interesting that like the Bon Nuit / the White Worm, as it depends on the season is doing so well, considering, Riverdale as a whole is in like a severe economic crisis, and like they don't have enough money to fund the fire station, but people are still showing up to watch like 20-year-old girls like do karaoke, basically.
That's like, and throwing a bunch of money at it and like
dress up to do it. Like, it's not like people are just showing up in jeans, like elaborate outfits and
lavish, elaborate outfits. It's a little like, I mean, and this is like an interesting thing about Riverdale in general that a few of the video essays that we've got linked will like kind of point out is like Riverdale sort of exists both in the present day and in its own universe, where regular, world events and American events don't take place, but also do when they're helpful for them to.
Yeah, it gives kind of like big Veronica Mars vibes in like that, like some members of the town are clearly doing very, very well and are very, very wealthy, and then other aspects, like other people in the town are like on the verge of losing their homes and like unstable and like unhoused in some cases, like several cases.
Yeah, and because Riverdale sort of exists in its own universe that's not really affected by the rest of the country, you can do that.
But at the same time, it weirdly feels like we're also supposed to perceive even the like canonically wealthy characters as middle class, like somehow like not struggling as much. Like Archie's never really struggling financially the way that some people in Riverdale seem to be, even though he doesn't really have a real job.
Yeah,
so, like,
and seems like he should.
Back and he's running the ROTC and he's kind of teaching some classes, but he's not qualified, so I can't imagine they're paying him at the full teaching salary, which is not great to begin with.
Which is the whole
school is on the verge of closing.
All the students become all of them become teachers is deeply offensive to me as a qualified licensed teacher.
Yeah.
The fact that they all just walk into these teaching jobs and everyone's like, "You're so good at this," and you're like, "Actually, no, they're actively so bad. They're such bad teachers. Like, show up to your job."
Veronica is particularly bad because she does not have great attendance at her job.
Her own job teaching children. Also, she's like a mob boss basically. So like, maybe don't.
Yeah.
Maybe don't teach children.
Maybe she is not the person who's teaching economics to the children.
Notable murderer, and also, like, definitely has done a bunch of dicey things with her money. Rich person who has done dicey things with her money to get ahead. Maybe shouldn't be teaching 15-year-olds economics.
I will say that one of Veronica's fucking actual, like, class lessons is actually so interesting, though. Like, she does the lesson with where she prints out fake river dollars based on that town that printed their own currency. I'm like, yeah, that's really cool. And I kind of love that idea. That's a really cool idea.
Yeah, that's a really cool learning opportunity for students.
I actually think it would have been a more interesting storyline if Hire hadn't immediately ruined that and they'd actually like had that actually play a part in revitalizing the fucking town, because that would have been so interesting.
I wish that they had done, like, again, they kind of make them teachers, and then them being teachers doesn't really meaningfully impact the story for the most part, and I wish they had let it meaningfully impact the story more, because it's just kind of like, we need them to have a job.
Yeah, and like they had to make this a private school in order to get around the fact that these people were not qualified to be teachers.
Yeah, and it just didn't, I don't know, there was just some parts of it where I was like, and this is just a Riverdale thing, this with a bunch of things where they like did do a plot line without really thinking about the consequences of it, and then don't really do it. You're like, oh, what an interesting plot line, and then they just like don't do it. Yeah. And they just like don't do anything interesting with it because they didn't really think through how to make it interesting. Again, whatever.
I do kind of like it because it does kind of play an homage to some of the married life content. Like in that Archie and Betty are teachers at the school in one of those universes, if not both of them. Archie's the music teacher and Betty is the English teacher. And I do think that we do get some of the most iconic outfits from Betty when she's the shop teacher. Mm-hmm. I kind of love that. I do kind of love that. Might be one of my favorite, like randomly like given character traits of Betty that is just like it's never brought up until it needs to be, and then they're just like, yeah, Betty's been able to do this the whole time, and that is like Betty's mechanic abilities. They're just like, yeah, Betty's dad used to work on cars with her and she's insanely good with cars, and then like they don't mention it except for like once a season when they need something with cars to work good.
Yeah.
And then like, hey, remember this thing that we definitely established before? We have definitely established and used this before, but like we're never gonna like actively show it the way that we do. Like we're never gonna like justify it the way that we justify like Betty's mystery solving something, or like
or it actually makes sense, or Jughead's like narrative, like figuring out the threads of the narrative. You're like, okay, yes, it makes sense for both those characters because you've really clearly demonstrated in that character since its inception that this is their thing. Like Jughead's thing is that he's a writer and he's a storyteller. Betty's thing is that she solves mysteries. So it makes sense when that comes back over and over and over again that they use those skill sets to like solve mysteries and tell stories and figure out the narrative, which like are elements of the show that I actually really like, because I think they really hone in on both those character traits.
Can we talk about the time jump for a bit? And like, I want to know how you feel about where the characters ended up post time jump. So Archie is just freshly back from active military duty.
Which, boy,
I didn't love the
that
Archie military thing.
I don't love the I will say, like, as a general thing, I had more issues with the time jump choices than not.
Oh yeah, they fully didn't know when they jumped to. So when they're applying to colleges, Veronica accepts her college, like her accepted into the class of 2024 because it's 2020. But then when they get back from the time jump, it is still 2020, even though 7 years have passed. So they actually, they don't know when they
Well,
are.
and again, Riverdale exists in its own universe outside of the regular United States timeline,
where 7 years can pass and it can also be the same year.
And you know, and where like COVID, it's a universe where COVID doesn't happen and like all these sorts of things. Like they just sort of are
and
like,
the United States is at war with somebody.
Yeah, there's some active conflict.
But we're using like World War I military abilities.
Well, and the visuals are very World War I.
Yeah.
Which is again stylistic choices, but that's just like technology in Riverdale, which I actually think is like kind of a fun aesthetic, and I don't actually mind that part of it.
I do think the whole choice of Archie to enlist at all is a little bit not what I wanted for Archie.
It doesn't seem to be a very natural, like, I don't know. I didn't love it as a choice.
Veronica has gotten married and is low-key a stockbroker, but like on the down low.
I didn't mind hers. Hers actually, I was like, you know what? For all the characters, it actually kind of makes sense that this is where she ended up. Like, that she married someone not really because she loved them, but because like it kind of made sense, and it was like a political,
thing. Even though her dad didn't want her to get married.
Yeah, like
which also feels a bit like a very Veronica thing to do.
Yeah, it feels very on par. Like that she's sort of like villain, like up to her villain game, kind of made sense, and I didn't mind. Betty being in the FBI again, I actually also really liked.
I think they put in the work for that in the previous seasons.
They make it make sense, and you're like, okay, I'm tracking this. I did not love what they did initially with Jughead.
Yeah,
that was my biggest beef with it.
Let's talk about Jughead.
Let's talk about Jughead. Jughead is my of the four of them. Jughead is my favorite of the characters. So I'll just like state that.
That is important to establish.
Yeah, like so I have strong opinions about Jughead for very specific reasons, because he was always my favorite character from like the first season. Partly just because like I find the meta. I find a character that's really like I this is true of me in a lot of pieces of media, of like a character that's sort of obsessed with the meta narrative. A character within a narrative that's obsessed with the narrative is always like fun for me. Like,
Yeah, I
love your Abinadiers. I love your Chuck Shirleys. I love your like those kind of people. I love your Charlie Bradburys. Like all those sort of characters are important to me. So I really like Jughead. And then I felt like his character fell off a cliff, and I was like, this does not make sense. Okay,
so let's recap for the people what's actually happened to Jughead. Jughead has become an alcoholic. He has severe substance dependencies, which makes sense. He is at least third, if not more generation alcoholic.
However, they did not give us, I wish they had like given us more to show it.
He was breaking the cycle. Like last we saw him, he was breaking the cycle.
Yes, exactly. Which I think that like they didn't do a convincing enough job. It was just jarring. Because I was like, yes, for sure. It's been 7 years or however many years it's been, and he could have gotten there in that time. However, they don't do a great job at like really convincing me that made sense based on where we left him.
It is very heavily implied that his novel, while initially a success, has not gained him great like lasting success because he has not followed up. So he's a one-hit wonder in the literary world. And also very heavily implied that he was not favorable to anybody in the town of Riverdale, including his former friends.
Yeah, and I also didn't fully was like what? Like it just was convincing.
Yeah, and like Jughead wrote so many things in the original original series, it doesn't really make sense that he's so plagued by writer's block in season 5.
Well, yeah, and also that he couldn't have gotten, because in the original first 4 seasons, he does so many different kinds of writing. Like, he writes fiction, he writes comics, he writes journalistic articles, he writes news articles, he writes biography. He writes so many different. He has quite a bit of range, and so then for him suddenly to be no, all you can write is a novel, and so because he hasn't written another novel, he's not possibly able to get any other work. Just doesn't ring through.
Yeah, so he's struggling financially. He's in severe debt, deep in substance use issues. He's become a very abusive partner, not just to his current partner, but to his past partners. He is still actively calling Betty up and leaving her abusive voicemails 2 years later.
Also doesn't make sense with what we saw of him and his relationships in the earlier seasons.
Yeah, their relationship didn't really end on a obviously it did end because of the Betty and Archie kiss, but they stayed together for a while after that, and then things were just kind of things were just not the same after that, and they just both went off to college. They did not have a really amicable or non-amicable breakup or anything like that. They just kind of grew apart after that incident, which does suck. And sure, Jughead could have some resentment years later from that, but for him to be calling Betty up and calling her a bitch 2 years later after that,
just didn't track.
And he's not a good partner even when he's trying to start things up with Tabitha. He's not good to Tabitha either. He's taking a lot more than he's giving in that relationship. They have a very uneven relationship dynamic, even though she's literally his boss. The relationship dynamic is still somehow in his favor.
And again, it doesn't make a lot of sense with what we got from his relationship before that.
Yeah.
It doesn't make sense. It's they took his character arc and sort of weirdly flipped it without a good. Again, you can take a character who's having a really positive arc and flip it, but you have to put in the work to get us there, and they didn't put in any of the work. They just kind of were look at Jughead's life is a mess, and you're where? From where? Especially when everyone else, Archie, okay, don't love the military choice, but I can see it, and the results make sense.
I think that where Archie was going was so good. In season 5 with the community center, I'm kind of sad that they just kind of threw that out.
I think both Archie, but his still made more sense than Jughead, because Archie still feels like Archie, even though he's plagued by this PTSD. He still feels like the Archie, consistent with the Archie we knew from the previous season and the 7 years earlier. And same with Veronica, who is still highly ambitious, who is still
beefing with her dad,
who is still incredibly intelligent and a little manipulative. She's still all those things. And she's still kind of manipulative in her relationship.
Yeah, and Betty's still obsessively solving mysteries. And,
they all make sense. The only one that falls off a cliff is Jughead.
Yeah.
And I think that's another reason that I really that was the season where I kind of stopped watching as consistently. Yeah. And it took me longer to get through that season until they kind of did some redemption stuff and kind of got his character back. And I never felt until they got to season 7, I didn't feel they fully got his character back until season 7.
Cheryl has become a recluse and is basically living out a Sarah Winchester House fantasy, where she is just constantly renovating Thornhill. Tony is in her triad thing with Fangs and Kevin, and they're having a baby, and she's also a social worker at the high school. She's the guidance counselor, I guess. And Kevin is the drama teacher, and then Tony also owns the White Worm, and Fangs is managing it for her.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. So, and Reggie is splitting his time between his abusive dad's car dealership and other abusive dad, just not his, Hiram Watch.
Yeah, it's just a rough time for Reggie. But look, the time jump is again, they were trying to fix a problem and they just created a bunch more problems, and there are some really fun things that come out of it, but it takes them it's because it feels sort of like a reboot of the show, it takes them a while, I think, to find their footing.
Yeah, I think they get there. I think
so too. I think they get there as well, but I think it takes them a while, and it's part of why it's kind of struggling.
And I think there are some behind the scenes things definitely happening that are exacerbating
Absolutely.
the issue.
Absolutely.
I don't want to blame anybody in particular, but I do think that Cole and Lily breaking up IRL definitely impacted their scenes because they were definitely doing less scenes together, even though they were both investigating kind of parallel mysteries and kind of working together, but not in a way that resulted in them having scenes together, which felt very.
So they write their relationship like it's super fractured, even though we don't really know why, even though it doesn't make sense that it would be as fractured as it is. And you're oh, it makes sense when you think about the fact that these actors also had a fractured relationship.
Yeah, Yeah, like, why are these two mad at each other, but Archie and Veronica are fine, and Veronica and Betty are fine, and
right,
Betty
why is everyone else
like,
fine, and there's this weird extra layer of tension?
Everyone else in this situation is fine, like, Jughead and Archie are fine, but,
they've all worked out their stuff, or at least enough to, like...
Yeah, and it's been 7 years, so, like, even if they hadn't, like, they've all moved on and dated other people since then.
Yeah, so, yeah, it's,
Let's see who else around. That's kind of like the main ones. Then obviously they're all coming back and they're starting up work in their various teaching positions, and
it's so funny. It's funny. It is very funny and enjoyable to me that they're like, it's not a high school show anymore. They're not high schoolers, but we still really want them to be at school, so we're gonna put them at school still. And you're like, okay.
We can't afford more sets. Shit, the Riverdale High set was all of the sets.
Oh, you're like, wait, that was where we did 75% of our filming before? I guess we're gonna keep doing it there.
We need hallways with lockers, stat, and the freaking student lounge.
We needed to still feel like a teen show, so we're gonna put it at school, even though none of these characters are teenagers anymore. Hilarious choices.
Yeah, something I want to talk about, and back into our like more serious topics, is the way that this show had dealt with bodies, and specifically teenagers' bodies, and therefore IRL actors' bodies, because there was definitely some issues, and not necessarily with the people you immediately think of when I say that there's an issue with bodies, because like I would say like the main person that I think was maybe not most impacted,
but
I know
like
what you're gonna say, significantly impacted is KJ Apa.
Yes,
I do feel like I need to point out when the show filmed its first season was 18 years old. Like,
yeah, so he is the youngest he's the youngest of the main cast in the first season, and he is an adult, but he's just barely an adult. And he's not like an adult who's been
frontal
in
lobe
the film
was
industry.
not done growing.
And he's not an adult who's been in the film industry for the same amount of time that some of the others have been.
The CW is kind of famous for like just hot people. That is kind of their brand, is like teenage shows for teenagers, or it was, I guess, RIP CW, but you kind of dug your own grave and did this to yourself.
Yeah, and for reference, like Riverdale has been done for a year now? It's about a year now?
Yeah.
And KJ Apa is still only 26, and it was a show that ran for 7 years. So like, yeah.
Also recently divorced, so back on the market, single father, KJ Apa.
I did not know that.
Very recently. I feel like I just saw the news this week. But yeah, so like KJ Apa is like the youngest cast member. Obviously, Archie Andrews is supposed to be 16, but like kind of like one of his primary character traits in like, I would say the first 3 seasons is that he's a hot dude.
Yes.
Definitely the pilot. Like, he's introduced as boy next door who's gotten very hot over the summer, Archie Andrews. But yeah, like they show him without his shirt on a lot. He's in this like very scandalous relationship with a teacher, and then like him and Veronica are very sexy, so they do a lot of sex montages with multiple couples throughout the show. So I do remember seeing somewhere that like KJ Apa is doing these insane workouts. He's got to maintain this like insane 6-pack that he has going on, and he's also like not eating and drinking on the days that they're doing shirtless scenes, so that he gets like the most muscle definition.
And it's a lot of shirtless scenes. So it's like that's not happening like, you know, once or twice a season. That's happening like every couple of episodes. So that's a lot of filming time.
Yeah, and that's a lot of time. That's a lot of days where KJ Apa's like, I'm not eating or drinking today. Like, that's not healthy for your body.
No, as a young person too, who is still
crazy
like
working out. And like, I don't know. I don't know if people like know this, if this is like common knowledge, or like just like, but like, or like, I don't know, maybe people stop keeping up. But like, Zac Efron had like a pretty severe eating disorder after High School Musical. Like, KJ Apa's like about in that same age range, like, and engaging in a lot of the same behaviors, like to try and keep up. I remember seeing something about KJ Apa, like saying that he doesn't eat or drink on those days, and then like the next episode that came out, Betty and Archie had sex in the back of a car in the shop class in the high school. This is in season 5, so they're teachers, not students.
Oh yes,
But there was a lingering shot of Betty like trailing her fingers down Archie's abs, and I was like, okay, but like KJ Apa could have ate something or drank something today. We could have just not had that. Like, there's a lot of sex going on in this car. We didn't need a lingering shot on his shirtless body. Like, we get it.
Yeah.
We get that he's hot.
But that was always sort of one of the appeals of Riverdale, was like KJ Apa's body, which, yeah.
It's a little bit gross. Like, they're all supposed to be teenagers. Like, even if they are adults, they are supposed to be teenagers. Like, these are supposed to be teenage bodies.
Mm-hmm. I'm from the Vancouver area where they filmed Riverdale. So, like, Riverdale filming was, like, pretty just well-known and common. And so, like, I have a sibling who, like, once saw KJ Apa at their climbing gym one day, randomly.
We had a good day that day.
And yeah, was like, this is super weird. And like was during filming because his hair was particularly redder than the normal. Like, and like was definitely cut in the Archie, the way. But it was interesting. One of their observations just about like, the physicality and this, like, it was evident. It was evident what like that body was being put through to make that possible.
Some of the actresses have also talked about how uncomfortable they were doing so many scenes where they're not wearing shirts. I think Lily Reinhart specifically said she's really insecure about how her arms look, and like she does a lot of scenes where she's just wearing a bra. Like it's just not really necessary to have those scenes. And like I don't want to be one of those people who's like, sex doesn't serve a purpose, there should be no sex, because I feel like that is a trend we're seeing a lot more with viewers and audiences who are like, there should just not be sex in media. And I think that that's not correct.
Not correct or necessary.
But like there is a balance to be struck, and I think that the way that we're shooting these scenes, I don't know if Riverdale has a intimacy coordinator or not. I'm hoping that they have one, but like that's a new thing that's kind of cropped up in the industry in the last few years, is somebody who's in charge of making sure that all of the actors are comfortable and like that simulated sex scenes are filmed in like an ethical and like comfortable way for everyone.
Yeah. And I'm just not 100% confident that Riverdale, the show where that's going to be the truth.
Yeah, it's not an industry standard. It's not an industry standard at all. And like it's kind of a new thing in the industry. So I'm not sure that it's something that they would have.
Yeah.
But I hope that it's something that they had available to them, because it does seem like it's like very needed. And like just having heard so many stories from other shows where they didn't have that, and like some of the things that like happened on other sets, just anytime anyone has their clothes off, we should have an intimacy coordinator there to make sure that it just makes it makes sure that the actors are protected. It makes sure that the director can get what they need in like the like easiest, safest, most comfortable way possible for everybody involved.
Absolutely. And prioritizing that, especially if you are going to have a show where you are going to spend so much time sexualizing your characters, which like there's already a million issues with.
Yeah.
If that's your primary way of like making your show attractive is like sexualizing your characters, I'm like, that is not great. But then if you're going to do that on top of like, if you're going to do that, then like your bare minimum should be that you take every industry precaution to make sure that your actors are protected. And I'm just not, based on what we do know,
doesn't seem like that was what was happening.
Does not seem like that was what was happening. Yeah, all the shade to the CW, because they do not have a good track record
of maintaining good working environments, just kind of across the board on any of their shows. It seems like I feel like this has been really good for we decided last night that we were doing this after like months of vaguely talking about it.
Yeah, and I haven't watched anything from the show. I haven't watched anything from the show recently. Now I have like 12 tabs open of things I'm going to watch after, because now I just want to go enjoy some Riverdale afterwards.
I've been really enjoying my rewatch. Like genuinely, I would say even season 3, which I previously counted as one of the worst seasons, I enjoyed.
And I don't know if I'm going to do a rewatch. We'll see. I'm going to rewatch a couple of episodes, and then we'll see if that sparks a rewatch.
Yeah, I would probably be more likely to rewatch like individual episodes. I mean, I'm on like late season 5 now, so I'm just going to watch through the end.
Yeah.
How did you feel about the episodes where the actors played their parents? Did you like those?
I think it's fun and campy and silly, and I love it. Personally, I love it. I think it's fun and campy and silly, even when I'm like, it doesn't make any sense. I think it's fun. Again, it's one of those like gimmicks where I'm like, is it cringy? Yeah. But like, is it cringy in a way that actually hurts someone? Like, no. So it's kind of funny. Like, I personally was here for it. Also, because those episodes were like set in the school, and they were involving this like, D&D knockoff, which I also think the D&D knockoff.
Oh my god, watching that again now that I know how to play D&D. It's so fun.
Yeah, see, that's the enjoyment that you get out of that episode if you're someone who like plays
I did
D&D.
not know how to play D&D before, like at
and like
any
it's
other
not
point.
a good representation of D&D.
No,
but
it's
also
horrible.
it's also really funny because like D&D in the 80s and like was a bit of a scapegoat by like evangelicals
for satanic
things. And so for Riverdale to be like, it'd be really funny
if it actually
D&D
was.
It actually was about summoning demons or like monsters.
Yeah.
Like we actually made it satanic. Like hilarious actually.
But then actually it's just a cover for the drug trade.
Yeah, which is even funnier because they're like, you thought it was one thing, but it actually wasn't. And that I think is a really fun writing choice that I thoroughly enjoyed as someone who like grew up with a parent who like was very anti D&D because of like that fear. I think it was that storyline was always very fun to me. And then having the flashback episode with it like was fun.
August, August, are you a Marvel fan? Like,
yes, but like not fully caught up. Yes, but less so now than I used to be. So it depends what you're going to reference. So I don't know.
that is also how I am. No, I just want to talk about like once that magic switch gets flipped, we start borrowing shit from specifically. I would say the two big ones are the MCU and Supernatural. And I do feel like we do need to talk about the Supernatural ones at the very least before we wrap this up, because that is kind of our thing.
I don't really care about the Marvel ones all that much, if I'm being perfectly honest. But the Supernatural ones, like, I run a Supernatural podcast. We both run a Supernatural podcast. This is a Supernatural podcast.
Yeah.
It's relevant. It's relevant to be like, you know, how many times in the last couple of seasons of Riverdale something would happen and we would just be like, I think I've seen this film before.
Didn't that happen on Supernatural?
I think I've seen this before. I think I've seen this character before. I think I've seen this plot line before. Worse and or better.
To start with, I would say maybe the least obvious one. When I watched 719, the second last episode, I was like, that was a pretty good finale, and there's an episode left. And the last time I was in that situation,
I didn't like it. Last time I was in that situation, I didn't like it. It was bad. It was really unenjoyable.
But there was also the Book of the Damned.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the supernaturalification of Riverdale in its last couple seasons, where they were like, we run out of plot lines in this town, so what if there are superpowers and monsters? They were like, what if like, you know, in what an earlier season would be like, oh, you know, D&D isn't really satanic, it's just a cover for a drug thing. What if we were like, well, actually, maybe something is satanic. Maybe there is actually a big bad.
Yeah, I feel like in the last like 2 seasons, I was like, this is right out of Supernatural like so many times.
Mm-hmm.
And now I'm struggling to remember what they were. And the search function is not helpful because we've spoiler tagged everything in the channel. So I can't just like search for it.
Search it. Oops. This is the problem with us live chatting about it and not wanting to spoil it for each other.
But there was I did have something. I went and I pulled there's a few episodes that share the same episode titles.
Yeah.
And I did pull which ones those were. So ones that are the same or very similar. Supernatural season 8 episode 9 Citizen Fang, and Riverdale season 5 episode 12 was Citizen Lodge. Obviously those are Citizen Kane references.
Yeah, but you know.
Obviously Dog Day Afternoon and Dog Dean Afternoon. Dog Day Afternoon is the reference. And it's season 4 episode 3 of Riverdale and season 9 episode 5 of Supernatural. And August and I both don't really like that episode of Supernatural, so that's fun. That's a fun fact.
Yeah.
There was a few more. No Exit, season 2 episode 6 of Supernatural, and that's the Joe episode where they're with AJ Tom.
They're trapped in the hotel.
Riverdale, it's season 3 episode 9, and that is the quarantine episode where the quarantine happens.
That makes sense. Yeah.
Then there's also The Great Escape, Riverdale season 3 episode 5, and Supernatural, it's The Great Escapist. It's season 8 episode 21, which is the episode where we meet Metatron for the first time, I'm pretty sure. I don't remember what happened in the Riverdale one. But I'm guessing, I think that's the episode where Archie breaks out of the prison. Because then he's on the run for a couple of episodes after that. The Raid, season 3 episode 17 of Riverdale, and season 12 episode 14 of Supernatural. And that's a British Man of Letters episode.
Mm-hmm.
There Will Be Blood, season 2 episode 15 of Riverdale, and season 7 episode 22 of Supernatural. So that would be the season 7 finale of Supernatural, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, that's the finale.
I think those are all the ones that have the same name. I thought it was going to be more when I did all of this work to put them all in a spreadsheet, but now I have them in a spreadsheet. But I did think it was the same.
Yeah, that is.
I thought there was an episode of Riverdale called Swan Song, but apparently I either missed it in my list or I was incorrect. But I was pretty sure that Swan Song was an episode of Riverdale. Where was I before I got into that? I don't remember. That's fine. I'm sure when I'm editing back, we'll be like, how did you not go back to the thing and follow up with that sentence? Supernatural parallels. Let's talk about, other like supernatural parallels. There was the
rampant queer baiting is just
rampant queer baiting,
like
rampant queer baiting, and like
rampant like misuse of queer characters. As a less fun parallel, but like the increasingly big and ridiculous plot lines kind of pulled out of thin air as the show goes on. It's very Supernatural and CW of them.
There was that thing, ended up being like a code name for a palladium bomb in Riverdale, but it was named after some god, and that god was definitely in Supernatural. It
really is like Riverdale became more like Supernatural the longer it went on.
Oh yeah, Malus Maleficarum was a big thing in the last 2 episodes of Riverdale. The Malus Maleficarum was in the last 2 seasons, like pretty extensively, or at least season 6. 6.
Mm-hmm.
I don't remember any other ones, but I know there's a lot, and I'm going to be sad later that I don't remember them.
Listeners, if you can also think of the connection,
send them in, because there's so many.
To us, because we have been recording for like 3 hours, and so now we are starting to run to the end of our like extensive knowledge.
Yeah, and I can't go back and unspoiler mark all of these thoughts that August and I each had while we were watching.
There are parallels. If you've seen both shows, you know what they are. If you haven't,
Angel Tabitha. Let's talk about Angel Tabitha, because that was a big one. Raphael straight up just shows up.
They're like, you know what we need in this show? Angels.
Yeah.
Actual angels. They're like, never mind that we're not really gonna deal with the whole like deity, like God sort of situation, but we are gonna be like angels.
Yeah, Angel Tabitha. Then Angel Tabitha becomes the guardian angel of Riverdale who watches over all of them behind the scenes. And I'm like, we've seen this before. We've definitely seen this before. Oh, speaking of gay characters, in Riverdale, James Dean is canonically bi. They're like, we know that it's been heavily implied over the years, but we're gonna straight up make it canon that James Dean is bi.
Which is good. Good on them. They did do a couple of things where...
And once went skinny dipping with Veronica Lodge.
Yeah.
Veronica Lodge, who is like low-key living like I Love Lucy. Like her parents are like in a 1950s reality TV show about her life. But like she doesn't play herself. They have a fake daughter to play fake Veronica.
So ridiculous.
In the series finale of Riverdale, the polycule decides they're gonna go on one last drive, and they go on a drive on the fucking finale bridge.
The same bridge. I have that saved on my Tumblr. That post saved, and I'm like, this bridge like haunts my
Sorry,
dreams.
in case that made no sense. Archie, Betty, Veronica, and Jughead go for a drive in Archie's hot rod, and they drive over the bridge that Sam and Dean meet up on in heaven. It's the same bridge from the series finale of Supernatural.
It's the same bridge because they both film in the same 5 locations for the same amount of years, and that bridge is a like really good location.
They drove on this bridge many times. It is a bridge
in both shows.
It's a bridge that they see a lot in both shows because it's on a stretch of road that they use for filming fairly often. But in the series finale was a very great moment to feature the
In contrast, like the Riverdale one makes me feel happy, and the Supernatural one makes me want to drive off that bridge.
Oh, we also had a baby in an adult body because we aged up baby Anthony into an adult.
That's true. We did that on Supernatural too,
and we made the baby get a tattoo.
And we made the baby kind of like, well, in Riverdale we made the baby explicitly queer. In Supernatural,
just kind of queer,
unspecifically.
Tattoos all around for the babies in the house.
That's true.
Other queer characters, Mary Andrews.
Mm-hmm.
Mary Andrews was canonically queer. Then they divorced her from her wife, only to get her back together with her wife. Good times. I feel really bad for Mary Andrews. She was really a victim of the she was living a very separate and successful life, except for the fact that Fred Andrews had to be killed off. Respectively, and then were like, oh shit, Archie needs a parent. I guess we need to get Molly Ringwald back, which was probably more money than they wanted to spend. I'm guessing that you can't just have Molly Ringwald for no money.
Yeah,
good for her.
Yep, good for her.
But yeah, those are some of the parallels. I feel like there must be more. There's like also AUs were introduced
in both shows. They enjoy having a good narrator. Sorry, a godlike narrator. Yeah. That's also true in both the shows.
Yeah, that's really fun.
And writing about the story of the show within the show. Like you have
like a meta thing.
Writing comics about the Riverdale characters. You have Chuck writing down like the Supernatural Gospels, like the Winchester Gospels, like that. That's both of them play with meta narrative quite a lot, and that's like one of my favorite parallels between the two shows.
I guess the last thing I want to talk about is the one time that Riverdale made me really go like, wow, this show is getting to be too philosophical. And it was in season 7. There's a season 7 moment where I'm like, this show is asking me to think too much. And that is in the season 7 premiere when Angel Tabitha shows up and Jughead and is like, Jughead, hey, I'm gonna wipe your memory. Mm-hmm. But the last thing that she tells Jughead, the last thing that he can possibly remember as he forgets his entire life up to that point, is bend towards justice. And I was like, What does that mean? What does that mean? Why is that weirdly good?
Well, and it's like Riverdale tried in its last season to be like, we're gonna say some important things, and then proceeded to be very silly. And you're like, I get that you were trying, but like that's not what's on the box, honey. Like that's not why we're here.
I will say, if you watch Riverdale and you haven't before, even if you have, in season 7, it's so obvious that the actors are all having a much better time.
Yeah, because they just got to lean into the camp.
This is what they should have been giving KJ Apa to do the whole time.
Yes.
Like, is KJ Apa doing angsty Archie? I mean, yeah, because he has to. But like, season 7, a comics adjacent Archie is KJ Apa's jam. He is having the time of his fucking life. He is acting the shit out of it. He is nailing it. It's by far the best Archie that we've ever had.
Yeah, absolutely.
Same with Reggie. Like, clearly a superior Reggie.
Yeah.
Reggie and Jughead are the two I think that suck the most after the time jump. And like, yeah, Reggie once the travel back in time happens is so good.
so much better.
But yeah, I feel like that's all I want to say about Riverdale. I
think that's all I have to say as well. We've covered all the important stuff and some of the not important stuff.
Good times.
Yeah, if you want to see more Riverdale stuff, look in the show notes.
Yeah, August has sent me a bunch of stuff and it's amazing.
Even just I'm scrolling through my Riverdale reblogs on my Tumblr, which I also have linked. And
oh my god,
they're fun. It's just a bunch of posts of people.
I had never engaged with Riverdale at Tumblr until the 2 or 3 days following the finale airing, and it was such a joy of fandom space.
Such a joy.
This show has ended, but like we aren't all emotionally devastated. In fact, we're all emotionally rising as a result of this show.
We're like, you know what? This show is fun. We can keep going back to it. It's just a fun, silly time, and that's really why we're here. That's really why we wanted to make this episode, is because it's fun to like talk about a show where we can have complaints, but ultimately be like, you know what? This show was fun. This show was fun, and it didn't end in a way that made me want to never watch a CW show again, which is saying something.
Saying a lot. Especially because, like, I don't know, Supernatural and Riverdale were the CW's 2 last, like, really successful shows to exist. Like,
absolutely. And maybe their last really successful shows ever.
Yeah. Like, I would say, like, with Riverdale ending, that was kind of the end of the CW. Like,
the end of their era of having any sort of dominance in teen television.
Which is what they were built on. Like, that's what the network was built on, was teen shows. Like, they took Buffy over for the last couple seasons. They had all of those superhero shows. They had Supernatural. They had the Vampire Diaries. They had Veronica Mars. Like, that was, like, their bread and butter was teen shows. And, like, Riverdale was kind of the last one that they still had. And it was always in its last season, even when all those cancellations were happening. Like, it was already known that Riverdale was ending after this season. So it wasn't really, like, one of those ones where we were waiting for it to get canceled. We kind of knew, like, it was done the whole time. But, like, with all of those other shows getting canceled between the time that the season started and the time that the season ended, that, like, when the season ended, we already knew all those other shows were canceled. And all those new shows, like, all of that all the Supernatural actors were involved in, were all canceled by the end of the season. And it was like, wow, okay, like, the CW's dead. Yeah, like, the show was its last profitable show, which apparently wasn't that profitable somehow, even though every single person I knew was watching it.
Yeah.
Like, every person in my grade. People I had never heard talk about any TV show before, literally ever.
Like, even though I wasn't in the target demographic for Riverdale, I heard about Riverdale a lot.
Yeah.
When it was airing.
So I don't know how they weren't making money, but apparently they weren't. Especially because Supernatural was still on at that point too. Like, they did overlap for a couple of years.
Yeah, for they overlapped for like
3 years.
For 3 years. For like the first half, almost the first half of Riverdale. They overlapped with the last 3 seasons of Supernatural.
And like, Riverdale was also at the end of the era of shows getting renewed for multiple seasons at a time. Like, it got renewed for up to like season 6, I think, like pretty early on. Like, it was just like, yeah, there's gonna be 2 or 3 more seasons. There's gonna be 2 or 3 more seasons, like pretty early on. Like, we just kind of knew it was sticking around. It didn't really matter how bad it got. Like, we knew there was gonna be another season in the next year. Like, it was never like really on the chopping block, which I think is something that shows today could benefit from. In addition to longer seasons, also just knowing that you have more than one season.
Yeah.
The season could be 6 episodes, but knowing that you have 2 of them and not one of them is really, really helpful.
Absolutely.
And also, like, helps with that production cycle. Like, if you have to wait till the whole first season is airing to even find out if there's gonna be another season, then you're starting to film that season after the first one's even come out. So it's gonna be like that huge amount of time in between, which I think is also a thing that shows now are suffering from. That network shows never did. Like, because network shows were off at the same time every year. They started at the same time every year. So you got through that production cycle quickly. It didn't take 2 years to make 8 episodes of television.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, well, I feel like I brought it down from a really cool place that we were just at, but
that's okay. You can edit it to end wherever makes the most sense.
August, I don't even think you introduced yourself at the top of the episode. I think we just jumped in, but the people know who you are.
Yeah, if you don't know who I am at this point, you don't recognize my voice, and this is your first Supernatural Opinions episode.
I feel like you should have just picked a different one and come back to this one.
Place of choice where maybe you like Riverdale and not Supernatural, but then also how did you end up here?
But yeah, August, tell them where you talk about Supernatural, because usually that's what you do.
Yeah, usually I'm talking about Supernatural or playing D&D over at Saving People Queering Things, which will be linked in the show notes, I'm pretty sure. And all of my personal fandom places on the internet are under the handle at Astral Spot.
Yeah, I played on those D&D episodes. They're all tagged Saving People Queering Those, Queering People Saving Those, whatever we're called.
One of those, whatever the title is of that show.
We don't know the name of our own
it's
show.
On the main Queering Things
feed. It to be similar to the thing, but it's too similar to the thing, which is exactly the problem with this show. Like, I named this show to go with Series of Opinions, but then I stopped making Series of Opinions when I started making this show, and so like now it's just like not the same. And if I had a do-over, I would do differently, but like I've committed and I've learned to love it. Sometimes naming is hard. But yeah, go find August all those things. Go listen to us play D&D. Plays a very fun little himbo named Avery, and I play a very annoyed character named Courtney.
Yeah, amazing. It's a fun time. We have a really fun time in this little Supernatural adjacent world.
I have a playlist of all of those episodes, and I think I will be putting them in the link tree for our podcast so that they are easily accessible.
You also have a playlist of all the crossover episodes that we've ever done. Yes, I do. So that's also a fun place if you want to hear.
That's also going to be its own link tree edition.
Us and all of the friends that are in the same kind of podcast friend group all guest on each other's shows a lot. So if you're like, I don't remember where you're from, because there's a lot of us. So
if you're like, why did August just start talking and not introduce themselves?
I literally did not think about it
so many times, and we forgot, to be honest.
Did not bother at all. I was like, at one point, I was like, we didn't do an intro for this episode, and I was like, that's fine.
Well, that's partially my fault, because I want to record an intro later.
See, that totally works, then it doesn't matter.
Next, Meredith, where can people find you if they want to find you?
This is probably the last thing I'll have to do with Riverdale, so if you want to see more of my thoughts about that, don't look for them. But you can find me at Shades of Day and Era on Tumblr, Instagram, and sometimes TikTok. And if you do that, if you go there, you'll see lots of drawings for the fantasy series I'm writing.
Yeah, happy April Fools. And next week, we promise we'll talk about Supernatural.
No, this was fun.
This was a fun departure from our usual content.
Yeah, my notes were very fun to write.
I've been KJ, and this has been Supernatural Opinions. If you enjoyed our show, the best thing you can do is subscribe on your podcast app of choice and tell a friend. Check out our link tree in the episode description for all of our social media and any other Supernatural-related projects we might be working on. Send us an email. Our address is supernaturalopinionspodcast@gmail.com, or reach out directly at KJ, at EditandKJ on all platforms. Thank you to Joe Veretta for our theme song, and our logo was created by Faith Ebert of faithanddesigns.ca. The episode was recorded, edited, and produced by me, Ed and KJ. If you want to hear more from me, you can check out my other podcast, Series of Opinions. And last but not least, a huge thank you to all of our guests.
Don't things in this world are supernatural. What we need is a savior.